take me far. I wanna sleep under the stars.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the biggest edition of the Morocco Berry Conference ever. Today's program is full of content and occasions to learn, to meet, and to improve. Please switch on your headphones to enjoy the translation. Make your way to the main room where the conference is starting now. Enjoy your participation today, taking part to the sessions in this room, which will start soon, and meeting the sponsors in the exhibition area. You have seen them over there. They will be happy to talk to you about their products and their services. To start this first session, I would like to introduce Mohamed Al-Amouri, the president of Interpro Berries. He will talk to us about the positioning of Morocco as a berry grower and exporter, the export opportunities and challenges we see for this industry, and he will talk also about the findings of the information system of Foodex. Please welcome Mr. Mohamed Al-Amouri. I would like you to draw your attention in the meantime also about this Slido. This is a system for sending questions to the speakers because there will be Q&A sessions during the day. Thank you.
Sabah al-khair. Assalamu alaikum. Bonjour mes amis. Les gens commencent encore à remplir la salle. Chers participants, heureusement que Dieu a voulu que je sois avec vous et je le remercie. Donc, je représente la fédération, je suis président de la Fédération interprofessionnelle marocaine des fruits rouges et je suis là juste pour un mot de bienvenue pour tout le monde à cet important événement dans cette belle région qu'est la région de Souss Massa, la grande capitale de Souss Massa, Agadir. La région de Souss Massa est connue depuis longtemps de produire des produits de qualité et acceptés par le marché international, essentiellement au démarrage des 1960 avec les tomates, les agrumes, les autres légumes, etc. Et les fruits rouges, ils ont démarré assez tard. Ils sont venus à Agadir après donc, une grande réussite au nord, dans la région du Loukos, et ils sont quand même installés avec force. Et donc, c'est une région très appréciée par sa qualité de sol, par son climat. Évidemment, ils ont actuellement un problème d'eau que l'administration marocaine et le gouvernement sont en train de faire tous leurs efforts pour essayer de surmonter ce problème de manque d'eau, mais qu'il existe. Donc voilà, chers participants, je vous souhaite donc une belle journée. C'est une journée qui va être pleine de contacts, de rapprochements, de communication. Et franchement, profitez-en au maximum. Il y aura donc des relations de partenariat commercial, scientifique, logistique et des relations qui s'intensifient d'année en année. Avec cette 6e édition de Morocco Berry Conference, je pense que cet événement va encore avoir des éclats continus et les gens vont être intéressés à participer pour encore renforcer le rapprochement et la relation, aussi bien sur le plan commercial que sur le plan scientifique, connaissances scientifiques et logistique. Voilà, c'était juste un mot de remerciement. Je remercie aussi les organisateurs, en l'occurrence Madame Siham Zahidi, qui était un peu à la tête de cet événement. ainsi qu'à ses collègues et ses parents qui l'ont appuyé pour faire le maximum et sortir cet événement à la lumière. Et donc, je le remercie sincèrement, ainsi qu'à vous-même qui vous êtes venus de plusieurs endroits du monde et du Maroc, nos collègues, nos agriculteurs et nos producteurs. Donc, soyez bienvenus et je vous remercie.
So we would like now to start this opening part of our conference by welcoming our sponsors. Thanks to the sponsors who made all this possible. I would like to call on stage Lionel Debag de Kazem, who is our diamond sponsor. Let's welcome him with a nice applause.
Merci beaucoup. Moi aussi, je tiens tout d'abord à remercier l'organisation pour la qualité de cet événement. En effet, depuis quelques années, la Morocco Berry Conference est installée comme un événement majeur sur l'échiquier mondial des fruits rouges. Et c'est aujourd'hui un rendez-vous très important et en effet incontournable pour la filière. C'est vraiment un lieu où on échange, on partage et on construit ensemble sur l'ensemble des problématiques des fruits rouges. Et c'est aussi une réussite qui est liée au travail de collaboration entre l'ensemble des partenaires, que sont à la fois le Royaume, qui est à la base, mais également les producteurs, les équipes techniques, les distributeurs, les pépiniéristes, les sélectionneurs, les revendeurs et l'ensemble de cet écosystème. Chez Classman Delman, nous sommes fiers du travail parcouru avec Classman et avec l'ensemble de cette filière qui nous amène aujourd'hui à avoir une place importante de leadership sur le marché marocain des fruits rouges. Et c'est vraiment un travail qui a été basé depuis plus d'une quinzaine d'années sur ce partage, cet échange, ces essais sur le terrain. Et j'en prends pour exemple des problématiques qui vont apparaître et sur lesquelles aujourd'hui on est capable de l'illustrer. On intervient sur deux zones géographiques en tout cas importantes en Afrique, à la fois sur des problématiques qu'on rencontre nous chez Classman en Afrique du Sud, qui sont sur des nécessités de protéger les fruits rouges, les myrtilles, au cours d'une saison hivernale arrosée par de fortes pluies sous des cultures sous filet. Donc on a besoin de substrats qui soient plus drainants. Et un des challenges au Maroc a été justement d'avoir quelque chose qui est plutôt l'inverse et d'essayer de trouver des substrats et des solutions qui soient plus rétentrices pour aller justement sur la gestion de cette eau et l'eau qui est un des éléments majeurs et qui sera l'un des éléments majeurs pour l'avenir. Je vais juste terminer cette petite introduction et conclure par une expression arabe qui nous symbolise en tout cas cette ambition de travailler tout ensemble, qui dit « une seule main ne peut pas applaudir ». Donc voilà, l'idée c'est d'unir nos forces tous ensemble au cours de ce type de journée de rencontre. Merci à tous, très bonne conférence.
Thank you, Lionel. I would like to remind everybody that you will have the possibility to meet all the sponsors in the exhibition area. Now I would like to welcome on stage our diamond sponsor, Rovensa Next, Vincent Clos. Okay, thank you.
Bonjour à tous, bienvenue à ce magnifique événement extrêmement bien organisé. Merci aux organisateurs pour leur invitation. Nous sommes honorés d'être aujourd'hui un des sponsors importants de cet événement. Quelques mots pour vous présenter notre société. Notre société est présente sur le marché depuis 2023 sous le nom Rovensa Next, mais vous nous connaissez depuis de nombreuses années sur le marché marocain. Rovensa Next est en fait l'association de 12 sociétés organisées pour offrir une agriculture durable dans un contexte de transition écologique. Notre mission est d'offrir des produits innovants, touchant à la nutrition, au biocontrôle, aux biosolutions et à l'adjuvantation des bouillies de pulvérisation. L'objectif est d'être durable dans un contexte qui est compliqué. Une population mondiale qu'il nous faut nourrir, de plus en plus nombreux, un contexte de gestion des stress climatiques qui pénalise fortement la production, mais également la qualité. En petits fruits, il est important de proposer une qualité optimale. Pour ce faire, nous disposons de 2000 collaborateurs présents dans 90 pays. Ces collaborateurs assurent la promotion, le conseil de produits innovants mis au point par nos centres de recherche et de développement. Nous en avons 27, tous organisés autour de nos 13 points de production. Alors, que proposons-nous aujourd'hui aux producteurs? Mais tout d'abord, des produits neufs, innovants, d'origine naturelle, si possible, pour lesquels nous allons réaliser de la recherche, du développement, de la compréhension du mode d'action en laboratoire, mais également au champ. Il est important de vérifier toutes ces hypothèses, tous ces effets au champ, sans transiger sur le résultat. Nous avons beaucoup de contraintes, mais il est important d'atteindre vos objectifs de production et un retour sur investissement. Je vous ai déjà parlé des 4 piliers dont nous disposons en termes de produits. Je termine sur un chiffre. 5% du chiffre d'affaires aujourd'hui est réinvesti annuellement dans la R&D. Je vous remercie et je vous souhaite une excellente conférence. J'espère que vous apprendrez un certain nombre de nouvelles choses et que vous profiterez aussi de l'espace de stand pour venir échanger avec nous. Merci.
Thank you, Vincent. Now it's the turn to welcome on stage our platinum sponsors. The first one will be International Nursery. I would like to welcome Mr. Mohamed Boussas on stage for a quick presentation. In the meantime, I'll remind you that you can visit and meet all the sponsors in the exhibition area, and they will be happy to talk to you. Thank you.
Salam alaikum. Mesdames et messieurs, bonjour. Tout d'abord, c'est un grand honneur pour moi de m'adresser à vous aujourd'hui à l'occasion de cette 6e édition de la Morocco Berry Conférence organisée par Green Smile. Cet événement s'est imposé au fil des années comme une véritable vitrine pour notre filière, en réunissant producteurs, chercheurs, institutions et partenaires autour d'une ambition commune qui est développer et consolider la place des fruits rouges dans l'agriculture marocaine. Chez International Nursery, notre engagement remonte à près de 3 décennies, 30 ans, avec une conviction forte, la qualité et l'innovation. Et cela s'illustre notamment par une démarche rigoureuse en matière de traçabilité et des certifications qui témoignent notre sérieux. L'agrément ONSA, à laquelle je souhaite rendre un hommage particulier, les efforts constants de l'Office et de ses dirigeants présents parmi nous aujourd'hui sont essentiels pour garantir la crédibilité et le rayonnement de la production nationale. Avec plus de 1000 collaborateurs sur 6 sites couvrant 38 hectares, nous disposons aujourd'hui d'une capacité annuelle de production de 20 millions de plants de tomates greffées, 15 millions de plants de cucurbitacées greffées, ainsi que 15 millions de plants maraîchers francs. Mais dans la filière des fruits rouges, que nous avons connue ces dernières années une progression remarquable. Depuis 2019, lorsque nous avons démarré une première production avec 1 million de plants, nous avons franchi le cap des 10 millions de plants de framboisiers en seulement 5 années. Notre objectif est clair, c'est d'atteindre 15 millions de plants dans les 3 prochaines années. Ce développement a été rendu possible grâce à la confiance de nos partenaires que je tiens à remercier. Ensemble, nous avons pu mettre en place la propagation à partir des rootblocks, la propagation à partir des racines nues, l'acclimatation et l'élevage des différentes espèces, la production des rootblocks aussi sur la zone d'Agadir. Et plus récemment, nous avons commencé les premiers essais concernant le blackberry mûr et la myrtille aussi. Ces avancées, ils traduisent une volonté partagée qui est de diversifier et renforcer la filière des fruits rouges pour répondre aux attentes de marché et aux enjeux d'un secteur en pleine expansion. Je souhaite, au nom d'International Nursery, saluer l'engagement de chacun d'entre vous. Votre présence ici incarne cette dynamique d'excellence et de collaboration essentielle pour tracer ensemble les prochaines étapes de notre réussite collective. Je vous souhaite une excellente conférence à tous et merci.
Thank you very much, Mohamed. I would like now to welcome on stage our next platinum sponsor, Osblue, with the speaker Yassine Larif. Osblue is a leading breeder, in particular for blueberries, and now he will join us on stage. Again, if you want to talk with Osblue, they have a stand over there in the exhibition area, and they will be happy to talk to all the growers. Thank you very much.
Bonjour à tous. Comme vous savez, le monde de la myrtille est dans une croissance inégalée depuis quelques années et maintenant elle commence à grandir avec des vitesses incroyables et nous sommes fiers d'être parmi les leaders dans le domaine. En tant qu'United Exports, société fondée en 2002, nous sommes une entreprise agricole mondiale spécialisée dans la myrtille et engagée à dépasser les attentes en termes de qualité de produits et d'expérience client. United Exports est intégré verticalement. Nous cultivons, conditionnons, expédions, achetons, commercialisons et vendons des fruits. L'entreprise sous-licencie la production et commercialise les fameuses myrtilles Osblue, leader sur le marché. Cette intégration verticale nous permet de tenir la plus grande promesse que nous avons envers nos clients, offrir une expérience gustative premium et constante pendant 52 semaines par an. Notre parcours commence avec notre atout le plus important, le programme génétique unique Osblue, basé en Australie occidentale. Nous sommes spécialisés dans des variétés premium à zéro et à faible besoin en froid. Notre objectif est simple, avoir des variétés avec un rendement élevé, une expérience gustative constante, une excellente durée de conservation, un calibre et un bloom excellent et une résistance aux ravageurs et maladies. Notre variété phare est l'Os Blue Magica, qui est une variété confirmée dans toutes les régions où elle a été cultivée. Elle est très appréciée par les producteurs ainsi que par les consommateurs. Elle offre une expérience gustative premium recherchée par le consommateur. Elle est croquante, avec un taux de sucre très élevé et une acidité très équilibrée. Os Blue Magica a démontré une capacité à fournir une qualité constante année après année, dans toutes les régions où elle est cultivée, y compris le Maroc. Pour vous, en tant que producteur, Magica signifie une performance régulière, un rendement élevé, soutenu par une fiabilité de produits inégalée. Cela est confirmé par le marché le plus exigeant dans le monde en termes de qualité de myrtille. C'est le marché chinois. Elle est donnée là-bas par d'elle-même. La constance ne concerne pas seulement la plante, elle concerne aussi l'approvisionnement. Et c'est pour ça qu'on est présent dans toutes les régions stratégiques pour la production de la myrtille partout au monde. On est présent en Amérique, au Pérou, aux États-Unis, au Mexique et au Chili pour satisfaire les besoins du marché de l'Amérique du Nord. Cela signifie les États-Unis et le Canada, avec le Pérou qui peut également exporter en Chine et le Mexique qui peut exporter au Japon. La production au niveau de l'Afrique du Sud domine l'approvisionnement au niveau de l'Europe et de l'Union et du Royaume-Uni. Pour l'hémisphère nord, en incluant les régions du nord de l'Afrique et de l'Europe du Sud, on produit au niveau du Maroc et du Portugal et de l'Espagne, qui approvisionnent le marché européen et le marché britannique en hors saison de l'Afrique du Sud. Nous savons que le métier des producteurs est exigeant et c'est pour cela que notre modèle de partenariat est très important. Nous croyons que si nos partenaires sont satisfaits, nous croyons que si nos partenaires sont profitables, nous serons satisfaits. Nous croyons également que si la sélection avec soin des producteurs qui valorisent la génétique Os Blue et qui sont engagés, orientés par les données et obsédés par la qualité, nous allons réussir à former une famille Os Blue très, très forte. Nous vous accompagnons avec une recherche et développement dédié, un support agronomique de classe mondiale et un portail de connaissances à la pointe, offrant des conseils basés sur des données pour garantir que chaque récolte et chaque expérience gustative est premium. Avec plus de 2100 hectares dédiés à la production Os Blue, nous apportons une expertise approfondie, non seulement en culture, mais aussi en garantissant que chaque variété est commercialement viable et rentable pour les producteurs avant tout. Notre engagement va au-delà des rendements et du profit. Il repose sur le respect de l'environnement, des aspects sociaux et éthiques. Guidés par ces aspects et par ces piliers, notre objectif, c'est le développement en visant à maximiser l'impact environnemental positif tout en favorisant la transformation sociale significative au sein de nos communautés. Devenez notre partenaire pour accéder à une génétique exceptionnelle de portée commerciale et un soutien déterminé, garantissant des rendements élevés et constants. Le modèle Os Blue intégré verticalement et diversifié à l'échelle mondiale est conçu pour la résilience. Nous ne cultivons pas seulement des myrtilles, nous cultivons un avenir premium et durable. N'hésitez pas à venir visiter notre stand juste en dehors de la salle de conférence pour avoir plus de discussions sur des opportunités de partenariat. Merci.
Merci, Mohamed. We will like now to welcome on stage our next platinum sponsors, talking about the Spanish company Prohar. I would like to welcome on stage Maria Jesus Fernando. She will talk to us about the substrates Again, please feel free to meet them in the exhibition area. They will have their own stand. Maria Jesus, please welcome on stage. Thank you.
Bonjour, buenos días. Es un placer para Projar poder participar un año más en la nueva edición del Morocco Berry Congress. Para nosotros, venir a Agadir es como estar en casa. Llevamos más de 12 años trabajando con Marruecos, con nuestros clientes, y nos gusta decir que tenemos la confianza de todos ellos. Nos gusta este evento especialmente porque es un punto de encuentro para donde compartir innovación, hablar de nuevas ideas y estrategias y poder comunicar con todos aquellos en los que están presentes en el sector de las berries. Para los que no nos conocen, Projar es una empresa familiar española de más de 40 años y somos fabricantes de sustratos. Nuestro know-how se lleva a cabo desde hace muchos años en una fábrica que tenemos en Almería y ahora otra nueva en Segorbe. Nosotros controlamos todas las materias primas, con lo cual podemos decir que entregamos la calidad que nuestros clientes necesitan. Para nosotros, cada cliente es una persona especial. Estudiamos cada caso y podemos hacer sustratos a medida. También pueden encontrarnos para poder compartir ideas aquí fuera. También nos suministramos macetas y tenemos todo un equipo de logística que lleva a cabo todo lo que sería la entrega del producto desde nuestras instalaciones hasta el punto final donde tienen las empresas nuestros clientes. Agradecemos mucho su participación y muchas gracias por estar aquí. Gracias.
Now I would like to welcome on stage the next platinum sponsor. Smithcom is a leader of greenhouse installation for agriculture. And I would like to welcome Ferdaus Bernoussi. Thank you.
Salam alaikum. Bonjour à toutes et à tous. Mesdames et messieurs, c'est un honneur de prendre la parole aujourd'hui au nom du groupe Smithcom, sponsor Platinum de cette édition de la Morocco Berry Conference 2025. Tout d'abord, je tiens à remercier les organisateurs pour cette belle conférence, les intervenants et les participants pour leur échange constructif, et nos clients, partenaires et investisseurs pour leur confiance et leur fidélité. Cette conférence est une occasion de partage, d'inspiration et d'unité autour d'une même ambition, c'est faire grandir l'agriculture marocaine avec passion et intelligence. Depuis plus de 20 ans, Smithcom conçoit et réalise des serres agricoles professionnelles, capables d'affronter les échanges climatiques et en même temps d'être capables de prendre toute solution pour affronter les défis climatiques, les enjeux de la performance et de la rentabilité. Mais au-delà des structures et des matériaux, ce sont des relations humaines que nous construisons. Notre force repose sur un code génétique unique, fondé sur 3 piliers. C'est la technologie, la stabilité, la durabilité. Et notre véritable richesse, c'est notre capital immatériel. C'est des femmes et des hommes passionnés, unis par les mêmes valeurs et la même vision. Au cœur de Smithcom, il y a un laboratoire des idées, un lieu où la créativité rencontre la technique. Dans cet écosystème de recherche et développement, chaque défi devient une opportunité et chaque idée devient un projet concret. Notre approche repose sur une solution tout en un: étude, conception, fabrication, installation et la capacité d'accompagnement technique favorable à nos clients en répondant aux besoins diversifiés de chaque catégorie. Bien sûr que chaque projet s'ancre sur des fondations solides, comme une serre bien posée sur son socle, stable, équilibré et tournée vers l'avenir. Chez Smithcom, nous croyons qu'innover, c'est avant tout respecter la terre et servir l'humain. C'est mettre la technologie au service de l'humain et non à l'inverse. C'est bâtir des structures qui protègent, mais aussi des structures qui durent. Mesdames et messieurs, Smithcom est une entreprise qui s'avance avec le cœur et la raison. Elle s'enracine dans la terre du Maroc, s'élève vers la lumière de l'avenir et continue de faire pousser jour après jour des projets porteurs de sens et d'espoir. Je vous remercie.
Thank you very much. We will now have a quick presentation of the videos of the sponsors, and then we will start in a few minutes with the main part of the conference. Thank you.
مرحبا بكم في بايوبيست الرائد في مجال الفلاحة البيولوجية للمحاصيل. تنآمنوا بشدة أن الزراعة المستدامة هي المستقبل. داكشي علاش فرحنا في المغرب بايوبيست ماروك ملتزم بمرافقة الفلاحين في انتقالهم نحو ممارسات تحترم البيئة. تم تأسيس بايوبيست في عام 1987 في بلجيكا. بفضل خبرتنا قمنا بسرعة بتوسيع أنشطتنا دوليا. اليوم بايوبيست متواجدة في 5 قارات وفي أكثر من 70 دولة. تعتمد النجاح ديالنا على قدرتنا على الابتكار وتقديم حلول فعالة للتحديات اللي تواجهها الفلاحة. في المغرب متواجدة بايوبيست ماروك في المناطق الزراعية الرئيسية مثل الشوكة أيتباها في الغرب وسيس. تنواكب الفلاحة بشكل دائم في عدة زراعات مثل الخضروات والأشجار المثمرة وغيرها. بفضل المواكبة المخصصة تنقدروا نقدموا حلول تتلائم مع جميع الاحتياجات الخاصة لكل زراعة ولكل فلاح. تنقدم مجموعة متنوعة من الحلول بما في ذلك الحشرات النافعة ليزوكسيليير للتحكم البيولوجي في الآفات مثل نيزيديوكوريس، أوريوس، فيتوسيلوس، كريزوبا، سويسكي، أفيديوس. النحل الطنان لي بوردون المهم أيضا للتلقيح مما يضمن إنتاجية مثالية. بالإضافة إلى ذلك المبيدات الحشرية البيولوجية للبيوبيستيسيد للحفاظ على التنوع البيولوجي والبيئة كأسبيريلو، إيزونيت ثي، PMV01، كزينتاري، بوفيرال، إفيتوسول. بزاف ديال الفلاحة المغاربة تيشهدوا على التأثير الإيجابي لحلولنا على المحاصيل ديالهم. بفضل بايوبيست لاحظوا انخفاض كبير في الآفات والحشرات الضارة وتحسن في التلقيح اللي تنتج عليه زيادة واضحة في الطوناج. بايوبيست شريككم الموثوق للزراعة المستدامة. معا نزرعوا مستقبل أفضل في انسجام مع الطبيعة. اش تتسناو؟ انضموا لبايوبيست من أجل عالم فيه الفلاحة والحفاظ على البيئة ما تختلفوش.
Welcome to International Nursery, a leader in plant production with over 28 years of experience. Our facilities span 38 hectares, dedicated to high-quality plant cultivation. Certified by ANSA and holding international standards such as ISO 9001, GSPP, Bio-EcoCert, and SEDEX, we guarantee excellence in every aspect of our production process. Our production capabilities include 15 million berry plants, 25 million grafted tomato plants, 30 million cucurbit plants. With a skilled technical team and a rigorous production system in place, we provide high-quality plants. At International Nursery, we are committed to fostering long-term partnerships with growers, built on quality, transparency, and reliability.
ProHar Group has established itself as a global leader in agriculture and landscaping. We specialize in soilless cultivation technology, making possible greater crop control, efficient water use, and healthier, more productive plants. We offer a wide range of technology that guarantees solutions for berries, horticultural crops, ornamental plants, and fruit trees, among others. What began over 40 years ago as our founder's dream has become a global company with a team of more than 300 people in Spain, Portugal, Mexico, Sri Lanka, and India. We work alongside our clients to help them in a profitable, efficient, and sustainable manner. As landscaping specialists, we develop nature-based solutions to improve environmental quality, increase energy efficiency, and minimize human impact. We carry out environmental restoration and recovery of degraded areas, developing sustainable technology. From consulting services to project execution and maintenance, we implement successful solutions. Our goal is to continue cultivating strong relationships, growing together, reaping success. ProHar Group.
we would like to welcome everybody to take note of this QR code. During the sessions, there will be various polls and surveys, and we invite everybody to take part. This will help in understand better the needs and the topics of interest for the audience and many other questions which will be of interest, I think, to everybody. So thank you for downloading this QR code and opening the survey. This will work throughout the session. We will have different surveys going on throughout the day. So let's now start the first session of this Morocco Berry Conference, which is about production, markets, and marketing updates. To start with, I would like to welcome on stage Ali Rougui from Morocco Foodex. He will talk to us about the positioning of Morocco on the global markets, the opportunities and the threats and challenges we see for this industry, in particular based on the info system of Foodex. Thank you.
Salam alaikum. Bonjour tout le monde. C'est avec un immense plaisir que je participe à cette réunion, à cette conférence importante en tant que membre de la famille Morocco Foodex. Au début, je tiens à remercier les organisateurs de cette conférence cruciale. Certes, il va se solder par des recommandations qui seront bénéfiques pour la filière ou le secteur des fruits rouges. Et je tiens à remercier Siham Zahidi plus particulièrement, parce qu'il a insisté sur la présence de Morocco Foodex. Et ma contribution consiste donc à présenter la dynamique mondiale des exportations des fruits rouges avec les données du Maroc. Ma présentation elle est axée sur 3 axes. Donc le premier, c'est Morocco Foodex et le positionnement du Maroc. Le deuxième axe, c'est les chiffres clés des exportations du Maroc. Et le troisième axe, c'est l'analyse des informations recueillies par Morocco Foodex. Donc, c'est quoi Morocco Foodex? Vu les orientations fixées pour accompagner la dynamique du secteur agroalimentaire, Morocco Foodex a été chargé de nouvelles missions, notamment le contrôle technique. Donc, Morocco Foodex est le garant que le produit destiné alimentaire agricole et maritime destiné à l'export respecte les exigences fixées par les pays de destination. De même, Morocco Foodex assure donc la mission de coordination des exportations à travers l'animation des comités sectoriels qui sont un espace de débat et de concertation pour accroître et la compétitivité et la qualité de produits. Et Morocco Foodex assure aussi la mission de veille stratégique à travers donc l'identification des opportunités nécessaires pour accompagner nos exportateurs donc en termes de surveillance des tendances, des réglementations commerciales et des préférences des consommateurs à l'échelle mondiale. Et aussi pour anticiper les menaces et les risques qui peuvent entraver nos exportations. Morocco Foodex aussi assure la mission de promotion et de développement des exportations en participant donc à des événements à l'étranger au Maroc qui ont attrait à la promotion des exportations alimentaires, agricoles et maritimes, et en même temps contribue à la promotion de l'image et de la qualité des exportations marocaines. En même temps, Morocco Foodex accompagne les opérateurs pour consolider leur position à l'échelle mondiale et joue le rôle d'interface entre les opérateurs et les institutions nationales et internationales, publiques et privées, dans le domaine des exportations des produits alimentaires, agricoles et maritimes. Donc, avant de parler de la dynamique des exportations, on va parler de la dynamique de la production. Donc, on remarque ici qu'en 2023, la zone de l'Asie a produit 5 376 000 tonnes, contre 4 306 000 tonnes en 2019, soit un taux de croissance annuelle moyen de 6%, suivi de la zone de l'Amérique qui a produit en 2023 3 590 000 tonnes contre 3 378 000 tonnes, soit un taux de croissance annuelle moyen de 2%, suivi de l'Europe qui a produit en 2023 2 570 000 tonnes contre 2 469 000 tonnes en 2019, soit un taux de croissance annuel moyen de 1%. Suivi de l'Afrique qui a produit 1019 000 tonnes en 2023 contre 796 000 tonnes en 2019, soit un taux de croissance annuel moyen de 6%. Et enfin, l'Océanie qui a produit 93 000 tonnes contre 88 000 tonnes en 2019, soit un taux de croissance annuel moyen de 1%. Concernant les importations mondiales des fruits rouges, en 2024, il se chiffre à 2,6 millions de tonnes, d'une valeur de 16,4 milliards de dollars. Et le marché mondial des fruits rouges est segmenté en zones géographiques. On trouve donc la zone de l'Amérique du Nord et centrale. C'est un marché qui représente 42% en volume, soit 1,1 million de tonnes, d'une valeur de 7 milliards de dollars. Et le Maroc se positionne comme 6e fournisseur de ce marché. Puis le deuxième marché, c'est le marché de l'Union européenne des 27, qui représente 39% en volume, soit 1 million de tonnes, d'une valeur de 6 milliards de dollars. Et le Maroc se positionne comme 2e fournisseur de ce marché, avec une part de 17%. Puis le marché du Royaume-Uni, c'est un marché de 200 000 tonnes, d'une valeur de 1,2 milliard de dollars, et le Maroc se positionne comme premier fournisseur de ce marché. Puis le marché de la Russie, c'est un marché de 60 000 tonnes, d'une valeur de 300 millions de dollars, et le Maroc se positionne comme 4e fournisseur de ce marché avec une part de 9%. Puis le marché des pays de Golfe, c'est un marché de 50 000 tonnes, d'une valeur de 300 millions de dollars, et le Maroc se positionne comme 3e fournisseur de ce marché avec une part de 11%. Puis la Russie, c'est un marché, un autre marché, c'est le marché de l'Afrique de l'Ouest. Et les deux autres marchés, ce sont des petits marchés. Sur la scène mondiale, donc le Maroc est le 6e exportateur mondial des fruits rouges en 2024, avec une part de 6% et un taux de croissance annuel moyen de 16% pour la période de 2020-2024. Concernant les exportations des fruits rouges du Maroc, durant la campagne 2024-2025, le Maroc a exporté 245 000 tonnes contre 212 000 tonnes durant la campagne 2023-2024, soit une progression de 16%. Si on compare à la campagne 2022-2023, où le Maroc a exporté 195 000 tonnes, il y a une progression de 26%. Concernant les exportations des fruits rouges frais, donc, durant la campagne 2024-2025, le Maroc a exporté 172 000 tonnes, contre 144 000 tonnes durant la campagne 2023-2024, soit une progression de 19%. Si on compare à la campagne 2022-2023, donc il y a une progression de 28%. On remarque que le principal débouché du Maroc, c'est le marché de l'Union européenne, y compris le Royaume-Uni. C'est un marché qui a absorbé 156 000 tonnes durant la campagne 2024-2025 contre 134 000 tonnes durant la campagne 2023-2024, soit une progression de 17% et une part de marché en 2024-2025 de 91%. Suivi du marché des pays de Golfe, c'est un marché qui a absorbé 5 000 tonnes en 2024-2025 contre 4 000 tonnes durant la campagne 2023-2024 avec une amélioration de 36%. Et une part de marché de 3%. Puis le marché russe, c'est un marché qui a absorbé 3 000 tonnes contre 2 000 tonnes en 2023-2024, avec une progression à deux chiffres de 36% et une part de marché de 2%. Et un autre marché, c'est le marché de la Norvège. Il a absorbé en 2024-2025 2 000 tonnes contre 1 000 tonnes, soit une amélioration à deux chiffres et une part de marché de 1%. Concernant les exportations des fruits rouges surgelés, donc le Maroc a exporté durant la campagne 2024-2025 un volume de 74 000 tonnes, contre 68 000 tonnes durant la campagne 2023-2024, soit une progression de 8%. Comparé à 2022-2023, il y a une progression de 21%. Et le principal marché, c'est le marché de l'Union européenne, y compris le Royaume-Uni. C'est un marché qui a absorbé 55 000 tonnes durant la campagne 2024-2025, contre 50 000 durant la campagne 2023-2024, avec une part de marché en 2024-2025 de 75%. Suivi du marché des États-Unis d'Amérique, c'est un marché qui a absorbé 8 000 tonnes contre 6 000 tonnes, soit une hausse de 41%, et une part de marché de 11%. Puis le Japon, c'est un marché qui a absorbé durant la campagne 2024-2025 5600 tonnes contre 6100 tonnes, soit un repli de 9% et une part de marché de 11%. Puis le Canada, c'est un marché qui a absorbé 3800 tonnes contre 4200 tonnes, soit un repli de 11% et une part de marché de 5%. Le troisième axe, donc, c'est l'analyse des extraits du système de veille de Morocco Foodex. Il révèle donc des tendances et des défis. Donc, la tendance clé, c'est la croissance explosive de la production des myrtilles en Chine, portée par les conditions climatiques favorables et des améliorations technologiques avancées. Puis le Pérou, c'est un marché qui a ouvert à peu près 21 marchés et il investit dans les nouvelles variétés et les infrastructures, donc il maintient sa position de leader mondial. On note aussi une demande mondiale en hausse pour les fruits rouges. Il est lié aux bienfaits des fruits rouges et aux investissements dans des nouvelles variétés. Donc il augmente la popularité des fruits. Il y a aussi deux enjeux majeurs, donc l'innovation et la durabilité. Et si normalement les gens investissent dans la durabilité et les pratiques agricoles durables et l'innovation pour satisfaire la demande croissante des consommateurs et en même temps améliorer la compétitivité des producteurs. Il y a une émergence de nouveaux acteurs, notamment le Maroc, l'Égypte et la Géorgie. Cependant, il y a plusieurs défis qui pèsent sur le secteur. On note les événements extrêmes, les chaleurs, les inondations, et tout ça affecte la production des fruits rouges. Il y a la gestion donc de la pénurie de main-d'œuvre qualifiée et la gestion de la hausse des coûts des intrants, notamment des emballages et de main-d'œuvre et des engrais qui pèsent sur la rentabilité des producteurs. Il y a des défis logistiques qui entravent et endommagent donc les chaînes de valeur, notamment les tarifs élevés des fret maritimes. Et il y a de nouvelles réglementations qui créent des contraintes supplémentaires pour les exportateurs, notamment le Green Deal. L'analyse des extraits du système de veille de Morocco Foodex nous a permis de mettre en évidence les chiffres et les faits marquants. Donc on peut dire que la production mondiale de framboises en 2024, c'est 939 000 tonnes, et le Mexique est le premier producteur, suivi de la Pologne, puis les États-Unis d'Amérique. Le Pérou, toujours, il est leader en myrtille. La Géorgie intensifie ses exportations de myrtille vers l'Europe comme un marché favorable. Et l'Europe de l'Est est un potentiel inexploité pour les exportations égyptiennes et marocaines. Il y a des facteurs de concurrence, notamment la capacité logistique et la régularité de l'approvisionnement. Il y a l'innovation variétale en termes de rendement et de durée de conservation et de calibre. Il y a un facteur, c'est celui de positionnement prix-qualité. Il y a la premiumisation des baies, notamment en Asie. Les principaux concurrents du Maroc, donc c'est le Pérou, c'est un premier exportateur, il domine le marché américain et il s'engage dans le renouvellement variétal pour améliorer sa compétitivité. Il y a la Chine, c'est un grand producteur de myrtilles. Et il y a l'Espagne, qui reste un acteur majeur pour les fraises et les myrtilles. Il y a l'Égypte, c'est un acteur émergent. Le Chili, donc, c'est un concurrent important. Il a connu une saison record pour les exportations en 2024-2025. Le principal débouché, c'est les États-Unis d'Amérique, et suivi de l'Europe et de l'Asie. Et le Chili, c'est comme le Pérou, il s'engage dans le renouvellement variétal pour accroître sa compétitivité. Il y a le Mexique, c'est un important producteur de baies, notamment de fraises et de myrtilles. Mais il est confronté à plusieurs défis, notamment la pénurie de main-d'œuvre, la hausse des coûts de production et les conditions climatiques. L'analyse du système de Morocco Foodex nous a permis donc d'identifier les principaux marchés mondiaux. Le premier marché, c'est le marché d'Amérique du Nord, notamment les États-Unis d'Amérique. C'est un débouché principal pour les myrtilles du Pérou, du Chili, du Mexique et de l'Argentine. Le Canada, c'est un marché clé pour les fruits rouges du Chili. Le deuxième marché, c'est le marché de l'Union européenne. Le Royaume-Uni est un marché prioritaire pour les fruits espagnols. Il y a l'Europe de l'Est, c'est un marché en croissance. Et le marché européen en général, donc c'est un marché majeur pour les myrtilles du Chili, du Pérou et du Maroc. L'Allemagne reste le premier marché pour les produits espagnols. Il y a le marché de l'Asie. La Chine, c'est un marché en croissance pour les myrtilles, notamment péruvien. Donc le Pérou a une part de marché en 2024 de 89%. Et la Chine est aussi un grand consommateur des fraises. Le Singapour est un important hub pour les fruits frais. Le Japon est un marché attractif pour les myrtilles et les fraises surgelées. Il y a l'Asie du Sud-Est qui représente une destination importante pour les myrtilles marocains et le Maroc a renforcé sa position sur ce marché. Puis il y a le marché du Moyen-Orient. Le Pérou est un fournisseur de myrtilles pour l'Arabie Saoudite. Le Maroc a renforcé sa position de framboise sur ce marché. Il y a l'Équateur qui exporte des myrtilles vers Dubaï. L'Australie importe des fraises surgelées. Et la Corée du Sud enregistre une augmentation des importations de fruits surgelés, notamment de myrtilles. Voilà donc l'analyse des données issues du système de veille de Morocco Foodex a mis en lumière cette matrice concurrentielle. Donc on remarque chaque concurrent avec les avantages concurrentiels, et les défis et son positionnement. Donc le Pérou est le leader. Il a comme avantage concurrentiel donc, le climat stable et la culture continue sans besoin de froid. Et il a une logistique moderne en termes de port et de transport aérien. Il a un avantage de nouvelles variétés premium. Cependant, il fait face à la forte dépendance à l'export des États-Unis d'Amérique, de la Chine et de l'Union européenne. Et bien sûr, il s'engage dans la surproduction. Il produit plus. Donc peut-être il y aura une chute des prix. Et il fait face à la vulnérabilité climatique au niveau côtier. Il est leader mondial avec une orientation vers un modèle export durable premium avec une diversification vers l'Asie. Le Chili, il détient un avantage concurrentiel parce qu'il a une expérience historique et réputation de qualité. Il a une plateforme logistique export éprouvée, un port moderne et traçabilité. Mais il fait face à une concurrence frontale avec le Pérou et il fait face aussi au coût élevé de main-d'œuvre et de transport et la sécheresse, bien sûr. C'est un acteur historique en tant que sur le positionnement mondial avec un repositionnement sur la qualité et la durabilité. Le Mexique, il détient un avantage concurrentiel important, c'est la proximité géographique du marché américain, nord-américain, avec une productivité élevée et des rendements constants. Et il a bien sûr des infrastructures export solides. Mais il fait face à une faiblesse de forte dépendance du marché nord-américain, avec un taux d'export de 85%. Et il fait face aussi aux conditions climatiques extrêmes et une pression concurrentielle avec le Pérou et le Chili. C'est un fournisseur clé du marché nord-américain avec une stratégie qualité et proximité. L'Espagne, il a une expertise agronomique importante au niveau de Huelva et d'Andalousie. Il a des infrastructures européennes efficaces. Il a une image de qualité et conformité aux normes de l'Union européenne. Mais il fait face au stress hydrique aigu et au coût élevé de main-d'œuvre et une saison courte et une concurrence marocaine. Il est leader européen sur la qualité et la transition vers un modèle plus durable et technologique. Il y a l'Égypte qui a un avantage concurrentiel de main-d'œuvre peu coûteuse. Il a un climat favorable, une diversification vers l'Asie et vers les marchés du pays de Golfe. Il a une forte politique d'exportation soutenue par l'État, mais il fait face à une dépendance à des variétés étrangères, une infrastructure portuaire limitée et il a des problèmes climatiques, notamment la chaleur et le manque d'eau. C'est un acteur émergent compétitif à bas coût, en expansion rapide vers les marchés asiatiques. La Chine est le premier producteur. Le marché intérieur de la Chine, il est demandeur et il a des avancées technologiques en termes de capteurs et d'intelligence artificielle et substrats, mais il fait face au coût élevé de main-d'œuvre. Il a une qualité inégale, donc selon les régions, c'est une faiblesse. Et bien sûr, il a un faible export par rapport au marché intérieur. C'est un hub asiatique. Maintenant, on va donner des prévisions sur les superficies récoltées et la production mondiale. Donc la superficie récoltée de myrtille en 2024 est de 134 270 hectares en 2024. Il devrait atteindre à l'horizon 2028 146 290 hectares, soit un taux de croissance annuel moyen de 2%. Elle est portée par l'augmentation des superficies récoltées de la myrtille au Pérou, en Italie, au Mexique, en Amérique du Nord, en Pologne et aux Pays-Bas. La production mondiale de myrtille en 2024 est de 956 610 tonnes. Il devrait atteindre à l'horizon 2028 un volume de 1 090 000 tonnes, soit un taux de croissance annuel moyen de 3%. Elle est portée par la hausse de la production de myrtille au Pérou, en Espagne, en Allemagne, en Amérique du Nord, au Mexique et au Chili. Concernant la superficie récoltée de la framboise en 2024, est de 139 370 hectares. Il devrait atteindre à l'horizon 2028 148 230 hectares, soit un taux de croissance annuel moyen de 2%. Elle est portée par la hausse des superficies récoltées de framboises en Belgique, au Mexique, en Serbie, en Espagne, en Italie, en Russie, en Pologne, en Ukraine et en Azerbaïdjan. Concernant la production mondiale de la framboise, en 2024, est de 939 480 tonnes. Il devrait atteindre à l'horizon 2028 1 200 000 tonnes, soit un taux de croissance annuel moyen de 2%. Elle est portée par la hausse de la production de framboises en Espagne, en Russie, en Serbie, en Ukraine, au Mexique et en Azerbaïdjan. Et enfin, la superficie récoltée de la fraise en 2024 est de 422 010 hectares. Il devrait atteindre à l'horizon 2028 441 130 hectares, soit un taux de croissance annuel moyen de 1%. Elle est portée par l'augmentation du superficie récoltée de la fraise en Turquie, en Belgique, en Grèce et en Serbie. Et la production mondiale de la fraise en 2024 est de 9,8 millions de tonnes. Il devrait atteindre à l'horizon 2028 10 590 000 tonnes, soit un taux de croissance annuel moyen de 2%. Elle est portée par la hausse de la production de la fraise en Égypte, au Royaume-Uni, en Grèce, en Turquie et aux Pays-Bas. Et merci pour votre attention.
Thank you very much. I think we have seen already some interesting things from last year, a lot of changes. There is more speaking about China. We are speaking about Egypt. It's new challenges posed to the Moroccan industry. I invite you again to open the Slido survey. Can I see the Slido? Yes, please use your mobile phone and engage with this Slido. There will be surveys going on which will help to understand better what are the next challenges and how we can work together as an industry in Morocco to overcome this. Now let's dive more in depth into the situation of Morocco as a grower and export country. I would like to welcome on stage Amin Benani. Thank you.
Bonjour, salam alaikum. Avant tout, je voudrais dire, Ch'tambarka, je crois qu'il y a longtemps qu'il n'a pas plu sur Agadir. On a la chance d'avoir de la pluie aujourd'hui, c'est une bonne chose. Et je voudrais tout d'abord, avant de commencer, souhaiter la bienvenue à nos chers et confrères égyptiens et aux agriculteurs de l'Afrique du Sud qui sont aussi parmi nous. Donc je vais présenter une année de plus l'évolution du secteur de fruits rouges. C'est un secteur qui se développe, comme vous le savez, quotidiennement et chaque année. C'est un produit 100% marocain fait par des Marocains. Donc l'évolution par rapport à l'année dernière, on est aux alentours plus ou moins de 15 000 hectares. Principalement, la culture qui a évolué, c'est la myrtille. On est au-delà de 7 500 hectares. Framboise, on reste aux alentours de 4 600 hectares. La fraise, entre 2 000 et 2 300 hectares. La mûre, plus de 300 hectares, entre 300 et 500 hectares. Donc la culture continue son développement et aussi continue son développement territorial. Aujourd'hui, les fruits rouges sont parmi les rares cultures qui sont développées sur tout le territoire marocain. De Tanger à Gouera, on trouve des fruits rouges dans le Rarb, dans le Seis, où elle se développe dans la zone d'Agadir, et aussi dans la zone de l'oriental, Berkane, et dans la zone de Dakhla. Donc les surfaces, comme vous voyez, ils se sont multipliés depuis 2015 pour la framboise par 7 et aussi pour la myrtille au-delà de 9. La fraise, elle stabilise, sinon elle régresse légèrement les surfaces. La distribution, comme vous savez, la fraise, on exporte de novembre jusqu'à juin. La framboise, plus ou moins toute l'année. La myrtille, on commence fin octobre et avec la production de Meknes, Phase 6, on peut aller jusqu'à fin juillet. Et la mûre, c'est de novembre à avril. Les statistiques, si Ali nous a détaillé les exportations et les statistiques, mais ce que je peux ajouter, c'est que le secteur des fruits rouges a généré de 1er janvier 2025 au 30 juin plus de 9 milliards de dirhams en entrée de devises. Et si on fait une année roulante, on est à plus de 12 milliards de dirhams. C'est-à-dire avec 14 000 hectares, on a permis à notre pays plus de 12 milliards d'entrées de devises. C'est plus que ce que paye le Maroc pour payer les céréales pour tous les Marocains. Sachez aussi que le secteur de fruits rouges crée plus de 17 millions de journées de travail. Donc nos principales destinations pour la fraise restent l'Europe, principalement le Royaume-Uni, mais aussi on voit l'émergence de pays du Moyen-Orient comme les Émirats, Dubaï et le Koweït. Aussi, on a quelques exportations qui se font vers la Mauritanie. Ça, c'est en fraise surgelée. L'étendard est beaucoup plus élevé. On prend aussi des pays africains, européens, mais aussi les États-Unis et le Japon qui sont des grands clients pour le Maroc. Les exportations de la framboise, principalement le Royaume-Uni, l'Espagne, les Pays-Bas qui sont des destinations de réexport, mais aussi l'Allemagne. Le surgelé, principalement l'Europe. La myrtille, nos exportations sont principalement européennes, tirées par l'Angleterre et les Espagnes et la Hollande, mais aussi l'année dernière, on a vu l'émergence de pays tels que le Canada, les États-Unis, où on a fait presque 5 000 tonnes, la Russie, on a fait plus de 2 000 tonnes, et le développement de Hong Kong comme destination en Asie. Le surgelé, c'est principalement l'Europe, avec une distribution beaucoup plus large, aussi la Russie. La bonne nouvelle qu'il y a, c'est que là, on a la distribution des prix par année, et on voit que même avec l'augmentation des surfaces et des prix et de la production, le niveau de prix des 2 dernières campagnes ont été légèrement plus important et plus élevé que les dernières années. Ça nous rassure parce qu'on avait peur qu'avec le développement et l'augmentation de l'offre, les prix baissent. Aussi, on voit que les prix sur la fenêtre marocaine qui de novembre, décembre jusqu'à mars se sont aplatis. Contrairement à avant, les prix de décembre, janvier qui étaient élevés et de mars qui étaient bas, aujourd'hui les prix de mars des fois sont beaucoup plus intéressants que le prix de début de campagne. Ce qui est confort parce que notre pic de production se positionne au niveau de mars-avril. Pourquoi le Maroc? Vous le savez bien, le Maroc est une origine sûre, de très bonne qualité. On est des opérateurs fiables. On est un secteur qui utilise beaucoup d'intrants européens. Donc, l'Union européenne et tous les opérateurs européens et le marché européen a intérêt au développement de ce secteur ici au Maroc parce qu'ils sont acteurs et preneurs dans le dossier. On est, comme je vais vous expliquer, un secteur qui a faible émission de CO2 et on est très impliqué dans tout ce qui est RSE, Sustainability. On a fait un travail avec AgriEdge, qui est une société marocaine, pour calculer l'empreinte carbone de la production de myrtille marocaine. C'est le premier chiffre qu'on est arrivé à avoir, c'est 0,42 tonnes carbone par tonne de produit. Et comme vous le voyez, le benchmarking, on est beaucoup plus bas que la production européenne ou la production de l'Amérique latine. Et ce calcul a été fait dans une ferme dans le nord du Maroc, qui a une quinzaine d'hectares de myrtille et qui produit 30% de son production d'électricité par l'énergie solaire. Et aussi, c'est l'empreinte carbone de la ferme, c'est-à-dire le fruit ne sort pas de la ferme. Et on a fait le benchmarking dans les autres origines, aussi dans la production de la ferme, pour comparer le comparable, parce que si on inclut les frais d'approche, et on compare avec la production de l'Amérique du Sud ou avec de l'Europe, les solutions seront biaisées. Quelques-uns des champions, que ce soit des champions marocains ou des multinationales qui se sont installés au Maroc, les défis du secteur, ils nous demandent toujours de faire plus avec moins. Des fois, ils pensent que nous sommes des sorciers ou on va créer quelque chose. Mais c'est ça la conjoncture. Il toujours demander de faire plus, d'utiliser moins d'intrants, d'avoir moins d'impact sur l'environnement, d'optimiser. Ça, c'est le discours qu'en tant que producteur, nous entendons chaque jour. C'est faire plus avec moins. Donc, notre principal problème, surtout dans la zone d'Agadir, c'est l'eau. Sachez que les fruits rouges valorisent au mieux. Moi, je vous ai dit, nous, on fait introduire plus de 12 milliards de dirhams de devises. On crée plus de 16 millions de journées de travail. Et tout cela avec 4000 m3 à l'hectare, pas plus. C'est-à-dire la moitié d'une culture, de l'arbre, d'un agrume ou d'un arbre normal. Avec 4000 m3, avec 14 000 hectares, on crée toute cette richesse. Donc, et avec ça, les producteurs utilisent des sondes capacitives pour contrôler l'humidité des sols, on utilise des stations météorologiques pour calculer nos besoins en eau, et tout cela dans une vision d'optimiser et de minimiser l'utilisation des ressources naturelles. Donc, comme je vous ai dit, les fruits rouges utilisent entre 4000 et 5000 m3 par hectare. Si on les compare avec les autres cultures, on est de loin la culture la plus efficiente dans l'utilisation de l'eau. L'effet des changements climatiques, durant les 2 dernières campagnes, on a souffert de vents de plus de 100 km à l'heure, on a souffert de températures au-delà de 50 degrés dans le périmètre d'Agadir, on a souffert de plusieurs accidents climatiques, et cela, ça crée des décalages dans les cycles de production, ça crée des pertes de production qui sont aux alentours entre 5 et 20%, et ça pousse au réenchérissement aussi avec la sécheresse. Les eaux souterraines sont de plus en plus profondes. Ça crée un réenchérissement lié au coût de mètre cube d'eau. Espérons que cette année, on sera épargné de tous ces accidents climatiques. Donc les ressources humaines, un facteur qui devient de plus en plus important et limitant. L'année dernière, nous avons vécu malheureusement sur quelques exploitations agricoles des effets de problèmes de gestion de main-d'œuvre qui ont impliqué une perte nette de plus de 20% sur la récolte. Il y a un manque de motivation de ces ressources. On devrait penser à motiver nos équipes et nos jeunes à faire du travail temporaire. Il faut aussi développer l'une des problématiques que vivent les agriculteurs marocains, c'est l'hébergement des personnes, surtout des ressources qui sont main-d'œuvre occasionnelle, qui se déplacent de zone en zone. Malheureusement, on n'arrive pas à obtenir les autorisations pour héberger ces gens temporairement dans nos fermes. Il y a 2 jours, je crois que le travail, la passion, la persévérance payent toujours. Parce que c'est un secteur qui a besoin de patience, qui a besoin de temps. Le principal facteur pour la réussite d'un projet de fruits rouges, c'est les ressources humaines. Il faut qu'il y ait que ce soit les jeunes, il faut qu'ils soient patients, qu'ils attendent et qu'ils se donnent le temps, qu'ils ne soient pas très pressés par les choses, parce qu'il faut du temps pour apprendre et pour être efficace. Aussi, au niveau des entreprises, il faut prendre soin de ces ressources, parce que c'est une denrée rare. et les bonnes ressources, ça ne se retrouve pas. L'agriculture répond très bien à cette ayah, parce que quand on donne à la terre te donne, et quand on donne à l'humain, à la ressource, elle finit par se rappeler et redonner. Donc il faut le conseil, c'est prendre soin de ces ressources, et les ressources doivent prendre soin des entreprises dans lesquelles ils sont. Le risque sanitaire, il est très, très important. Sachez qu'actuellement, nous importons la majorité de nos plants de l'étranger, principalement de l'Europe. Il y a un développement très inquiétant de Xirella, surtout en Espagne, ce qui fait que le développement de la filière de production de plants est une incisive très urgente. On a eu la bonne nouvelle que 2 ou 3 grands groupes européens vont s'installer et vont commencer à produire des plants de myrtilles et de fraises ici au Maroc. Donc, il faut encourager le développement local de la filière de production de plants. Et aussi, avec l'intensification et le réchauffement climatique, il y a le développement de tout ce qui est insectes. Et malheureusement aussi, de l'autre côté, en Union européenne, il y a la limitation d'utilisation des produits phytopharmaceutiques. Et ça met l'agriculteur, des fois, devant des problématiques où il a un problème et il n'arrive pas à traiter parce qu'il doit répondre et respecter ses engagements du point de vue des produits. Donc, et avec la raréfication de l'eau, il se peut qu'il y ait un développement des problèmes tels que les hépatites et les norovirus. Ça pousse les entreprises à faire plus d'efforts pour maîtriser cette partie et augmenter les mesures prophylactiques pour diminuer l'impact de ces problèmes. Les attentes du secteur, c'est l'ouverture du marché chinois. Sachez que la fédération est accompagnée de Foodex et d'ONSA ont fait un travail grandiose durant ces 2 dernières années et nous attendons à ce que l'ouverture du marché chinois se fasse incessamment. On espère qu'en 2026, on pourra exporter des myrtilles marocaines vers le marché chinois qui est un marché très prometteur. On espère, comme j'ai dit, qu'il n'y aura pas d'accident climatique pour l'année en cours. On espère qu'il y aura un bon prix juste et équitable pour nos producteurs. On espère le développement de la production de plants, comme j'ai dit, pour être indépendant et être autonome du point de vue de production. Et on espère aussi, beaucoup de choses, on espère qu'il y ait un développement de l'écosystème de recherche, d'un développement avec les facultés et les instituts de recherche marocains dans le secteur, que ce soit sur le point des techniques culturelles, de l'économie de l'eau ou sur les variétés. Nous sommes un secteur éco-responsable, marocain, conscient de notre impact sur l'environnement. Il faut qu'on œuvre tous pour améliorer notre image auprès des personnes et des gens qui vivent autour de l'exploitation, autour de stations de conditionnement. Il faut qu'on améliore notre image envers les gens qui travaillent dans ces secteurs. Parce que si on veut la pérennité, si on cherche à être leader, si on veut que ce secteur continue ce développement, on doit prendre soin de notre image et de notre empreinte, que ce soit sur l'environnement ou sur l'environnement social dans lequel on travaille. Merci beaucoup. Et je voudrais vous demander une chose. Il y aura un code qui va apparaître. Il y aura quelques petites questions et j'aimerais que vous y répondrez. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you, Amin. I would like to invite in particular the growers, the Moroccan growers, to take part to this survey. It's very important because it will help the whole industry to address the main issues and to understand how to progress together. There will be only 3 questions, so it's very easy, very quick, and very important. The first question is about what are you looking for in new variety of blueberries? So is it size, taste, and bricks, or shelf life, or yield? This is the number 1 question. Thank you. I see all the answers coming. Keep doing that. The second question of this poll is your plans for the coming years. So expansion, maintaining the same area, or just changing varieties and keeping the same surface. So This is question number 2. Just with your smartphone, check out this QR code. The question number 3 is about the expectations of the role of Interproberis, and this will also be very helpful to guide its future development. I'll give you another minute for doing the survey. So we have already doubled the number of participants. Thank you for doing that. And please, if you have not done the survey yet, download it here from the QR code. So we have spoken about the potential, we have spoken about new markets, and I think that if we are here, we are all aware of this potential. Now I would like to welcome on stage Melt van Shore, and he will tell us how Driscoll's has a strategy to develop this potential and to help the growers to do the best out of their berries. Melt, it's your turn. Thank you. You have 20 minutes. The timer will start now. Okay.
Thank you.
Please reset the timer.
Good morning, everybody. And thank you to the organizers for giving me this opportunity to speak here today. I've been coming to Morocco for over 20 years for business. I've even lived here for a while. So the country has a very special place in my heart. So I'm really delighted to speak to you today about Driscoll's, as well as the sweet opportunity for berries that we think the sector has in general and for Morocco in particular. Driscoll's is a mission and vision led company. So mission is totally clear to us. We want to delight the consumers by aligning the producers with our customers. And through our vision, we've got it quite clear. We want to be the most trusted berry brand in the world. We were part of the pioneers here in Agadir. The first taste plot was established in 2008. The first production in 2012. Driscoll's is a very family. It's a company with very deep family roots, and every producer and every picker becomes part of our community, and we're very serious about that community, and we always try to support the producers. We invest in varietal development. We focus on sustainability. It's our promise what we do. Before I go to the next slide, also just you can see on the screen in the United States, Driscoll's has 66% brand awareness, which is extremely high. Anybody who knows brand awareness, it's not easy to move that needle, and it's a very, very high percentage. We are the world's biggest berry company, and that's all we do. We focus on berries. That's our life. We don't do any other products. Here we can see just how global the company is. The green is where we grow and sell. The blue is where we grow. Over 900 independent growers. It's truly global. By the way, I would like to see Morocco in green as well. Technically, we can probably put it in green already. But yes, there's a lot of development that still needs to be done in Morocco, but watch the space. I think there's a lot of potential for the Moroccan retail berry business, and we're onto it. Now, I don't know if anybody has read this book of Chris Tooligan, Ultra Processed People. But it's a good read. It's a bit of a scary read because he looks at what ultra-processed foods actually does to not only to the body but to the mind. Now, the good news is that the general public is waking up to that. There's a general trend that people want to eat more natural and healthy foods, and we can even in the UK, nearly 13 million people last year changed their diets just to tap into this. So for the berry industry, that's a perfect opportunity to tap into. And that momentum, we can clearly see that momentum happening already. Governments are pushing for healthy eating options, and berry consumption has doubled in 2010. It will continue to grow. These are data for the UK, and you can see that fruit and veg is outperforming total retail, but berries are definitely outperforming fruit and veg as well. Fantastic growth. And there's more good news, because also anybody who buys, any consumer who buys berries in store will spend on average 24% more on their general basket spend. And the supermarkets know this, and that's why they'll keep on supporting the berry sector. Also, premium berries is growing at nearly 25%, but we also see that branded berries is actually making a real comeback in the UK, and we are leading that, and there the growth is phenomenal. So brand we see as a very important factor to move the category forward. Now I was actually surprised at the low numbers that we've got for the berries as part of each eating occasion. I mean, I actually thought it would be quite a bit higher. So this just shows the potential for further growth. Okay, you know, we all know people eat berries for breakfast, but the rest of the day it is quite low. And also snacking, I thought that would be higher, but it's not. So it's a perfect food to be eaten all through the day. There's no reason why we can't grow that. And there's really a lot of still potential there for growth to be a bigger part of each eating occasion. Did we see that growth? We can see there is momentum in the sector. The volume is up, spend is up, not only in the UK, but across all the markets that we serve. More people are buying more berries for sure. Also, the average price is up, so that's fantastic news, of course, for producers. Price is rising as well. We're in an inflationary environment, and rising prices can only help. But we need to keep on concentrating on getting more shoppers to buy more berries more frequently. We see premiumization as a real key to drive the value in the sector. People are leaning towards it. They like the top tiers are growing all over Europe, not only in the UK. We are launching our Sweetest Batch line. It's a premium eating line. We've been having these lines in the US for years. It's a it's a big success there, and we think we can replicate that across Europe and in the UK as well. It's a good way to trade up, and we feel that the market is leaning that way. Now, getting back to brand, we absolutely believe that brand will help to get the maximum value out of our sector and to drive value growth. These are figures for Morrison's in the UK, where we've been cooperating with them since last year, and we can clearly see the growth there. These are BlackBerry figures. Morrison's with our brand has totally outperformed the legacy supermarkets in the UK, and the growth we've seen is fantastic. We really feel that brand is a vehicle to maximize the potential for the sector. And we need to capitalize on that opportunity. The opportunity is clearly there, and we need to capitalize on that and get more people to buy more berries more often. We need to focus on branded in-store experiences for the consumers to leverage that emotional value that we all know that berries have it, and to make sure that berries keep on winning with displays like this in store. Now, in the United States, the Driscoll's brand is now the second biggest food and beverage consumer brand, only second to Coca-Cola. Now, I need to repeat that again. It's second only to Coca-Cola, which is actually incredible. And the iconic Driscoll's yellow brand is a global symbol of quality worldwide. Now, lastly, I do want to talk about Morocco. There's The sweet opportunity for Morocco is absolutely there as well. And I want to touch on 4 topics. There's some opportunities, but also some challenges to overcome. Now, first of all, I know there are years, there are weeks where we have a bit more volume in raspberries or blueberries, and it's difficult to get the right value for it or to extract the right return price to the growers. But in general, we don't have enough berries. I go and visit the customers very often, and that's the main topic that we talk about. Except for a few weeks of the year, we actually lack berries. They want more. So to get the consistent supply throughout the year, to get a flatter production curve is essential, and especially towards the end of the year, where we always, right where we are now, we always lack fruit right now. And then Morocco, the Moroccan industry is well established now, but we can't, we can't relax. The bar is raising. As I said, we're concentrating on flavor, on better eating varieties, so the production needs to keep up with that rising standard there. Morocco needs to keep on concentrating on producing the highest quality berries at the highest ethical and sustainability or environmental standards. We cannot relax. Now, route to market. Morocco is competing against European countries with shorter routes to market, and it's a complication that we all need to address. Maybe even on a sector level or on governmental level. There's nothing more frustrating to know the berries has been loaded, and now the truck is delayed, and every day is essential for berries. We like to say that this berry sells, this punnet sells the next punnet. If a truck is delayed by 1 or 2 days, that is the difference between a full price return to the grower, a rejection or full rejection, and we do not delight the customers then, and they will not buy the next punnet. So it's essential that we all work together on that. And the last 2 challenges, well, it's raining quite a bit today, so but we know that water is a very scarce resource still. Berries seem to grow in hot areas where there's not enough water, and Morocco definitely is no exception. We are doing quite a bit of work in our sustainability center in Portugal. We are also in our R&D program. We are developing plants that is more drought resistant, pest resistant as well, but we're getting great results with plants that will use less water. And then finally, the previous speaker touched on that as well. We are in a very labor intensive industry. The berries will not pick themselves. We need to attract and retain workers. We need to make it attractive for them to come and work in the berry industry. And that's it. Thank you very much. Shukran. Merci. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Melt, for this insightful presentation. Now, again, I would like to invite you to join this survey. It's been already completed by many of you, but there are still some of you growers missing. So please check out this QR code. There are 3 questions which will help us to understand better what you're thinking and what your expectations are about the varieties, about your surface, and also about what you expect Interpro berries to do for you. Now let's dive more deeply into the blueberries, which is the real star also here in Morocco. And the International Blueberry Organization, IBO, is really doing a great job all around the world to gather information, to have an appropriate reading of the potential of the market and how to get there together in a fast and efficient way. It's spread in over 23 countries with 80 members, and they produce a very, very insightful report every year, which I invite you to download. It's free. It's a very big report, very interesting. You will find all information about your competitors, about all the growers around the world. I invite on stage Gustavo Jensen from the International Blueberry Organization.
Thank you, Thomas. Give me 1 second. Good morning, bonjour, buenos dias. It is a pleasure to be here and representing the International Blueberry Organization, or IBO, and I will give you a few slides of what the IBO does. Like Thomas said, it's a fantastic organization. There's much that we're doing, and there's a lot of benefits that it can bring to you, to the members, and also to the blueberry community. So the IBO started in the year 2012. A group of leaders from different parts of the world got together and realized that there was a need to work together and facing the common problems that the industry had. So these leaders generated the IBO Global Organization as a way of bringing together leaders from around the blueberry industry, considering growers, exporters, breeders, marketers, and anybody that had something to say and to share to the blueberry community in the world. Its members gathered to learn, share and increase the understanding of the industry, distribute information, as I will be doing today, address the challenges that are common to the industry, and hopefully coordinate potential solutions and explore the opportunities all together. The IBO does many activities, but there's 4 pillars of activity that can be of benefit to you as a blueberry grower or participant in the industry. The first is the IBO summits. They are done every other year. The last one was at the end of September in South Africa, a little bit less than 2 months ago. And it's a great opportunity to participate and learn from the leaders of the different countries that are producing and participating in the IBO, that they share their experience. Additionally, we have the IBO website, internationalblueberry.org, that is the way we can funnel all the information, the statistics, reports, analysis, live stats, and much more that are available to you as participants in the industry. Additionally, in the off years, when we don't have an IBO summit, we get together during the Fruit Attraction event in Madrid, and we do the same. We network, and we try to tackle and understand what are the challenges and trends affecting our industry. And finally, it's like Thomas was saying, there's the IBO report. It's done every year. We hire and we do it together with a company called Agronometrics that has a team of specialists in data analytics, journalists that gather from different sources the information that you will see in the report. We not only get the export and production data, hectares planted, but we also, with the team of journalists, we go asking for the different leaders, the trade associations in the world, and that way we can generate a very robust report, over 200 pages every year, where we can really understand what is happening in the world and what is happening in the different countries and regions around the world. Okay, and from this we go now to the statistics and the different components of the IBO report. Nowadays there's 100 countries producing blueberries worldwide, 100. But as we will see, there's few that really are making the biggest difference. If we see the trend of cultivated hectares in the last 10 years, we can see that the industry reached 200,000 hectares planted. I know there's some differences with the other data that we saw a few minutes ago, but this is what our association gathered, and this is what we believe is the real figure for the industry. There's different ways to approach it, but this is what we see it is the reality. That means that there's been a growth of 117%. It more than doubled in the 10 last years. And if we consider from 23 to 2024, it grew close to 6%. Now, if we analyze by status of production, the whole world, 82.93% are in production nowadays, and there's only 17% that is not yet reached the commercial production. So the industry will continue to grow even if we stop planting today. The projection for the next 4 years that we will see in a few minutes will give us an idea where we will be. And where are these sectors planted? The Americas account for 41.6% of the total hectares planted, the Asia Pacific 37.7%, and the EMEA region 20.7%. Okay, let's go now to production. We leave aside the hectares. In terms of production, the total production in the world for blueberry reached 2.1 million tons. And if we analyze how much of that went to fresh, 78%, 1.6 million tons, went to the fresh industry, and 22% went roughly to the processed industry. And the growth of the industry just from 23 to 24 was of 21%. Now, if we see how it grew by region, we can see that the Americas grew 24%, the Asia Pacific grew 24% as well, and the EMEA region grew close to 12%. Now, if we analyze now how the production is coming from different parts of the world, we see that the Americas represented 46.3%, and if we compare to the year 2020, that represented 52%. So although the Americas is growing very fast, it's not growing as fast as the rest of the industry in the world. The Asia Pacific represented 35% of the total production, and in 2020 it represented 27.7%. So the biggest growth is happening in the Asia Pacific region. And the EMEA region, as we can see, it represented 18%, and coming down from 19.7% in year 2020. Now, the big question, where is this industry going? The projection of the IBO in conjunction with the agronometric team says the following. By year 2028, the total production in the world will reach 3.2 million tons, and that's a growth of 49% overall. If we see now the Americas, it will reach almost 1.5 million tons, and that's a growth of 43%. The Asia Pacific, 1.2 million tons, and with a growth of 58.74%. And the EMEA region, basically 500,000 tons, and with a growth of 31.34%. Let's talk about yields. And I know that this is going to be very important for Morocco, as we will see in a few slides as well. The average yield for the blueberry industry reached 9,200 kilograms per hectare worldwide. That's the global average. The Americas had 9,700 kilograms per hectare planted. And the EMEA region, a little bit below the global average, had 8,800 kilograms per hectare, and the Asia Pacific, a similar figure, 8,700 kilograms per hectare. Now, let's see what are the top plantings, which are the countries that account for the big majority of hectares planted. By far, China, with 97,000 hectares planted, is the biggest one, then being followed by the US, Peru, Peru that continues to grow very fast, as we saw this morning, Chile, Poland, Canada, etc. And Morocco, and it's very good, it's part of the 10 countries that represent 85% of the total production. So out of the 100 countries that I said that had plantings of blueberries, these 10 account for close to 85% of the total hectares planted. Now, if we see this from a production perspective, the numbers are rather similar. The ranking is rather similar. China, the US, Peru, Chile, but we see Morocco in the 6th place. And that relates to the very high yield that Morocco has per hectare. These 10 countries in production represent roughly 90% of the total production in the world. And if we see the main markets globally, the US is by far the biggest market, followed by the Netherlands that distributes to the rest of Europe, of course, Germany, the UK, Canada, Spain, China, Hong Kong, Poland, and last but not least, France. These 10 countries, as an import market, account for 85% of the total imports worldwide. Let's go to some global pricing trends. This slide was already presented and is part of the IBO report. In general, prices, as you can see in red, is the graph that reflects the import price, and in orange, the import volume. Prices are still high, but stabilizing, as we can see here, staying just a little bit under 7 kilograms that we see there in 2024, among the highest levels that we have seen in the past 10 years. Import volumes are recovering with a strong rebound, as we can see in 23 and 24. In year 24, although they're a little bit below the trend. They're still recovering. And over time, we can see that demand has been growing strongly, and in 2024, it grew faster than the imports. Very important for us. Now, if we see the pricing trends by region, in general, prices have remained high across all the regions in 2024, reflecting the delays in Peru that are affecting all the markets, like was presented this morning, and other supply issues as well. In the EMEA region, supply constraints that you know better than I do in Morocco and Spain, and Peru also acting in the market, had an impact. In the case of the Asia Pacific, it reached high prices, the highest prices that we have seen in the Asia Pacific, reflecting what is the impact, again, of Peru in that region. And in the case of the Americas, the price settled a little bit under the 2023 levels, stabilizing at high prices, at the highest averages that we have seen. The organizers asked me to present a little bit of what the IBO report contains about Africa and Morocco. The Africa part, I will take a little bit more time, and the Morocco portion, we've seen a lot, so I'll go faster. If we see the planted hectares in Africa, and this, let's not forget that Morocco is part of the EMEA region, we can see that the biggest country in terms of hectares planted is South Africa. That accounts for 75.4%, being followed by Zimbabwe with 19.1%, Zambia with 2.7%, and Kenya with 1.3%. All the rest in the others, we have Namibia, etc., account for 1.5%. And if we see the trend of how Africa has grew in the last 10 years, we can see that it's reaching 3,700 hectares planted, and that means it has grown 375% in the last 10 years, and from the prior year, it grew close to 3%. If we see the status of this planted hectares, we can see that 97% is in production, and only 2.74% has not yet commercial standard levels. So if they will start in commercial production in the next years to come. If we see how is the usage of, where is it going, the destination of this fruit, we can see that 90% goes to the fresh market and 9.7% goes to the processed market. Let's talk about the different countries right now. South Africa, as you can see, peaked in season 2020-21, and in the last 3 years, it hasn't grown much. It's stagnated in its 2,800 hectares planted. If we see Zimbabwe, we have seen that it has reached 700 hectares nowadays and has continued to grow steadily since season 19-20, and it will continue to grow, definitely. If we see Zambia, the numbers are a little bit deceiving. We have the last 5 years, 100 hectares planted, but as we will see in the future, in the following slides, there are some projects undergoing that will change this scenario. And Kenya is not a big production, 50 hectares planted, but it continues to grow organically every year. So I mentioned that this report is done based on data and also asking and interviewing leaders of the industry from different parts. And this is what the leaders are viewing for Africa as a comment. So Zambia, it's improving its agronomy and is generating market interest. There's a potential China access through the South African logistics that could change the scenario for the production there. Namibia, small but concentrated projects in general. It has a risk of frost that has been always present, and there's a genetic removal underway, so there could be changes in the years to come as well. Kenya, the equatorial climate that it has offers a near year-round potential, and there's new trials expanding right now. As a regional trend, we would say that blueberries are seen as a way to diversify from the traditional and existing crops. So that is an opportunity for the exporters that are pushing export from this country. A common element in all these countries is that they're all exporting for more direct routes to export its products, and the need and the permanent search to attract new capital investment. And for all the African countries, there's a great opportunity based on the ability of the blueberry industry to create jobs. While other regions in the world, the labor shortage is affecting the production, Africa offers a strong workforce potential that could change dramatically how the continent continues to grow in the future. Let's see Morocco. We've seen this, and there could be differences. If you're local, you know much more, and I'm sure that the Foodex team has much better data than we do in this sense. But Morocco, according to the IBO, we have close to 5,000 hectares planted. It grew 400% in the last 10 years, and in just from 23 to 24, it grew 12.3%. If we see by status, we see that roughly 81% is in production, and 19% is not yet in commercial production. Important to mention the average yield of Morocco, that is of 18,300 kilos. That is double the global average production. So there's definitely an opportunity, and there's something that Morocco is doing very well there. Where is the production? The use that is being done for the fruit, 95% goes to the fresh market, and 5% goes to the processed market. And we already saw the market, so those are the main destinations, the most important being Spain, being followed by the United Kingdom, France, Netherlands, etc. Okay, we asked the leaders of the global industry, marketers, trade associations, what do they see for Morocco in the next 5 years? And this is the outcome. Morocco is set to become the key winter and spring supplier of the European market. The location, the capacity to produce, and the varieties that you have will open that door and will make you account for that market. The yields will continue to grow as the young plantings mature. So those 18,000 kilograms per hectare will continue to increase in the future. Further expansion is anticipated in Agadir and Dhaka. There's potential new market access through China that was presented a few minutes ago as well. There's greater use of proprietary genetics that will have a boost in quality and size. And logistics and water security are secure with the continued infrastructure improvements that are undergoing in the country. To wrap up, what are the global trends that we're seeing? Some of them already been presented, but again, Peru has become the global supply leader. It accounts for 1/3 of the total exports nowadays. Whatever happens in Peru, less production or bigger production, it will impact all the markets and all the participants. That's something we need to be aware. Second, Peru is also in a tariff-driven mode. They're trying to diversify and not send the majority of their production to the US, so they're accelerating diversification in Asia, Middle East, and India. Most of the blueberry industry value growth come from premium fruit, and that is something that the whole industry need to understand. The consumers are willing to spend more, but for that higher quality fruit. And while overall volume and value are growing steadily, the future, linked to the prior point, the opportunities come from the better quality and creating new ways for consumer to enjoy these blueberries. The advances in genetics and new growing regions allow us right now to have a nearly year-round supply of top quality fruit. But, and this is important, not all the growers will have the capacity to keep up with the investment needed in these varieties. This is a reality, and this is something that's going to conflict the market in the next 5 years to come. The growth we see is stronger in Europe, in Asia, and the Middle East. While the US is a more mature market, it will need better and newer strategies to boost that consumption from the consumer. The industry faces real limits in land, labor, water, and climate, which will make producing affordable, high-quality fruit ever more difficult in the future. And this phrase, we heard it in the IBO summit a month and a half ago in South Africa, the easy times are behind us. There's going to be more competition, there's going to be scaling of the industry, and changes will intensify. That is a reality, and we need to have it as part of our strategic plan. But, and I want to leave in a high note, the future remains bright for blueberries. But success, like in every industry, will depend on the innovation, the capacity to collaborate, and to adapt to the industry changes as we navigate through these new scenarios. And this is a promise and the commitment from the IBO. The IBO will continue uniting the industry, encouraging the coordination, and looking to work all together to tackle the challenges for the future. As I said, this is just a very short sample of the IBO report. If you click here, you can download it, or you can access the IBO website, www.internationalblueberry.org, and you register. It's for free, and you can download the 220 pages and have access to much more data that I could summarize today. Thank you very much. It's been a pleasure to be, and it's my first time in Morocco, and I love it. There's places that I really feel like home, and some others that are really people show you and welcome you here. Thank you.
Thank you, Gustavo. I think now we deserve a 20 minutes coffee break and networking break. See you soon here again. Thank you.
Make our way and change our
survey. You can use this QR code to answer our questions. This will help us to get insightful information to make the industry grow. Je vous invite à rentrer, s'il vous plaît. On va débuter avec la deuxième partie. So I would like to welcome on stage Mr. Medhat El Meligi, who will talk to us about the situation of berry production, import market and export markets from Egypt. Thank you very much. Thank you. I have a timer there for your 20 minutes. It will appear there on that screen and you will see the 20 minutes. Okay. Please start the timer. Okay, you can already start.
Bonjour. Good morning, everybody. I would like to explore with you the potential of blueberries in Egypt. First of all, I am Medhat El Meligi. I am the head of the technical department in HEA Association. HEA Association is a Horticulture Export Improvement Association. It's a cooperative, private sector cooperatives formed by Egyptian farmer exporters. And we specialized in working in the good potential crops that are not in use yet. For example, 25 years ago, we started strawberries, table grapes, and now we're doing like 50 times more what we used to do in export market for these two crops. So now in berries or blueberries especially, we are in the starting point. We have like 2,000 acres, 840 hectares exactly. My presentation will tackle some points that used to be advantages, but since we are in the starting point, it will need lots of training, lots of field demonstrations to have more impact. So this is the contents of the presentation. First point I would like to talk about is Egypt market size and values. Our local market started with the COVID. The prices varies between 1.3 to 4.5, $4.8 in the local market. Very few amount in the supermarkets. Very small retailers. The prices start to push up till 2024, and it's stabilized till now. The production and yield trends. The growth is limited so far in Egypt. We're exploring. We have a little bit. We're not used to these new modern techniques of desalination and control in real time for the water. The production start to increase a little bit in the fourth and the fifth years, and then it's stabilized as you can see in the chart now. The export trends, the augmentation was too big. That's because we are in the beginning. In the UK market, for example, we came from 43 tons to 145 tons, which is 250% almost growth or increase. But as you can see, it's because it's the very small amount. The import is growing in some places, especially Cairo, Alexandria, in the capital, and some capitals of the governorates like Alexandria. We basically import from South Africa, from Peru, and from Spain. The price of the imported blueberries varies between 11 and 13 US dollars in Egypt, and this gives an idea that the market is there. Our market, we still have something in the local market. As you can see, the augmentation of in the production goes with the augmentation in the harvest. The yield is almost the same, because you know that the first years is low production, so you put more acreage, but the first years are diminishing the average in the hectare or acre. The market drivers is we have a lot of new systems adopted in Egypt lately. A lot, that means in the 840 hectares. We hope we have more later on, but in the beginning it takes some time. We have a lot of cold chains, precise irrigation, what we call control in real time. So these things are the probes in the lands and the desalination all over the season. The desalination and adjusting the pH, the quality of the water. The quality of the water should, as you know better than me definitely, should be adjusted all over the 4,000 cubic meter per acre in the season. Though we look to have a very good, lot of water, but don't forget that Egypt is in an arid zone. This arid belt, we don't have rains at all. We have only two water sources: the Nile water, which is with the population is becoming more and more limited per capita, and the well waters. The well waters, the sustainability is doubted a little bit, and also, of course, needs to be adjusted all over the irrigation time for blueberries. And this is for us put some burden on the investment. Also, I would like to underline the issue of the exchange rate. Devaluation of the Egyptian pound, of course, pushes the export business, but don't forget that the volatile situation of the currency puts some burden on the feasibility studies. Yeah, people, they have to import things and they have to export the goods. So to do a feasibility study with a currency that is not too much stable makes some problems for investors, especially the foreign currency coming, the foreign investment coming to Egypt. And at the end, I would like to present very briefly the SWOT analysis for this business in Egypt. We have some strength points and some weaknesses, as you can see in the chart. The strength, as I said, the geographic, the climate, but the climate is to be a little bit checked because we have the global warming and these issues, these new trends coming. We have lots of investment coming to Egypt, and this is very promising for us. And I can tell you that I've heard numbers maybe now coming to Egypt these days, these weeks, maybe more than what is already existing. The weaknesses that, though we have a lot of new cold chains, new techniques in strawberries, in tuber grapes, in things like in some other fruits and vegetables, but the trend, if you put the average, the trend is new for us. So we have to build a lot of new facilities to strengthen the industry. Also, we have low-cost labor, but low-cost labor relatively to get it to be real, to be realistic, and this issue of low-cost labor, it needs a lot of training programs so we can get efficiency out of this. I don't like to use cheap but low-cost labor. Of course, the opportunities, lots of, as I said, lots of global demand. Of course, we have also did not touch yet for blueberry the shipping by sea, and it's there. Lots of countries are shipping by sea. The refrigerated blueberries is working. And this, in strawberry, for example, it gave us a lot of boost in the export of strawberries. The foreign currency, we have a lot of investors nowadays knocking doors for this industry. However, the threats, the global warming is a threat. We have the problem of adjusting the water available in Egypt is a threat as well. The currency for the feasibility studies, and that's it. That's I think more than enough for the 2,000 acres that we have now in Egypt. Thank you very much. Any questions? Very good. We have 9 minutes also. Sure.
Hello, good morning. Pierre Escodo from Fructidor. In terms of marketing promotion, export promotion, what Egypt is doing today in addition to the exhibitions and,
this is the
market access?
You know that the market promotion is a private, it's a B2B issue. And of course, the private sector are attending all the fairs all over the world, especially in the markets in concern, like Fruit Logistica, Fruit Africa, and these things. But this is B2B. It has not. It's not cooperative. It could be, by the way, tackled by cooperatives, but. Actually, we should have to. If you have any ideas concerning this issue, we can talk together about it.
Yes, for sure. Morocco Food X is a good example.
Yeah, for example, and being here, for example, is an issue to know people, to know the players in the world.
Peru, the Latin American
Latin
countries
America
are very well organized.
By the way, we had a very good experience with Latin America in table grapes. You know that table grapes started, boosting table grapes started in Egypt 1994 when a group of people that later on, because 1994 HEA was not established yet, HEA, the association. But this group of people later, a couple of years later, 96, they established HEA Association. So it started when they went to Chile, to one trip, the States and Chile, to explore what these guys are doing. You know that Chile is the other side of the world, so we have 6 months delay in the production. So what we harvest in June, they harvest in January, for example. And they took a lot of experience from there. Also in the same field, We had some basic joint ventures with some, I don't want to say the name, but with some growers, exporters in South Africa, in table grapes as well. Any other question? Okay. Shall I move? Thank you very much. Thank you.
So after Egypt, let's now move further south. We will now focus to South Africa. As we have heard, South Africa has been in the spotlight because it hosted this year's edition of the IBO Congress last September, which is a sign of an industry which is growing, which is very active, which is, has a strong strategy to be differentiated from the other competitors on the market. So let's welcome Peter Zitzman from Top Fruit about South Africa and the blueberry situation down there.
Just forward it to me. One back. Okay. Good morning, everybody. I'm Peter Zitzman from Top Fruit. I'm very glad to be here. The last time I was here in 2019, the year before COVID, and I had a very good experience here. And I must say it's been quite a expansion of the Moroccan Berry Congress since then. A lot of people, some old faces, and I'm here today to give you a little bit of a background of South Africa and what we are doing there in terms of our berry industry. We are actually a small industry if you compare that to the rest of the world, but we've been going for quite a few years, probably for about 20 years now. The industry is small, but it's stable. Especially in the last few years, there was some progress. And I would say the biggest progress that we've made over the last couple of years was the influx of new genetics. And that's probably true for most of the regions. And that's probably the reason why most of the areas in the world has expanded. Without good quality fruit, we won't have consumers that will buy more and more fruit. So I would say, in my opinion, in terms of the growing of the berry industry in the world, that is better production techniques and definitely better genetics that will give us better fruit quality and better eating experience for the growers. So in terms of South Africa, we had not a rapid expansion as some of the other countries, but you will see that we have a steady growth in production from 2023 to 2025. We moved from 21,000 tons to what we expect for this year is about 25,000 tons. In 2022, we had a poor season, which put a damper on the progress of the industry. But the last couple of years, the last 2 years, but this year including, we had very good harvest, we had very good returns, and we have very good confidence in our industry going forward. So to give you an idea on our exports, our main focus is on export. So we export about 75% of our fruit goes for export. 20% of the production goes for local consumption. We have a very strong local market. And then about 5 to 6% is for processing. So as you can see here, our main market traditionally is the UK as well as Europe. And that's always been our main focus in terms of exports. South Africa is a very big exporter of all kinds of fruit. For argument's sake, we're the second biggest exporters of citrus in the world after Spain. So we also do a lot of other types of fruits, a lot of table grapes, stone fruit, apples and pear, etc., etc. So we are very strong in the UK as well as in United Kingdom. So United Kingdom is about 36%. Europe, that's the Netherlands, as we all know, that is a place where most of the fruit going, and from there it gets transported into the rest of Europe. So that is about 36 to 40% Europe. Then the Emirates, that is the Middle East basically for us. That has expanded quite a bit the last couple of years. And we're very glad about that because that's a very stable and a very good market for us. As well as Far East Asia, you will see that there's a little bit of fruit that goes to Singapore and Malaysia, but that market is definitely growing for us. Why that market in Southeast Asia is important for us is because they take a lot of the early fruit. I would say probably about 90% or more of the fruit going to Southeast Asia is all air freighted. We get very good prices, and that is a very lucrative market for us, and we definitely want to expand in that market. And then Hong Kong and China. China is not open for us. I'll talk about China and India just now. China is not open for us, but we do send some fruit to Hong Kong, destined for China. Okay, this is something of interest to everybody, is to see when our fruit is ripening and what volumes of fruit are exported in the different weeks. What I've done here, I've put South Africa and Zimbabwe together. So the main talk is about South Africa, but Zimbabwe is our neighbors, they are brothers. So they play a significant role in the Southern Africa industry. And what is important to notice here that Zimbabwe is quite a bit earlier than South Africa. It puts them into a market bracket that can compete very well with Peru. So you will see we can be as early as week 24, 25 in Zimbabwe. That is way ahead of South Africa. And that basically all those fruit early in the market, we're talking about April, May, that comes to South Africa for our local domestic market, and that also gets mostly air freighted to some other countries. You will see that South Africa only picks up, really picking up in week 39, week 40. So we are a little bit later. The reason for that I'll come to later, because we have two different growing regions in South Africa. We have the northern part of South Africa, and then we have the southern part. The southern part is the Western Cape, which got a Mediterranean climate, which is generally very wet, very cold in winter, and that's where our late production comes from. So important here is for us, together with Zimbabwe, is to be a little bit ahead of Peru. Everybody talks about Peru. Peru is the biggest player, the biggest, let's call it the elephant in the room kind of thing. So everybody is trying to mitigate around Peru, and so we have to do as well. So the only way that we can compete with Peru, or all the fruit that's going from Peru into our markets, is to be earlier, and to have better varieties. So this is quite significant. We are going to try to move those week 44, 46, 48. We have to try to move those weeks, those peaks, a little bit earlier every year to mitigate the peak of the fruit of Peru. Okay, this is something that's also interesting. This is the volume of fruit that is exported by sea as well as exported by air. into the main markets. You can see in 2022, 2023, we exported a lot of fruit by sea, and about 20% of fruit that went by air. That changes quite a bit in 2023-24. We all know that what happened in Peru in 2023-2024 is that they had some problems with the ripening of the fruit. The season was very late, and we capitalized on that. So especially in 2023 and 24, you can see we exported a lot more fruit by air because of demand in the European and the UK market for fruit from South Africa, because there was a shortage of fruit from Peru. So it has changed now. I think this year, in 2025-26, we're going to be back to normal. Normal is about 70% by sea and 20-25% by air. So I think we will return to normal. As Mexico is returning to normal, we will also more focus on the exports by sea. Okay, in terms of our production regions, like I said, we have two regions. One region in the south, that is basically the Cape Town area, the Southern Cape. Some of you have visited South Africa. Like I said, it's very cold, rainy, production is late. Our main production in the south of the country is in October, November into December, which is basically right in the Peruvian bracket. And then in the northern regions, about 40% is probably half and half, which is much earlier. In the northern part, we have a summer rainfall area, so they have very mild climates. They have cool nights in winter, but they have warm, sunny days, which is the great advantage about the northern part of South Africa as well as Zimbabwe. So in terms of the hectares planted, what you see there, the 2,610, that's hectares that's in production. So in total, we have about 2,800 hectares planted, of which 2,600, 2,650 is in full production at the moment. We were actually at about 3,000 hectares in 2022, but because of the disaster that we had in 2022 with poor quality fruit, a lot of varieties got uprooted, and the industry sort of stabilized. It took a breath, and we're basically now in the process of increasing our hectares. Zimbabwe, as mentioned, I've got 800 hectares there. The previous speaker said 700. There's no official blueberry organization in Zimbabwe, so there's not real very good accurate data in Zimbabwe. What I can say that the growth rate in terms of the hectares planted over the past 10 years, the growth rate is much higher in Zimbabwe than in South Africa, because they've got much more ideal growing conditions than South Africa. They have their challenges with other aspects, so do we have our challenges. But in terms of growing berries in Zimbabwe, that's very lucrative because they can come into an earlier bracket. Okay, then in terms of active breeding programs, so we have all the major breeding programs in South Africa. We are very fortunate to have all the major players, and I'm going to mention them in terms of the volumes planted. Some of them may be a little bit more, maybe a little bit less, but Berry World, which is now actually part of Agroberry, this was the first company. Before it was Berry World, it was Euroberry. It was the first company that established the first blueberry plants in South Africa, probably about 20 years ago. And that got purchased by Berry World, and they brought in the MBO varieties. Before that, there was some Florida varieties, I'm talking about 15 years ago now, some Florida varieties, some Georgia varieties. But when Berryworld entered into South Africa, that was the first major worldwide player to come into South Africa about 15 years ago. They brought in the MBO varieties, and that gave us a huge expansion in terms of quality fruit. So the MBO varieties are still very well presented in South Africa. Berryworld is the bigger exporter, the biggest planter, and the biggest exporter of berries in South Africa. So it's probably the biggest player in South Africa in terms of blueberries. Oz Blue, the Oz Blue is, we all know it's United Exports, from United Exports. I happened to be with United Exports 15 years ago with the start of that company in South Africa with the first blueberry plantings. They're still very strong in South Africa. They've expanded worldwide. Everybody knows about Oz Blue, about Magica. So they're very strong in South Africa, and they export a lot of fruit. Fall Creek came to South Africa about 6 years ago, 6-7 years ago. As a company as such, their varieties were in South Africa previously, or the varieties that they licensed. But they came with their varieties to South Africa about 6 years ago, and that made quite a big impact. A lot of their varieties were planted in South Africa over the past 5-6 years. They opened up a very big nursery in South Africa, which is significant, state of the art. They brought a lot of new technology to South Africa. So we're very glad to see Fall Creek with us. Then in terms of the next company, Top Fruit, that's where I am now. I moved from Oz Blue to Top Fruit about 7 years ago. The varieties that we represent is from the University of Georgia. Then we also have varieties from New Zealand. That's just a few very small percentage of what we do is rabbit eyes in the very cold regions, and that's mainly for the off-season market. And then we also are the license holders of IQ Berries. That's a new breeding program from Australia, and that's the mega varieties that most of you or some of you probably heard of. So we are very small at the moment, but we're expanding rapidly in South Africa with the IQ berries, especially in South Africa, Zimbabwe, into Kenya, Zambia, Tanzania, and even Ethiopia. So we have the rights for all the countries south of the Sahara. So we present all the African countries except the EMEA countries, except for Morocco to Egypt. So the rest of Africa, we present with our varieties, which is mainly at the moment going forward, it's going to be the IQB varieties. And then the next company to come to South Africa was Driscoll's. Costa used to be there for a long time, I would say probably about 12 years. And then Driscoll's came, and we all know there was a merger, or there was a takeover of Costa's by Driscoll's. Then they brought in some of the Driscoll's varieties, and they're also expanding. They're also bringing in new genetics, new opportunities, and we welcome Driscoll's to South Africa as well. And then lastly, but not least, is Planasa. They came to South Africa about 3-4 years ago, and they're also making their way into the plantings in South Africa. Okay, so what is the variety trends in South Africa? Just quickly in terms of what does the market want? So it is very important for us in South Africa to plant what the market wants. So obviously it's all about the market, and it's all about the returns, and it's all about the grower as well, because the grower needs to make money. So what does the market want? So we want shelf life. So we want firm berries, shelf life. For us it's important because 75% of the fruit is going by sea. So we need fruit to be be shipped, and those fruit need a shelf life of at least like 30 to 42 days. When we evaluate varieties, we evaluate at the storage life of 42 days. Anything less than that, we don't want to plant. So that's very important. New varieties, it's got to be firm. Then we want fruit that is crunchy. It's got to be crispy, it's got to be crunchy, it's got to be a better eating sensation for the grower. I'm talking about what is the demand, not really what we have. That's what we aspire to. The bigger size. Not all markets want big fruit or only one big fruit, but size still matters, especially if we're going to go to India in the next few years. What is the priority for the growers? Firmness, storage ability. That's important. You can't send fruit in a container and it arrives soft. So it's got to be able to store. We want quality. We want ease of picking. The picking cost is quite expensive. Doesn't matter where you are. If you have varieties that is much easier to pick, it's not all bunched up like all the old varieties that we know. So we want new varieties with longer stem, easy picking. And we want production. Production is important because you cannot make money only with quality. You want production. You want at least like 20 tons, 25 tons in a hectare. I'm always there. New genetics. So what do we expect from new genetics? Early production. Everywhere in the world where we go, we want to be earlier. Peru wants to have earlier. Morocco wants to be earlier. Europe wants to be earlier. I don't know why everybody wants to be earlier. So it's important that if you have a breeding program, you've got have to have good varieties, but you have to have early varieties because everybody wants to be earlier. So the variety trends, you have to have a variety that distinguishes itself in terms of quality, in terms of brand, in terms of characteristic. And that is something like we talk, what is distinguishing? Something like a Sequoia Pop. You know, that is distinguishes other because it's got a brand, it's got a name. That's what you want, but you need quality of fruit as well. So that's what we try to do in South Africa, is to establish distinguished varieties that is known in Europe, known in China. We talk about the plant traits. So what would we expect from the plant? Early production, primer cane types. So more and more we're moving towards primer cane varieties because primer cane varieties are much more adaptable to the climate. So a primer cane variety we can plant in any climate. So some of our varieties, in terms of the IQ varieties, we plant them in Kenya, on the equator, zero chill. They'll give us year-round production. So that's what we want. That's what Morocco wants. Morocco wants more earlier varieties, more primer cane type. So they've got to be adaptable to the climate. That's very important. And then again, branding. Like we heard about Driscoll's, that's a brand. Branding sells. I'm almost done. General trend. In South Africa, the majority of the plantings are in substrate. It's in containers. Containers are anything from 25 up to 45 liters. So we plant very little into the soil. The substrate, in general, we use coir with perlite. The plantation cover, we mostly cover with nets and a pole structure. We do plant a little bit in the open. We plant less and less under plastic because it's very expensive. So I would say 75 to 80% is covered with nets. New genetics, that is the trend. There's a lot of new genetics coming into the country, a lot of them. And we have a lot of choices. And in terms of the general trend, in terms of the production, we do average 20 to 23 tons. Some of the farms do get 28 tons, 26 tons. In general, on average, the country is at about 14 tons on a hectare, but the better growers can get 20 and more. Okay, this is a typical planting in South Africa. We use the wheat mat as a ground cover. That's mostly for weeds. Like I said, we're planting in pots, and we cover with net. shade net because we have heavy wind, we have hail, we have very strong sunlight. So this is typically how we plant. The current trends, our industry is stable, and we have quite fair profit margins. For the couple of years, we did well. This year, the season we're in is also a very good season. So the industry is stable and going forward. We are resetting our current plantings the last few years with new genetics. That is what's happening. Growers are looking for something that's new, something that's early, that is more adaptable. We have a slow increase, as I mentioned, in the total hectares planted. We project to reach about 3,000 hectares in 2030, which is small in terms of where you are, but for us it's significant to have good quality fruit. What I can say in terms of our plantings, about 95% of total varieties planted are proprietary varieties. So we don't have anything like Biloxi or Ventura. We have 99 or 95% of all varieties are proprietary varieties, which give us an edge in terms of selling the fruit. So we have very good quality varieties with good quality fruit. So we do focus on earlier varieties and branded varieties. That is important for us. We've got to come out of the bracket of Peru. So we want to focus to avoid the Peruvian bracket. And then we have a bigger percentage of development in the northern part of the country and Zimbabwe, and that is spilling over now into Zambia. And we even have, like I said, plantings going into, with our varieties and some of the other breeding programs into other sub-Saharan countries. Like I said, the Western Cape, the production is shrinking because it's too cold, too wet. The variety trends at the moment in terms of new variety planted, the trend is definitely Sequoia Pop, Mega Early, which is the earliest variety that we have in South Africa, that brings this into production about at least 6 weeks earlier than everything else that we have. So the trends now at the moment is mostly the earlier MBO varieties, the Sequoia Pop and Mega Early is the new trends in South Africa. Market expansion, so we're looking to expand into China and India. We are very close, we are very active in getting the protocols done for export into India, and those are two huge markets for us. They're much closer to us than some of the other countries. So I think there's going to be a big expansion in terms of our total production and total hectares once we get access to India and China. And then, as you've seen or heard, I haven't mentioned rubus, but we don't really have a big industry in raspberries and blackberries. And now, that's in a mouthful, South Africa. Is there any questions? Why any questions?
We will have questions.
Quite later. Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Pete. Thank you, Peter. Thank you very much. So now we have covered a lot in terms of production, and we are all aware that in order to be good growers, we must grow well. But I think we must also have the ability to sell well, which is probably another story. Prices are important for everybody, and I think that the next presentation will be very interesting because it gives you some ideas about how to sell better, not only to grow better varieties, more yield and so on, but also on how to make the best out of the good products we grow. Let's welcome Lisa Cork from Fresh Produce Marketing. Thank you.
Okay, so what if I told you there was a low-cost way to increase your berry sales? And the solution is right in front of you. It's your packaging. Yet most berry companies don't see it because berry packaging is rarely used as a sales tool to influence shoppers to buy. Too often, berry packaging is seen as only a container, a way to protect fruit as it moves from field to supermarket to shopper. And what gets printed on your packaging is simply default information. A grower or marketer brand, a logo, the name of the fruit, and maybe some legal details. Not because this is the best use of the berry packaging space, but because the berry industry has never considered packaging as a way to actively sell more berries. But before we go further, let me clarify what I mean when I use the word packaging. So for the course of this presentation, when I refer to packaging, I'm referring both to the punnet, the container that holds the fruit, and I am referring to the words, logos, and descriptions on the punnet that communicate information to shoppers. So welcome to this session called Produce Packaging That Sells. My name is Lisa Cork, and I am the founder and principal strategist at Fresh Produce Marketing Limited. For more than 30 years, I have worked globally with companies just like yours, advising leaders on how to transform their packaging from protection into persuasion, from a cost container into a competitive advantage. I am also an adjunct professor in agribusiness at Cal Poly State University in California, where I teach the United States only university-level course in fresh produce marketing. So every day I'm in the classroom, I have students who tell me they don't buy berries because they don't know why they should. And this indicates a problem. And the problem is that your packaging is underutilized as a sales tool. So globally, the industry belief is fresh berries sell themselves. Packaging doesn't matter. As a result, berry packaging space gets wasted, simply showing a grower or marketer brand and logo and identifying the fruit, instead of communicating information shoppers value. Think about your own berry packaging. What does it communicate? The wasted space on berry packaging is actually unbelievable when you consider your berry packaging is premium supermarket real estate. Your berry packaging is your in-store mini billboard to promote your fruit, and your berry packaging is the closest you get to consumers at point of decision to influence them to buy. Yet the majority of berry companies only sees their packaging as a cost and a necessary evil. So let me show you some typical berry packaging to explain what I see. So if we look at the Cal Giant pack, it's got the Cal Giant brand and the word strawberries. If we look at the Driscoll's pack, it has Driscoll's, their famous tagline, and the word blueberries. If we look at the Nature Ripe pack, it has Nature Ripe, Farm Fresh, and the word raspberries. But what's important to note, and what I hope you can see, is that typical berry packaging only communicates basic grower and product information. It does not communicate information that would motivate a shopper to buy. So put it another way, berry packaging tells, not sells. So what's missing from the packaging? You may be thinking, wait a minute, this looks normal to me. And that's the problem. What's missing is the information shoppers want to see that motivates them to buy. Berry nutritional benefits, calories, and taste and texture cues. So let me show you some packaged food examples to help you see what is missing from berry packaging. So FMCG stands for fast-moving consumer goods, And these goods are the packaged foods that are shelf-stable that you typically find in the center aisles of the supermarkets. Let's look at 2 examples. I Eat My Greens. Look at all the consumer-focused call-outs on the packaging. Everything from calories to non-GMO to keto diet friendly to nutrient dense. That's a pack that talks to shoppers. Look at the Dairy Gold Fit pack. 14 grams of protein, no artificial hormones, and a very clever brand name. Now let's compare. So packaged food companies know that their packaging has to tell and sell for 2 reasons. First of all, these foods are manufactured. So manufacturers have to be able to tell their differentiation story on their packaging and how their product benefits shoppers. Secondly, FMCG companies understand that shelf space is valuable real estate. They pay slotting fees to be on the shelf, and they know that their packaging has to talk to consumers because it's the closest they get to the shopper at point of decision. So let's now compare packaged food against our berry examples side by side and see what you notice. So here's our FMCG companies, and look at all the consumer-focused call-outs. Now let's look at our berry companies. It's simply grower information. So I'm going to go ahead and assert the following. Your berry packaging is the most underutilized sales tool that you have. And that's a bold statement, I know. And if you're like other audiences I talk to around the world, you may be questioning this statement because you're thinking one of the following. Fresh berries sell themselves. My packaging doesn't matter. Or consumers know what berries are and they know that they're good for them. Surely we don't need to tell them. Or consumers just want to see that the berry looks fresh. They look at the fruit, not the pack. So the words don't matter. This is very typical produce industry thinking. But what if? What if your thinking is wrong? What if there are certain consumers who actually want more information on packaging? It means your current thinking is costing you sales. So let me explain why produce packaging now and in the future must become a sales tool. So let's think big picture for a moment. And I want to talk about the concept of generational segmentation. So look at the bold terms under each of the people. How many of you recognize some of those terms, right? Builders, boomers, Gen X, millennials, Gen Zs. Some of you may have just figured out what demographic group you fit into, and you can tell me at the lunch break. So while generational segmentation is a simplistic view of consumers, as marketers, we use it to group like consumers by age, because often age bands exhibit similar characteristics. And you can use generational segmentation as a way to sense check if your branding, marketing, and packaging is keeping up with consumer evolution. So what I can tell you right now is that a generational handover is happening. While our boomers and Gen X still control 2/3 of the basket spend, our millennials and our Gen Zs are in control of the trends. And they are changing the way food shopping is done. So let's have a specific look. When we think about our millennials and Gen Zs, right now they represent only about 32% of the basket spend, but that will significantly grow over time. They are digital savvy. They're used to shopping online across multiple retail channels. They get their facts from social media and word of mouth, not traditional media. They follow influencers and use TikTok for nutrition information and to find the latest diet trends to follow. They are so wellness focused, and they deeply understand nutrition and their own personal macros, and they are looking for food to deliver specific health benefits. They want their food choice to be good for them and good for the planet, And two really important points. Number one, they use packaging and they read labels. That's so that they can find specific foods that are good for what they need, and they can choose to avoid bad additives. And secondly, they preferred packaged produce and convenience produce over bulk. So they are buying packaged products. So generationally, packaging and what packaging communicates is very important to the millennial and the Gen Z consumer, as the following quote indicates. So millennials and Gen Zs want to see information important to them on food packaging. If you don't give it to them, they move on, and you miss sales. So these insights about generational segmentation should not just be interesting facts. Knowing how millennials and Gen Z shop differently than previous generations, and knowing how important packaging is to them, is literally strategy in action. And these insights determine whether your packaging in the future prompts the younger generation of consumers to buy, or whether they walk past your berries. So let's go back one final time and compare our packaged foods to berries, seeing what you now notice that you are more aware of Gen Zs and millennials. Here we go again. Can you now see that every single call out on the FMCG packaging is designed to shout the benefits of the product to the millennial and the Gen Z consumer? Now let's look at berry packaging. There is not one single word that would prompt a younger consumer to understand why they should buy berries. And now I hope you can see why I call this such a wasted opportunity. And I have to make one final point on this, gang. It's not as if berry companies don't have the information consumers want. It's just that it doesn't make it onto your packaging. Every berry company has nutrition and recipe information that you feature on your website and socials. Every berry company has sustainably grown in your production credentials that prove that what you do is good for the planet. You have the information, you just don't put it on your packaging. So why not? I think it's often the belief that fresh berries sell themselves, and another reason is leadership mindset. You know, in much of the produce industry, company leaders are still older generation and view packaging through a traditional perspective of protection and containment, not as a marketing tool. This "we've always done it this way" thinking limits innovation, and it blinds companies to new opportunities, including packaging that sells. Another reason is that missed sales are hard to quantify. Right? How many sales are you missing right now because your packaging doesn't talk to younger consumers? We don't know the answer to the question, and most companies never even think about it until you attend a session like this and learn about the opportunity that is being missed. So because of my role as a university professor, I took on the challenge of seeing if there was a way to quantify the missed sales opportunity. So the premise was simple. I would test and research shopper preference for packaging and shopper purchase intent to see if there was a difference between a traditional berry punnet and a new berry punnet that I would designed to be focused on consumers. So to design the new berry punnet, I did significant research. Right? I did retail sales data analysis and understood that our Gen Zs, our 18 to 29-year-olds, significantly underpurchased blueberries. So they became my target audience. I then researched what information these younger shoppers wanted to know about blueberries, right? Nutrition, calories, lifestyle fit, and then created call-outs for the packaging based off of what they wanted to know. Finally, I was able to put my punnet to the test in the classroom, asking my Gen Z students, did this punnet appeal, and was this information they wanted to know to motivate the blueberry purchase? I then completely created a brand new blueberry punnet designed to appeal to 18 to 29-year-olds. The results were insightful. So this was the typical punnet that I put to the research test, and it looks very similar to the other examples I've shown you, right? A brand name, a logo, the word blueberries, product of country of origin, and a grade. I then decided to test the new punnet. So this is what the new punnet looked like. Notice the younger consumer-centric callouts. And unfortunately, I've had to protect the brand name because it's still commercial IP and the brand name is for sale, so I'm not able to show it today. But what I want you to realize, it was a combination of a clever brand name combined with information that the younger shoppers wanted to know about blueberries that made this punnet different. But now it was time to put it to the test. Would this new punnet perform in terms of purchase intent? And the results were insightful. So I did an online survey of nearly 500 consumers, ages 18 to 65 in the United States. They were asked to compare the typical punnet versus the new punnet on characteristics like trust, innovation, and most importantly, purchase intent. The results were insightful. So the typical punnet scored higher on familiarity and overall appeal, and it resonated more strongly with older consumers because it's what they know. So there was no surprises there. But the new punnet rated higher on eye-catching, distinctive, and innovative across all age groups, and more importantly, it made a stronger connection with younger consumers. But the most compelling result came in purchase intent among 18 to 29-year-old shoppers, your next generation of berry buyers. When they saw the typical punnet, only 49% indicated purchase intent. When they saw the new punnet design, 68% indicated purchase intent. Now, if you do the math, that is a 39% lift in purchase intent. And if that was to translate to sales, that would mean there's the potential to sell approximately 40% more blueberries to the younger generation of consumers if the packaging talks to them. So this isn't theory, this is proof. When you redesign your packaging to tell younger shoppers what matters to them, you don't just make it look better, you turn your packaging into a sales tool. Right now, all of you are packing millions of punnets of blueberries, and you are missing this opportunity. So imagine your existing packaging working harder. Imagine connecting with your next generation of berry consumers by creating packaging that has information that motivates them to buy. Imagine the lift in sales possible by turning your packaging into packaging that sells. It's real, it's measurable, and it's achievable. So let me restate this quote one final time. Your berry packaging is the most underutilized sales tool you have. Today, it sits as a container and a cost, limited by outdated thinking. However, as I have shown in my research, by redesigning it to sell, it literally becomes the most cost-effective tool you have to increase your sales. So if this presentation has opened your eyes to the sales potential of your packaging, act on it. This is exactly the work that I do with produce companies around the world, strategizing to transform their existing packaging into packaging that sells. But more interestingly, if you want to act immediately, I am running a 2-day workshop from tomorrow that will help you understand the basic foundational ideas that will help you come to grips with turning packaging into packaging that sells. You can see Siham from Green Smiles for more information. As berry companies, you can no longer afford to let packaging be such a missed and wasted opportunity. Decide today to create packaging that doesn't just protect, packaging that doesn't just contain, but packaging that actually sells your fruit. Shukran, merci, thank you for your time.
Thanks, Lisa, for this very interesting and insightful presentation. I would like now to invite all this morning's speakers of this first session to join us on stage for the first Q&A session. Q&A session, this session will be open also to the questions coming from the audience, and therefore, again, I invite you to open your smartphone and use this QR code to send us our questions. We will be happy to ask all the speakers about your questions. So thanks for joining us. Amin Benani. We have enough chairs. Yes, yes, yes. Don't worry. We will have more chairs coming. So take your time to send us some questions, please. Can I have this microphone also? So I invite also the other speakers who's missing. Gustavo Jensen is missing. Melt is coming. Don't be shy. Gustavo. Someone get and call Gustavo Jensen, please. So let's start now with the first question I would like to ask Ali Rugui. Morocco is targeting higher value markets, and China is definitely part of this strategy. Can you update us on how the negotiations are progressing, and whether Morocco can hope, like Mr. Banani was saying, that for the next 2026 season there will be Moroccan blueberries in China?
Merci pour cette question. Donc, le Maroc, à travers Morocco Foodex, il contribue à l'ouverture de nouveaux marchés. Et dernièrement, il y avait un événement en Chine et le Maroc était présent. Ça d'une part. D'autre part, il y a des discussions et des négociations avec la partie chinoise pour que les discussions avancent dans le but d'ouvrir le marché chez nous. Merci.
Donc, pour plus de détails, nous, en collaboration avec Foodex au Lonsa, il y a plus d'une année et demie on a fait une visite en Chine, on s'est approché des opérateurs chinois, ils sont venus chez nous, ils ont visité les fermes, ici aussi au niveau d'Agadir, ils ont validé le système avec les autorités de Lonsa. On attend la finalisation finale, donc c'est une question de semaines ou de mois, et le marché sera ouvert, Inch'Allah.
This is excellent news and good to hear. Now I have a question for Melt van Shore. We know that Driscoll is trying to increase the value of the production and putting more value into the system, into the berry industry. How is Driscoll's balancing the position of the growers to ensure that the value created is also beneficial to the growers and Driscoll's strong proprietary brand strategy?
Well, that's one of our strongest points is Driscoll's on the whole put about 2/3 of the revenue back into the communities where we grow. So there's no doubt in my mind that the more value we extract out of the sector by premiumization, by brand, all that, more of that value will flow back to the community and back to the growers.
Can you highlight some of the initiatives that you're doing, maybe not only in Morocco, but in order to strengthen you were mentioning also the social position of the growers, which I think it's becoming more important both for the growers, but also for the final customers. Sustainability is also becoming a much wider concept.
Yes, we take that very seriously, sustainability, and we actually we have a sustainability center in Portugal where we look at all of these things and we constantly see how we can improve that and work together with the other stakeholders in the sector. We know we can't work on this alone, so we have to collaborate with everybody in the sector, and we're actually one of the principal companies driving this forward. So I can honestly say we're one of the leaders on that aspect.
Mm-hmm. Which countries in the Driscoll programs are showing currently the most evidence of projects from that point of view in terms of sustainability and support to the local community of growers?
Well, I think Portugal for sure is an example because the Sustainability Center is there. We work very closely with the growers there, and I think after that, Morocco. We've got a real community presence in Morocco, in Agadir, also up north in the Larache area. We're the biggest producer of raspberries and blueberries now in Morocco, so I would say Morocco as well.
Excellent. Going back to Mr. Benani and regarding the major issue of labor shortage, which is affecting not only Morocco, but also other big countries like Mexico, like we have seen. What is happening in Morocco in order to tackle this problem, to solve this issue, housing for occasional grower laborers, or association to stabilize the workforce? What are you doing?
You know, le Maroc exporte annuellement plus de 12 000 ouvriers qui partent travailler dans la zone de Huelba sur les fruits rouges annuellement. Actuellement, les agriculteurs marocains souffrent du manque de ressources et aussi surtout sur les périodes de pointe. Nous avons deux problèmes. Nous avons le problème de mobiliser les personnes et les fixer localement. Malheureusement, les autorités ne nous aident pas pour établir des points pour héberger les ouvrières quand on les apporte d'autres zones du Maroc. Et on a aussi des fois le manque d'intéressement du personnel qui fait qu'ils ne sont pas très... Les rendements, ce qu'on reproche nous, c'est que les rendements des ouvrières ici au Maroc n'est pas aussi haut que le rendement de ces mêmes ouvrières quand elles partent travailler en Europe. Donc nous, on essaye avec des formations et aussi avec l'intervention des autorités et l'information de ces dernières pour qu'ils aident les agriculteurs et les groupes pour faciliter la mobilité des ouvrières au sein du Maroc et avoir des solutions pour héberger ces ouvrières occasionnelles dans les points de deal de la récolte.
So, do you have also labor coming from abroad in Morocco?
Oui, on commence à voir, surtout dans la zone d'Agadir, des gens qui viennent d'autres pays africains et qui commencent à travailler dans le secteur des fruits rouges, mais on préfère encourager encore le travail des Marocains dans ce secteur. Et il y a des régions au Maroc où la main-d'œuvre est excédentaire, où il y a des gens qui veulent travailler. Le problème qui réside aujourd'hui, c'est comment bouger ces gens-là et les fixer momentanément dans la zone où il y a le gros besoin et au plus près des fermes où il y a le besoin.
Thank you. Now I have a question for Lisa Cork. We are under the impression that berries are still more of an impulse buy rather than something which is on the shopping list of every week. So what can we do in order to change that perception of the consumer and help him to make it a weekly buy, not just something which happens by chance? Microphone, please.
So it's a good question. So, you know, it depends where you are in the world, what determines kind of what we would call household penetration. So in certain markets, you know, berries have quite a significant household penetration, 50 to 60%. Other markets, the household penetration is much lower. You know, I'm going to, of course, speak to it from a packaging that sells perspective. And I thought the Driscoll slide that was up earlier, you know, 1 or 2% of berries are consumed in the UK as snack. You know, why aren't we seeing more snack messaging on our packaging, right? Like, I think in the last decade, I've seen maybe 2 blueberry punnets or 2 berry punnets that even focus on the words of berries as the ideal snack. Now, we know that our millennial and Gen Z consumers are looking to packaging to get purchasing cues and purchasing information. It would make sense that when we have these new, you know, incredible tubular punnet-shaped designs, or when we have kind of new packaging innovation, that we have to be doing more than just putting the grower brand logo in the word blueberry or strawberry, right? Ideal snack, or perfect for snacking, or this is where the opportunity to create a clever brand name comes into play. And that's exactly what they do in the grocery industry, right? Is they use clever branding, Eat Your Greens, Dairy Gold Fit, to provide cues through branding and cues through packaging communication. So I think it comes back to us really deciding that our packaging is this wasted marketing tool to prompt new and different purchase occasions. And I mean, that's at least the one way that I'd be tackling it from kind of the packaging that sells perspective.
Just to understand a little bit better, when you're talking about snacking and the opportunities, in that segment, who are the competitors of the berry industry? Is it other type of fruit? Is it or a much wider range of both occasions and products?
I'm not sure that there's a simple one answer to the question. I think it depends a lot on the target audience. So if we're targeting, you know, if we decide that there's opportunity to target the millennial and Gen Z consumer, for them, snack has a much broader context, because their world of food is all of the fresh and shelf-stable products that deliver the specific health attributes that they're looking for. So for example, snack for a Gen Z gym goer might be a meat stick, because it's got 18 grams of protein, and our younger males are really trying to amp up their protein content. For an older consumer, you know, snack may be other fruits. For parents, if you look at the marketing work done by the big 3 brands in the United States, you know, mandarins have been positioned from kind of, you know, citrus. Now mandarins are the go-to snack fruit of the citrus category. So it depends a little bit on who we decide we want to target as our target audience. And I still think it comes down, though, to kind of key messaging, both on packaging and supported, of course, by external marketing, because it's going to be dependent on who we're going to target as to how they're going to perceive snack.
Thank you very much. I have now a question for Gustavo Jensen, who's representing the International Blueberry Organization. I think that you have been invited also to give your insights and your opinion to the Moroccan industry on how they can strengthen their position. Morocco is positioning itself as a grower on certain markets in terms of varieties, in terms of season, and so on. What do you think is strong in Morocco, and what should be improved in order to strengthen the competitive position of Morocco?
Thank you for the question, Thomas. I think that you're in a, like I mentioned in the presentation, you're in a really privileged position. You're close to the market. You have a window of time that is one that you can secure for yourselves. My recommendation, or where do I see that there is an opportunity and a challenge at the same time, is in branding. How to enhance the Morocco brand for blueberries with all the new varieties that you have, that you are planted here, with the yields that you're having here. I think that the only challenge that I see, that at the same time, again, is an opportunity, is how do you make the Morocco brand for blueberries one of the strongest ones? That's how I see it, and maybe that's Gustavo Jensen speaking more than the IBO, but that's a clear element to me.
I think this is interesting because it shifts the attention to the last part of the industry, which is marketing. And definitely all the markets which are targeted by Morocco are markets where there is definitely an opportunity to communicate, to talk to the consumers. I think this is very interesting. I have now a question for Mr. Medhal El Meligi regarding Egypt. Can you tell us more about what you expect the Egyptian blueberry industry to grow in the next 5 years? Microphone, please.
Thank you for the question. If blueberries will follow what happened before in Egypt for other similar commodities, I think that we can get at least 20 to 50 times more what we are exporting or what we are producing now. And here I'm referring to strawberries and table grapes as well. These two commodities till 25 years ago we were talking about table grapes 5,000 tons, now 200,000 tons almost, and strawberries the same. But it will go through a procedure of like 3, 4, 5 years to make sure that the system is complete in Egypt. You know, the investors usually they follow seeing is believing. They have to see the complete picture, and this, you know, that blueberries, it's not a small amount, it's a lot of investment. And lately I heard about few millions of dollars going to this field through 2 or 3 companies, foreign and local investment.
Okay, so Egypt is definitely becoming a major competitor to Morocco, so we will have to keep an eye on that development.
Yes, but don't forget that so far we're 5%. 5% of the acreage of Morocco. So we're growing. I think it will show remarkable input maybe by 2029, 2030, something like this.
Do you think that also Egypt will become, like many big growers, also an interesting consumer of blueberries?
The numbers that we have so far shows that it can be, because till now, yeah, some of the companies, they don't export. And with the investment, you know that the desalination control of irrigation in real time for the pH and the salts and all these things, it has a lot of investment. So though they put this investment, some of them are still marketing locally. So they see that they have better price or better option to market inside Egypt for few of them.
You just mentioned now, and also during your presentation, the water situation in Egypt. Is this becoming critical, or is it still under control?
I think it is still under control, especially that desalination. We used to look to desalination as if it's a crisis or it's something that needs a miracle or things like this. Lately, a lot of the well water are desalinated, and the prices are not that big. Of course, we're coming from, for example, 3,000 ppm to 300 ppm, and we're not desalinating the Mediterranean water. It's the well water, but with the consumption, you know, the salinity increases. So we put it down again, and so far the expenses are okay. We can do it, affordable.
Thank you. We have now a question which I take straight from the audience for Mrs. Liza Cork. You are right, but don't you think that the label is overloaded and too much information for the consumer and make him discouraged to read and buy?
Thank you for the question. No, absolutely not. Right? I think I want to be clear that I'm not anti-brand, because we've heard from, you know, very esteemed speakers with fantastic and very successful brands. Brand is important, but I think everything is about what we would call in packaging design kind of, you know, messaging hierarchy, right? So brand is important, but we have a generation of consumers who may not be fully aware of why they should be buying blueberries, or blueberries or berries. So we have to be using the packaging to create compelling reasons for them to buy. So it means that brand can absolutely still exist on the pack. It's very important, but it's how we prioritize and space out the information. And you know, we do have a unique challenge in produce, because we don't get to be like grocery, and we don't get to cover 100% of our product, because shoppers still buy with their eyes. But I think it's literally a question of learning how do we combine brand with key messages, with the legal requirements, where we're still creating a packaging that actually sells itself on its shopper benefits. And that will never be too crowded if we're organizing the information correctly. Right? And again, if you want to learn more about this, we're doing a 2-day workshop from tomorrow where we're going to dive into the details of this. But I think, you know, I appreciate the question, but absolutely not. Like, we just cannot continue to put only basic grower information on our packaging and expect to drive sales amongst the younger generation of consumer. There's got to be space made for more consumer-centric messaging.
Another question for you from the audience. This is probably a potential customer, because he's asking, how long does it take to process and to develop a new package? He's not saying how much it costs, how long it takes.
It's very expensive. You know, it can be, typically if we do it well, right? And the goal is, if we're going to design something for you, we are not designing it for today, we are designing it for 3 to 5 years' time. And anywhere from 3 months to 9 months, I think, is a fair reflection of the quality of work and thinking that goes into creating a new brand and new packaging and new call-out messaging, depending on your target market, your key audience, you know, your export markets, et cetera. So there's lots of factors, but I think 3 to 9 months is probably fair.
which is interesting. We have a question for Peter Zitzman, again from the audience. Why is South Africa not growing the surfaces and the production as fast as other countries, as Peru and Morocco? What's your personal opinion?
Yes, I would say the main reason for that is that all the developments in South Africa are done with private capital. So we have very, very limited external investment into South Africa. Unlike Peru, where probably I would say 80 to 90% of planting are financed by external companies and not by, let's call them, indigenous Peruvian growers or landowners. Whereas in South Africa, we are very cautious and there's very limited external finance coming into specifically for blueberries. And we also have to remember that we have a very big fruit industry and blueberries is going to compete with other fruit types such as apples and pears and citrus and table grapes, which we are very competitive worldwide. So the blueberry industry has to compete for capital, it's got to compete for water and land and labor, etc., etc. And it's very costly. It is the most expensive commodity to establish in the fruit industry at the moment. So yes, I think as the industry sort of stabilize and get more profitable, there will be more and more growers looking to expand into blueberries together with the other fruit types. And that will definitely happen. And we have already seen it the last few years as the industry has stabled and getting more competitive, that we will get some more space in the agricultural sector, especially in the fruit sector.
Thank you. I have one more question for Amin, and I think that's it for this Q&A session. Am I right? So last question. We have seen one very impressive slide of Gustavo Jensen showing us that the blueberry crop worldwide is heading towards 3 million tons. So what is Morocco doing in the next 5 years? Will it keep growing the blueberry crops? What do you think?
Nous avons posé une question à la fin sur les membres qui sont présents ici parmi nous, leur demandant ce qu'ils ont l'intention de faire dans les prochaines années. Et presque plus que la moitié a exprimé qu'ils vont extendre. Et c'est l'avis général. On va continuer, Inch'Allah, de croître. L'idée est que le Maroc, pour les 4 ou 5 prochaines années, va croître avec la même tendance, c'est-à-dire aux alentours entre 700 et 1200 hectares sur la myrtille. On espère maintenir notre position sur la framboise. Aujourd'hui, on estime qu'on est en phase avec le marché, c'est-à-dire que la production répond aux besoins marchés. Et on espère que pour les prochaines années, on va développer légèrement plus le secteur de fraises qui a perdu énormément de surface et en attractivité. C'est un secteur qui croît actuellement et on espère qu'on va reprendre quelques hectares sur ce secteur. Mais nous pensons aussi bien que vous que le secteur a de beaux jours devant lui, Inch'Allah.
Thank you very much. Thank you to all the speakers for joining us for this Q&A session. Now it's time to move on to the second session. Thank you very much. And I leave the microphone to Marcel de Jong, who will be hosting the second session, which will be more technical. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Thomas. Very well. Okay, this second session. Good morning. Thank you for all being here. My name is Marcel de Jong. I have a small company and consultancy, but it's for me a special day because it's my 5th time I'm here already as a moderator to moderate this very nice congress on berries, and I proudly believe that is one of the best places to go to learn about berries. The second session goes about nutrition, because if you want to sell something, you need to grow something. And if you want to grow something, you need nutrition. And you need to know how to manage this nutrition. That's what we do these days with sensors and AI. And on the end of the line, you need genetics. So we have a very interesting case here today with 3 speakers, actually 4 speakers with 3 sessions. And I like to start with the nutrition, how to manage them, and how they manage it in Mexico and Peru. And it's my privilege to announce Prometeo, because I think he has a lot of experience. He teaches a lot of hundreds of students with all the information that's necessary, but I give all the time for you because it's much more interesting than I talk.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Marcel.
You have a timer there?
Okay,
so
thank you.
You're welcome.
Salam alaikum. Bonsoir. Good day. My presentation is in English, but I chose to speak in my language, the Spanish. Así es que vamos a dar inicio a esta charla. Se ha hablado mucho de Perú y México. En la mañana escuchamos cómo se producen berries en este continente y en otros países. Ahora vamos a ver qué sucede en otra parte del Atlántico. Y voy a hablar un poco, en estos 25 minutos, un panorama general de cómo se hace la producción de berries en México. México se ha consolidado como el segundo productor de berries a nivel mundial, por las condiciones tanto climáticas como de la cercanía con el principal consumidor de berries, que son los Estados Unidos. Después de la exportación de aguacate y cerveza, y por qué no, del tequila, son las berries, México es el principal productor y exportador de moras en el mundo, el principal exportador de frambuesas en fresco. Y bueno, como un dato curioso, podemos ver que de cada 10 fresas que se consumen en los Estados Unidos, frescas, 9 provienen de México. Nuestro principal consumidor o importador, como lo están viendo, y por la cercanía, decíamos, pues son los Estados Unidos. Casi el 90% de nuestras berries se exportan a los Estados Unidos, pero gracias a la demanda y a las exigencias del mercado americano, nosotros nos hemos convertido en excelentes productores de berries, ¿verdad? Entonces nosotros podemos proporcionar todo el año fresas, moras, frambuesas y arándanos de excelente calidad y libres de agrotóxicos. Considero que el éxito en la exportación, en la producción de berries de alta calidad, pues es la innovación. Y creo que nosotros hemos podido conciliar criterios entre la academia, el gobierno y la industria. Nosotros podemos proporcionar berries prácticamente todo el año a los Estados Unidos, pero por Tratado de Libre Comercio nosotros no podemos exportar berries cuando se producen en los Estados Unidos. Es un acuerdo bilateral que tenemos. Sin embargo, por nuestras cuestiones edafoclimáticas, podríamos estar produciendo todo el año. Bueno, hablaré también de Perú, que es un país que prácticamente visito todos los meses, doy consultoría en las grandes empresas que producen arándanos en aquel país. Y Perú también es un país que puede producir arándanos todo el año. Tiene más o menos 2.000 kilómetros de superficie, lo que se conoce como la costa peruana, donde se puede producir arándanos prácticamente todo el año. Perú se ha convertido en un monstruo, llamémosle así, en producción de arándanos. Se dice que su crecimiento, su tasa anual es aproximadamente de 400%. Perú tiene las mayores producciones por hectárea a nivel mundial, podemos decir el récord. Variedades, por ejemplo, como Mágica, se pueden producir hasta 50.000 kilos por hectárea al año. Entonces, pero normalmente una producción promedio en Perú estamos hablando de 30.000 kilos por hectárea, en la parte que abarca más o menos entre Chiclayo y Trujillo. Pero tenemos otras zonas, más hacia el norte o hacia el sur, donde se pueden producir en promedio hasta 25.000 kilos por hectárea, de las diferentes variedades. Aquí un panorama más o menos de cómo se producen las berries en estos dos países. Prácticamente toda la producción de arándanos en el norte y sur de Perú, en una gran proporción, están en suelos arenosos, condiciones muy similares a las que tenemos en esta parte del mundo. En el norte de México también se producen arándanos en suelos arenosos. México redujo su superficie aproximadamente 10.000 hectáreas en los últimos años, por cuestiones climáticas y seguramente también por las cuestiones de los precios. Nosotros teníamos el mercado de los arándanos hace años, pero Perú, cuando comenzó a crecer su producción, prácticamente nos sacó del mercado. Ahora en México es más rentable producir frambuesa que producir arándanos. En el centro del país es donde se concentra la mayor producción de arándanos, en los estados de Jalisco y Michoacán, ¿verdad? Tenemos aproximadamente 50.000 hectáreas donde se producen berries, tanto el principal cultivo es la fresa, seguido por la mora, la frambuesa y por último el arándano. Nuestras condiciones también son muy diversas. En el centro del país tenemos condiciones muy buenas, climáticamente hablando, pero necesitamos infraestructura. Y también se ha hablado mucho, también México, aunque pareciera algo ilógico, también tenemos muchos problemas por falta de mano de obra. En Perú también se habla mucho ya de falta de mano de obra. En la parte central de México, debido también a las condiciones climáticas, se producen arándanos y en general las berries bajo condiciones controladas. Con el cambio climático se está migrando hacia el uso de coberturas plásticas y otro tipo de sistemas automatizados para poder seguir produciendo berries con calidad de exportación. Casi el 70% de la producción de berries en México se produce bajo cubierta plástica. Prácticamente toda la frambuesa, la fresa y el arándano. La mora sigue siendo producida al aire libre. En cuanto al uso de sustratos, hace ya muchos años que México migró de suelo hacia el uso de sustratos, diversos sustratos. Uno de ellos es lo que llamamos comúnmente la mezcla holandesa, conocida por muchos de ustedes, que es una mezcla de perlita con fibra de coco y turba, peat moss, que tiene una capacidad de intercambio catiónico muy alta, comparada, por ejemplo, con la fibra de coco. Creo que la industria del arándano ha migrado hacia el uso de chips de coco, ¿verdad?, que son partículas más grandes, precisamente porque un chip su degradación es más lenta. Nosotros cuando comenzamos a producir arándanos en fibra de coco, veníamos de la industria de las hortalizas, ¿verdad? Traíamos la cultura española, israelita, ¿verdad?, en el uso de la fibra de coco para producir hortalizas, pero la fibra de coco no duraba más de 3 años. Se degradaba, se hacía polvo y comenzaban los dolores de cabeza. Mucha retención de humedad, mucha retención de sales. Entonces se migró a una mezcla que le llamamos, ¿verdad?, una mezcla de fibra de coco, donde ya no solamente es fibra ni polvo, sino también es chip de coco. Y es lo que se maneja normalmente tanto en Perú como en México. Inicialmente usábamos contenedores de 30 litros, Ahora ya estamos migrando a contenedores hasta de 50 litros en el caso del arándano. En México usamos un material también local que es la grava volcánica, que es un material que no se degrada con el tiempo y también tiene buen drenaje. Todos los sustratos tienen sus características particulares, ventajas y desventajas. También la producción de frambuesa es bianual, es decir, se producen en primocañas y floricañas. Posteriormente se desecha la planta y se tiene que comprar nuevamente planta para seguir cultivándola. Casi toda la frambuesa se produce en suelos. Inicialmente pensábamos que la frambuesa era tan sensible a la producción en suelos alcalinos, salinos, y ahora vemos que es muy tolerante a las condiciones adversas, aún produciéndose en suelos arcillosos, en condiciones alcalinas. Nuestras producciones en frambuesa oscilan entre las 15 y 18 mil kilos por hectárea. Nosotros hablamos de cajas exportables, casi nunca hablamos de toneladas o de kilos por hectárea. ¿Por qué? Porque cuando hablamos de cajas exportables, significa que son kilos que ya pasaron por un proceso de selección de calidad. Es lo que ya está listo para exportarse a los Estados Unidos. Porque podemos producir 20,000 kilos, pero si solamente exportamos 4,000 cajas, decimos que es una mala producción, ¿verdad? Nos interesa la calidad. Los últimos proyectos que pueden encontrar ustedes en México para producir frambuesa es en contenedores, nuevamente con fibra de coco. Aquí sí podemos usar fibra de coco, porque solamente utilizamos 2 años la fibra. La planta tenemos que renovarla cada 2 años. En Perú, como son grandes superficies, por ejemplo, Camposol, que tiene proyectado crecer hasta 5,000 hectáreas de arándanos, ¿verdad? En los próximos años, actualmente tiene alrededor de 3,000 hectáreas. Vanguard está poniendo 2,000 hectáreas en la parte de Pisco, ¿verdad? Cerca de Ica. ¿Qué más? Mission, que tiene más de 2,000 hectáreas de arándano. Entonces, cuando son empresas muy grandes y todas en el mismo sitio, necesitamos utilizar sistemas inteligentes de monitoreo. Por eso se usa mucho las plataformas satelitales para monitorear diferentes aspectos, como lo es el riego, la nutrición, ¿verdad? El índice de vegetación y algunas plagas. Se usa mucho la observación de raíces. En suelo, como en sustrato, es muy importante estar revisando constantemente las raíces. Para eso en suelo, como son suelos arenosos, es muy fácil observarlas haciendo perfiles de suelos. Eso nos permite revisar la humedad y ver el crecimiento de la raíz, que es muy importante. Cada variedad tiene su particularidad. A veces queremos tener un crecimiento de raíces muy grande, pero hay variedades que genéticamente no generan tanta raíz. Algo que se usa mucho en Perú, que algo que a mí me gusta y que sorprende, es que ellos utilizan mucho la analítica. El peruano es muy técnico, es muy disciplinado y muy trabajador. Y creo que también eso es mucho, no solamente sus condiciones climáticas permiten obtener grandes rendimientos. Estos análisis que ustedes están viendo en pantalla se hacen cada mes. Se analiza químicamente lo que sale del emisor, del gotero, que le llamamos, solución del fertirriego, y se ponen sondas de succión, lisímetros, que también les llamamos, a diferentes profundidades, ¿ya? 20, 40, 60 o 15, 30 y 45 centímetros de profundidad. Y este monitoreo se hace cada mes, al igual que el análisis foliar, de tal manera que se da un seguimiento muy preciso al fertirriego bajo cada condición y cada variedad. Aquí están viendo en pantalla, por ejemplo, las principales soluciones nutritivas que usamos para el manejo de arándanos en diferentes estados fenológicos. Son muy parecidas a las que utilizan en Europa, aquí en África, ¿verdad? O en otros países, con sus diferentes cambios o modificaciones, muy leves. En el centro del país, donde producimos fresas, utilizamos también mucho las sondas de succión. los lisímetros, porque tenemos suelos arcillosos. Entonces tenemos que tener mucho cuidado con el riego y con la fertilización, porque si no se nos pueden generar condiciones de anoxia, ¿verdad?, de raíces o ensalitramiento de los suelos. Por eso es muy común el monitoreo constante. Este análisis en suelo lo hacemos cada semana, en el caso de las fresas. Hemos desarrollado también técnicas para monitorear la savia en las 4 berries. Tenemos tablas de referencia por estadios fenológicos, tanto para moras, fresas, arándanos y frambuesas. E incluso hemos llegado a tener tablas de referencia por variedades. Entonces, a través del monitoreo de un análisis de savia, o lo que se conoce como extracto celular de peciolo, podemos estar monitoreando cada semana el nivel nutrimental de los cultivos, ¿verdad?, por especies e incluso por variedades. Hemos aprendido también a producir arándanos o berries en condiciones salinas, principalmente en la parte norte de México, en Baja California, que es una latitud muy similar a la que tenemos aquí en Marruecos, ¿verdad? Entonces, tenemos pozos con una conductividad eléctrica de aproximadamente 20 decisiemens por metro. Por eso tenemos que usar ósmosis inversa. ¿Cómo se paga ese costo de la ósmosis inversa? Pues porque estamos a 3 horas del principal consumidor de berries, que es los Estados Unidos. Se producen hoy y mañana ya están en el mercado. Ese costo de logística se absorbe precisamente por los altos costos de producción por el agua salina. Aquí están viendo una panorámica de cómo se produce la fresa también en esas condiciones. Es un clima muy parecido al clima mediterráneo, que es un clima subtrópico o subtropical. Normalmente las condiciones que buscamos de calidad de agua para la producción de berries, sabemos que son cultivos prácticamente muy sensibles a la salinidad, por eso tenemos que tener muy bajas concentraciones de sales. Sabemos pues que una alta conductividad eléctrica puede generar mermas en la producción de estos cultivos. Aquí estamos viendo algunas fotografías de lo que sucede cuando no tenemos cuidado con el manejo de las sales. Por ejemplo, esas frambuesas que eran cultivadas de forma orgánica en condiciones salinas pueden generar daños ya sea por exceso de sodio, excesos de cloruros o excesos de los 3 tipos de sales, ¿no? Bicarbonatos, cloruros y sodio, generando estrés iónico, estrés oxidativo. ¿Cómo se maneja ese tipo de condiciones? Haciendo drenajes, ¿verdad?, en los sustratos para evitar esas acumulaciones de sales. Normalmente hacemos riegos frecuentes y cortos. Podemos hacer drenajes de hasta un 30% dependiendo del nivel de salinidad que tenga los sustratos. Sabemos que sustratos más antiguos normalmente tenemos mayor acumulación de sales. Pues tenemos que estar, en México por ejemplo, cambiamos el sustrato cada 3 años. En Perú ocurre cada 5 años el cambio de sustrato. Bien, para esto también pues es importante el monitoreo constante de las sales. Para eso utilizamos laboratorios, equipos portátiles. Este monitoreo se hace prácticamente cada semana para estar acondicionando nuestro sustrato y evitar esos problemas de sales. Y siempre tratamos de hacer riegos en las mañanas únicamente con agua, sin fertilización, y al finalizar el día también pues, para evitar esa acumulación de sales. Este monitoreo también se hace no solamente en la solución del fertirriego ni en el drenaje, también se hace un monitoreo semanalmente del extracto de la fibra de coco para evitar ese ensalitramiento. Cuando vemos que ya tenemos una conductividad eléctrica mayor a 1.5 decisiemens por metro, comenzamos a usar riego solamente con pura agua para evitar precisamente el daño por sales. Al igual que todos, usamos también ácidos sintéticos, ¿verdad? Principalmente el ácido sulfúrico, que es muy barato para nosotros y muy fácil de conseguir, además del ácido fosfórico y nítrico. Pero para berries orgánicas utilizamos también mucho los quemadores de azufre para poder exportar a Estados Unidos. Así lo piden los protocolos. Y bueno, para ir terminando con mi charla, uno de los desafíos que enfrentamos mucho, al igual que todos ustedes, y que impacta directamente en la cantidad, calidad y sanidad de las berries, pues es el clima. Por ejemplo, ahí van a ver algunas fotos, vean, en México en el año 2024, que cayó la producción de arándanos aproximadamente un 20%. La producción de frambuesa y moras cayó la producción un 15% y la de fresa 5%. En el fenómeno climatológico llamado El Niño, que para nosotros es sequía. En Perú cayó la producción 40%. Aquí están viendo ustedes los estragos que genera el clima muy seco para el caso del arándano, pero en el mismo año, vean, a finales de año, en el invierno, tuvimos heladas muy drásticas. Por eso, estas fotos las tomé en Perú el año pasado, con exceso de radiación. Perú tiene el récord mundial en radiación por rayos ultravioleta tipo B. El índice UV puede llegar hasta 20. Entonces es demasiado alto y vean las consecuencias. Para eso estamos diseñando mapas de estrés climático que le hemos llamado para generar estrategias de manejo del estrés climático. Entonces nosotros ahora elaboramos a través de estaciones climatológicas y previsión del clima, podemos elaborar mapas y de esta manera utilizar estrategias que ustedes ya conocen. Aquí estamos midiendo el estrés a través de equipos como el porómetro, ¿verdad? Midiendo conductancia estomática y de esta manera podemos tomar medidas correctivas. Y para terminar, entonces, ¿verdad? Hacemos mapas de estrés climático a través del año y utilizamos herramientas como las que ustedes ya conocen, bioestimulantes de primera y segunda generación. Por tal motivo, nosotros podemos entonces desarrollar, vean por ejemplo, es un trabajo que hacemos utilizando diferentes ingredientes, productos para mitigar el estrés climático por calor, por alta radiación o por humedad relativa muy baja. Y en base a eso hacemos todo un programa de manejo de estrés climático en base a la bioestimulación. Bien, con esto yo termino. En resumen, podemos decir que la producción de arándanos, fresas, frambuesas y moras en condiciones extremas es posible. Lo único necesario es que necesitamos tener herramientas, además de dinero, ¿verdad? Dar un seguimiento permanente, tener una asistencia técnica muy precisa y continua para poder ayudar al productor a obtener pues rendimientos altos, a bajos costos y bueno, el mercado dictará los precios. Y muchas gracias por su tiempo.
Thank you, Prometeo. It was very nice, very speeding up. Thank you. Don't go far away because I like to have some questions answered later. Thank you. Okay, from the nutrition, now we want to go to how can you manage that? Every drop counts. So I have two nice ladies from Sowit to come and speak about it. And I have to look at the names because it's difficult for me. I'd like to introduce Ghislaine McChain and Fatwa El Faidi. Please come on stage.
This one. Yeah, please.
Oh, sorry. It will be just one. Excuse me for the...
Okay, can you give me... Bonjour à tous, ravi d'être parmi vous aujourd'hui. Ma présentation explore comment la data et la technologie permettent de passer d'une gestion d'irrigation d'une manière réactive à une gestion d'irrigation d'une manière prédictive et intelligente, dans l'objectif toujours de rendre la filière des fruits rouges plus rentable, durable et résiliente. Donc, comment on peut optimiser les doses d'irrigation en fait? Bien sûr, à travers la data. Et lorsqu'on parle de la donnée, donc il y a trois types de sources de data. Il y a la data
open source qui sont des informations accessibles à tout le monde et opérationnelles et qui n'a pas besoin de faire d'investissement. Je prends le cas de la data climatique, donc il y en a beaucoup. Exemple de NASA Power, NOAA et Open Weather, on peut avoir de l'information climatique depuis 1980, même on peut avoir même des simulations. Le cas de la partie sol, il y a de la data satellitaire, où on peut avoir même l'information sur la texture du sol, la structure, la matière organique, l'hydrate de carbone, même la topographie. Et là, on est sur une data qui est plus ou moins très disponible et accessible à tout le monde. La deuxième source de data, c'est la data issue des instruments, bien des appareils, des caméras qui sont connectés, qui remontent l'information en temps réel, où l'agriculteur a l'accès à cette data via des dashboards, via des applications, bien sûr, via des API. La dernière source d'information, c'est la data pilotée par le IA. Donc là, on est sur une data... là, l'objectif, c'est de transformer cette data collectée via soit l'open source ou bien les capteurs et de le rendre plus ou moins accessible et de le transformer en une décision facile à digérer par l'agriculteur et dans le cadre dans la gestion d'irrigation, climat et récolte. Pourquoi on a besoin de la data au niveau de la filière des fruits rouges? Comme vous le savez tous, la filière des fruits rouges, c'est une culture qui est très, très exigeante en termes de précision. Il y a toujours problème de suivi au temps réel et de monitoring, de l'importance d'avoir de la data au temps réel. Problème de variabilité, je prends l'exemple de la gestion de l'irrigation au cas du drainage. Vu qu'il s'agit d'une culture très récente, donc on a besoin d'une data historique et de la traçabilité pour rectifier tout ce qui est irrigation et même pour ajuster les interventions culturelles. Donc, vu qu'on parle des fruits rouges, donc on va mettre un focus sur la partie serre. Au niveau de la serre, l'objectif, c'est comment transformer une décision intuitive à une décision qui est basée sur la science. Donc là, l'objectif au niveau de la serre, il y a 3 questions qui se posent. Est-ce que mon microclimat il est sous contrôle? Donc là, l'objectif, c'est contrôler différentes interactions environnementales et l'effet de les différentes les interactions environnementales sur la croissance de la plante. La deuxième question, c'est combien je dois apporter et combien je draine. Et par la suite, j'ai de l'information de la gestion du flux d'irrigation qui rentre dans l'optimisation d'irrigation. La dernière question, qui est la question qui est la plus importante dans la région de Sousse, c'est l'eau est-il disponible au niveau de la ferme? Est-ce qu'elle est de bonne quantité, bien sûr? Est-ce que la quantité est suffisante déjà? Et s'il est de bonne qualité? Donc, pour détailler ce genre de data, en fait, donc on va présenter un cas d'usage sur l'utilisation de la data dans la gestion du microclimat pour répondre à la première question. Donc, comme vous le savez, donc, une microvariation de 2 degrés de température peut affecter le rendement à 10%. Et là, à travers, on contrôle le microclimat, on peut économiser jusqu'à 20 à 30% d'eau et sans impacter le rendement, bien sûr. Et d'après les études, à travers l'utilisation de la data au niveau de la gestion du climat, on peut y aller à une optimisation en termes de rendement de 24%, à une augmentation du rendement à 24%, pardon, et à une réduction de consommation de moins de 30% et une réduction du stress à 66%. Là, pour avoir, juste là, c'est un exemple d'une extraction d'une data remontée au temps réel dans une ferme de myrtille. Et là, on présente 2 paramètres. C'est le VPD et le diamètre de tronc. Et là, on voit l'effet du VPD sur l'évolution du grossissement du tronc. Et lorsqu'on parle du grossissement de tronc, bien sûr, l'évolution du développement de la plante en général. Généralement, lorsque le VPD diminue, il y a une croissance qui est favorisée. On le voit clairement sur la graphe. Et lorsque le VPD augmente, la plante et la croissance du tronc ralentit par la suite. Ce qui implique qu'il y a un problème de stress hydrique en fait. Donc là, sur le deuxième graphe, on va rajouter d'autres paramètres. Je prends l'exemple, je rajoute le paramètre température et humidité du sol. Là, on voit clairement, si on est sur une très bonne répartition des doses d'irrigation et humidité qui est plus ou moins importante et suffisante, la croissance de la plante est plus ou moins favorisée en fait après 3 jours de stress hydrique. L'objectif, en fait, c'est comment, en combinant les différents paramètres climatiques, sol et même les objectifs du rendement, donc là, on peut faire des ajustements en termes d'irrigation pour faire des corrections par la suite. Le deuxième use case, c'est la partie gestion de la nappe. Donc, généralement, donc il y a toujours vu qu'il y a des grandes augmentations de superficie dernièrement, donc il y a toujours une surexploitation de la nappe, donc un surpompage. Si je n'ai pas de l'information de la quantité d'eau que j'ai au niveau de la ferme, et si je ne contrôle pas ma nappe, bien sûr, au temps réel, donc il y a du risque d'avoir un déséquilibre hydrique au niveau de la ferme. Donc, l'objectif, à travers de la data remontée via des devices qu'on pourra installer depuis la pompe jusqu'à la parcelle, je peux avoir les différents flux d'irrigation et par la suite, je peux réagir rapidement sans impacter mon stock d'eau au niveau de ma ferme. Donc là, on est sur l'extraction d'une ferme, c'est le niveau de l'évolution du niveau dynamique d'une ferme entre la période le 8 décembre 2024 jusqu'à le 22 septembre 2025. Donc, au départ, on était à 150 mètres de hauteur de niveau dynamique. Et là, on est sur à peu près 199 mètres au niveau du niveau dynamique. C'est équivalent à peu près à une perte de 25 mètres de hauteur d'eau au niveau de la nappe. Donc là, plus ou moins, c'est le surpompage. Bien sûr, on n'a pas assez de précipitations pour alimenter la nappe. Donc, l'objectif, en fait, c'est de faire une simulation. Je sais que j'ai 200 hectares, par exemple, et je pompe X. Donc là, l'objectif, c'est comment j'ajuste la superficie irriguée slash le niveau d'eau que j'ai au niveau de la nappe. Sur le deuxième graphe, on switch deux paramètres. Sur le premier paramètre, c'est le débit de pompage et le niveau dynamique. Généralement, si on est sur un surpompage, c'est-à-dire le niveau dynamique diminue par la suite, ce qui a un effet négatif sur l'évolution du débit. Donc, généralement, là, si on est proche du calage, le débit diminue par la suite. Si on est moins de calage en termes de niveau dynamique, le débit augmente par la suite. Le troisième use case, c'est la gestion du drainage au niveau de l'irrigation. Donc, pourquoi c'est important d'avoir une information du PHEC in et PHEC out, les doses d'irrigation importées et les tours d'irrigation et la répartition du terre d'irrigation avec le bon timing peut aider l'agriculteur d'une manière générale pour ajuster et rectifier son planning d'irrigation. Donc là, il y a des appareils qu'on pourra l'installer depuis la source, depuis le départ de canalisation, c'est-à-dire au niveau de la vanne, des capteurs pH, EC et même des compteurs pour avoir de l'information de la quantité d'eau entrée au niveau de la ferme. Et par la suite, j'aurai de l'information de la quantité drainée et même les pourcentages de drainage et la répartition de ces pourcentages de drainage au temps réel. Et là, à travers cette répartition, je peux ajuster les irrigations par la suite, en prenant en considération les taux et les pourcentages de drainage. Donc, l'objectif, c'est que ces décisions de la gestion prend en considération aussi tout ce qui est lié à la partie climatique. Je prends exemple le VP des déficits de pression de vapeur, la radiation, même la croissance du tronc. Et par la suite, l'agriculteur il a de l'information pour ajuster et pour planifier ses irrigations. Là, c'est juste une présentation d'un programme, d'une data remontée d'une data de la répartition du tour d'irrigation, des différents paramètres EC, pH in, EC, pH out, les pourcentages de drainage et même la différence entre les tours d'irrigation. Et à travers cette data, l'agriculture en général peut ajuster et planifier les irrigations. Donc, généralement, d'après les études, on est sur une réduction d'une consommation de moins de 23%, une optimisation du rendement à 33%, de 18%, une fermeté bien sûr au niveau de la récolte et du rendement, et une réduction de la perte des nutriments à moins de 40%. Donc là, on va intégrer le hall de IA et comment à travers le IA on peut manager nos fermes. Donc généralement la data c'est un truc qui est important, mais la data en termes de quantité c'est pas valorisant. Mais comment on peut intégrer un outil qui va permettre d'analyser cette data remontée au temps réel et qui va donner par la suite des décisions qui va nous permettre de gérer la récolte, l'irrigation, la fertilisation et bien sûr le climat. Donc là, il y a l'intégration du chatbot. Donc, c'est un chatbot qui est alimenté via la data remontée par les appareils ou bien la data d'origine open source, où le modèle de IA il analyse cette data en fait, et par la suite, il donne des décisions pour corriger, des décisions correctives qui rentrent dans la gestion de la ferme en général. Donc, juste, je vais présenter un petit vidéo. Vidéo. Donc, on va juste présenter la vidéo. Donc, en fait, l'objectif, pourquoi? Là, on voit clairement que les différents secteurs, ils ont commencé déjà à intégrer le AI. Donc là, c'est le rôle de l'agriculteur pour intégrer aussi le IA. Donc, donc, juste là, comme présenté sur le graphe, donc le chatbot, genre c'est un numéro WhatsApp, donc où l'agriculteur il peut sera en communication en direct avec une assistante qui utilise sa data pour répondre à toutes ces questions. Genre, c'est quoi la partie la plus faible en termes d'humidité, c'est quoi le dose d'irrigation, les durées d'irrigation, taux de drainage. Même il est capable de faire de l'analyse et de faire un comparatif en termes de température, en termes de climat, en termes des irrigations. L'importance, l'objectif de ça, c'est simplifier l'information et comme ça, on rend l'information facile à digérer par l'agriculture marocaine, bien sûr, et africaine. Donc là, il est en train d'analyser, de comparer les températures entre 2 années, en fait, entre l'année 2024 et 2025. Et par la suite, il va nous dire, voilà l'analyse de cette année-là en termes de climat par rapport à l'année dernière, en fait. Et par la suite, l'agriculture, il peut utiliser cette information pour rectifier et planifier et même pour changer son itinéraire technique. Donc, même sur les irrigations, je peux même poser la question, les cumuls d'irrigation au niveau de chaque ferme, et je peux la comparer cette année-là par l'année dernière. Et par la suite, je sais est-ce que je suis en surconsommation en termes de cette année-là par rapport à l'année dernière, même faire un comparatif entre les mois. Pareil sur la partie drainage, je peux même lui poser une question d'analyser le drainage et de les comparer entre les plots, entre les parcelles. Et par la suite, je sais c'est quoi la plante ou c'est quoi la parcelle où il y a un problème du mal gestion du drainage par rapport à une autre parcelle. Donc voilà. Et là, il utilise toujours une data qui est remontée bien sûr au temps réel. Donc voilà. Même sur le chatbot, il est même capable de faire un benchmark entre les fermes. Donc, par exemple, je suis sur une ferme X, là, je suis sur une température, il va comparer les températures, les données par rapport aux autres fermes. Comme ça, le producteur, il est référencié par les entourages. Donc, voilà. Merci beaucoup pour votre attention.
Merci. Merci for this nice. Don't go too far. Oh, don't break it down. Thank you. See you in a minute. Okay, they're changing some chairs. Took them away because. Excuse me for that because there was a little bit of information behind the chairs. Sorry for that. Meanwhile, I want to thank also the interpreters for the fantastic work. Otherwise, I would not understand everything. Then we go from data-driven management, how we can go to building a new crop with all the information that you like as a consumer. So we get on stage a lady who has a mission to bring tasteful fruit, enjoyable, available for people. I'd like to introduce of Pairwise, Lauren, and she will bring us all the new technology and how they develop this blackberry with no seeds. Lauren,
Thank
you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Lauren Redpath, and I'm a trait testing scientist at Pairwise, working with blackberries and now cherries. I come to you with a decade of experience actually working in small fruit crops, originally working in blueberries with stress physiology, followed by breeding, and then genetics. And today I'm going to talk to you about precision breeding to drive trait innovation in blackberry. So a little bit about who Pairwise is. We are the world leader in deploying CRISPR technologies to create agricultural products, such as some of those that you see here: blackberries, black raspberries, cherries, among many others. And we're solving the most pressing challenges in our global food and agriculture system, such as supply chain durability, climate resilience, disease resistance, among many others. So we're not creating these traits and instilling them in crops for the sake of novelty. We're trying to solve real-world issues. So a little bit about our company. We were founded in 2017, and we have just completed our Series C fundraiser. In total, we've accumulated over $150 million from leaders in the ag and biotech industry, and we are founded by leaders in genome editing. Today, our business model is largely out-licensing our Fulcrum platform, which is our gene editing platform, as well as collaborations with companies such as Bayer and Corteva. Pairwise is partnering to build a healthier world by making plants easier to grow and eat. We have over 100 employees all across the United States, where our headquarters are actually in downtown Durham, North Carolina, and our greenhouses are like 15 minutes down the road, which is where I work. But we also have our field trials out in California and Latin America. And part of the reason why Pairwise mission is so important to me is because I've worked in small fruit crops for a very long time now. And what I feel is that small fruit crops have missed out on the latest technological advancements and revolutions. Let's take a look at two examples such as corn and cherry, where a century ago, corn was largely hand harvested, which is extremely labor intensive. I'm sure many of you know that. Today, corn is largely produced, production is nearly largely automated. Additionally, 100 years ago, corn had about 25 bushels per acre. Now it's 175 bushels per acre. However, if you take that and compare it to cherry, cherry was largely hand harvested 100 years ago, and today it is still largely hand harvested. Additionally, for the yield in cherry, it was formerly about 2.5 tons per acre, and we've just over doubled that at 5.5 tons per acre. So we don't have as large of an improvement in cherry. I would love to see some of these innovations from corn, the automations from corn and model crop species, and the genetic advancements and knowledge gains that we've had in model and crop species from corn and sorghum and tomato taken and applied to small fruit crops such as blackberry, blueberry, and cherry. Pairwise is doing just that. Our technology and expertise deliver transformative solutions for grower and consumer challenges. A lot of our consumer challenges focus on things like removing pits and seeds or changing flavor, eliminating odor. Some of our grower priorities look at yield, big surprise there, or disease resistance, adjusting the flowering time. There are, of course, many traits that overlap, such as extending shelf life, reducing food waste, and adjusting plant nutrition. And we're doing that through our Fulcrum platform, which is our end-to-end platform for gene editing. We have proprietary tools, and we're backed by lots of agronomic expertise, where cumulatively, all of our scientists have expertise in over 60 crops. And we have successful editing in 14 of these crops. And we can do this to scale. So a little bit about how this technology works. I've got a couple of examples here, where we've got traditional CRISPR nucleases, followed by base editing, and then templated editing. In the center of the slide here, you can see that there's a schematic of the DNA, and then a simplified schematic kind of in words and sentences over at the far right of the screen. So looking at first traditional CRISPR nucleases, you can see a small little red X in the DNA. This indicates a small change, a precision change. That precision change makes a big impact, where it eliminates the functionality of the gene. So in sentence format, it was the worst of times. However, here, we've eliminated the word worst. It was the of times. Similarly, in base editing, we make a small change. But we're not removing the gene in this case. We're just making a small change that changes the meaning. So in the sentence, it was the worst of times to it was the worst of times. But the word worst has a completely new meaning. And then finally, in templated editing, it's where you change the entire word or change the entire gene from it was the worst of times to it was the best of times. Largely, right now, a lot of our editing for blackberries is the top one, traditional CRISPR nucleases. It's important to mention here that gene editing and GMOs, or genetically modified organisms, are entirely different things. GMO inserts genes from another species with a final product that contains foreign DNA. However, gene editing deletes existing genes or makes these small, minute changes, these precision changes, with a final product that contains no foreign DNA. This approach allows us to deliver targeted variation in existing genes. So it's the same as traditional breeding, just faster. Such an example might be thornless blackberries. Thornless blackberries have existed in nature for about 100 years now. They exist. However, many of the elite germplasm still contains thorns. It's very difficult to fully get rid of thorns in breeding. Though, with gene editing, it's possible. So again, it's the same as traditional breeding. You can do it, but gene editing makes it faster. So new breeding technologies have really revolutionized the playing field in plant breeding. And it all starts with gene discovery, followed by genetic marker development, which makes it possible to target these valuable traits more quickly and precisely. We can then hand off these genetic markers to breeders who can then use it in their populations to identify what's the most priority of the germplasm they have. Use it in their screening populations to say, this 10% of our field is the most, has the most priority phenotypes, and we want to bring them to the field. The other 90% is not going to be as beneficial as the 10% we've selected. So using these genetic markers, we can identify which plants are going to contain your phenotype of interest, which plants will be seedless, which plants might have, red blueberries if we're looking for that, which plants might be 6 meters tall. So again, this helps breeders focus on the most promising germplasm, saving time, effort, and cost. And gene discovery is the first step in gene editing. And gene editing enables targeted improvements that are difficult to achieve through breeding, delivering these results faster. Let's take a look at an example. So think of watermelon. This is how watermelon used to look 4 centuries ago. 400 years ago, watermelon had these large black seeds. They were lobed. They had huge rinds. You got a lot less fruit to your melon. Whereas today, watermelon, there's no seeds, there's no lobes, the rind is smaller. You get a lot more fruit to your melon now. Without genomic tools, blackberries could take centuries to perfect, similar to watermelon here. Taking a look at the blackberry timeline, blackberries have been cultivated in America for about 200 years now. About 100 years ago, we've identified thornlessness in native germplasm in the wild. And then soon after, breeders started targeting things like yield, size, and firmness as priority traits. Subsequently, breeders shifted focus to flavor and shelf life. However, if you look at the last decade, Pairwise was founded in 2017 with a mission to deliver thornless, seedless blackberries of elite, exceptional quality. And in the last 3 years, we've delivered on this. We've identified the gene for thornlessness, we've identified the gene for seedlessness, and we've developed products to match. But new breeding technologies and conventional breeding work hand in hand. They're not separate paths. Conventional breeders are the ones with the ideas. They're the ones with the elite germplasm. They're the ones who are going to realize what traits will it take centuries, decades to instill in their populations. Some traits, it might not even exist in their lifetime. They're going to pass off these ideas for traits and this elite germplasm to new breeding to companies that use new breeding technologies, such as Pairwise. And through gene editing, we can introduce key traits such as thornlessness, such as seedlessness, delivering these targeted improvements to breeders that can then integrate them into their own population. So we create not one product. We don't create just one elite germplasm that's seedless. We also create something that we can hand off to breeders that they can then use to cross and put into their own populations. Today, I want to talk a little bit about how we've applied the Fulcrum platform to BlackBerry, focusing on high-impact traits for both growers and consumers, such as seedlessness for easier harvesting, compact growth for high-density planting, and seedlessness for a better eating experience. First, let's take a look at thornlessness. The WOX gene editing produced thornlessness, the thornless phenotype in blackberry plants. And this was discovered through a huge collaborative effort of 5 US universities, the USDA, a Canadian institution, and Plant Sciences, a private institution. We all worked together, planting hundreds of genotypes and in replicates. So there are even more plants. We looked at many, many different attributes, and among them was thornlessness. So we looked at plants that had thornlessness and thorny plants. We looked at the phenotypes and the genotypes of these 2 plants, or of these many plants, to identify the gene WOX. We then edited for WOX, and WOX-edited plants showed a thornless phenotype with no trade-offs in plant growth, plant vigor, or fruit. Fruit size, fruit flavor, were they all the same? The biggest difference was that there was no thorns in the stem, the petioles, the leaf midveins. They were completely smooth. This is a success story that highlights how innovation in genetics and strong collaboration can drive real-world solutions to reduce grower labor and field risk while producing a premium, market-ready product. Next, I want to highlight TFL1, or terminal flowering 1. And this is a key gene that controls flowering time in model and crop species. Here we have 2 examples of both a model and a crop species. Arabidopsis is like a weed species where TFL1 mutants exhibited earlier flowering and less vegetative growth. So in the picture here, we have our wild type unedited plant on the left and our TFL1 mutant on the right. And you can notice the wild type has much more vegetative growth. The leaves are bigger. There's more leaves. But if you look at the TFL1 mutant, one of the key things you see is a flower. Indeed, the authors of this paper found that the TFL1 mutant flowered 10 days earlier than the wild type. In tomato, there is a gene called self-pruning, which is a TFL1 ortholog. It's very similar to TFL. Mutations in self-pruning lead to compact determinate growth. So in the pictures here, we have indeterminate growth on the left and determinate growth on the right. Notably, in determinate growth, plants will grow to a certain stature and terminate. They terminate into flowers, where indeterminate growth continues to grow. They don't terminate into flowers. They grow for tens to 100 or even more feet in a large vine. But TFL1 mutants produced early flowering, and self-pruning mutants produced compact growth. That's something that we kind of saw in blackberry, where TFL1 edited lines exhibited compact architecture and less vegetative growth prior to flowering. Here we've got 2 pictures where we got our unedited on the left and our edited TFL1 line on the right. Notably, the TFL1 line shows more compact architecture. You see more lateral branches. Additionally, if you look at our unedited line, you can see it's taller, a lot taller, compared to our TFL1 plant, where we had to get up a little bit closer to get a really good picture for everybody's visibility. But notably, the TFL1 plant, you can see flowers and even fruit forming compared to our wild type. It's a good moment to mention that these plants are the same age. They're both 23 weeks old. So editing the TFL1 gene unlocked compact growth, compact architecture, and early flowering in blackberry plants. And this early flowering extends the fruiting window and changes our management strategy. Pairwise wanted to look at how this changed our management strategy. So we planted both a standard tunnel and a compact growth edited tunnel. And our compact growth edited tunnel, you can see there are 2 to 3 times as many plants compared to the standard tunnel. How this looks in practice is in the center of the slide, where our unedited tunnel has 1,800 plants to the acre. Our edited tunnel with compact architecture has 5,800 plants to the acre. And how we did this was we decreased the row spacing from 8 feet to 5 feet, and we decreased the plant spacing from 3 feet to 1.5 feet. And this is going to produce an anticipated 1.5 to 2 times the yield in Latin America and the US. The other thing I want to point out here is that these plants are shorter. We've mentioned that it's compact growth, but what this means is reduced need for pruning, reduced need for trellising, for training, and reduced need for the labor cost there. So you have extended fruiting window and reduced need for labor costs and more yield per acre. Finally, I want to touch on Pairwise's probably most anticipated trait, the seedless blackberry. So blackberries are actually an amalgamation of a bunch of fruit. So all these are drupelets, and these drupelets are their own individual fruit, these little spheres. And these spheres each have their own seed. And these seeds are analogous to something like peaches or cherries. And remember how in peaches and cherries, they have this hard shell surrounding the seed. It's the same thing in blackberries. They have this hard shell surrounding the seed, only they're much smaller. This hard shell is called the endocarp. And if we want to make seedless blackberries, we need to make this endocarp invisible. So we looked into the endocarp formation. We looked again at model crop species and into our literature to understand endocarp formation in blackberry. And we took this knowledge and identified the causal gene and edited seedless blackberries for seedlessness. Seedless blackberries retain their seeds, but no longer have the hard outer shell. Thus, it results into a softer, smoother bite. And how this looks is kind of here at the bottom here, where we have our unedited fruit on the left and our edited fruit on the right. You can see that the green fruit stage, everything looks very similar. The fruit, same size, very similar. The isolated druplet, very similar. However, when we section the druplet and apply a lignin stain, you can see differences. Now, what this lignin stain does is it targets lignin, and lignin is the compound that makes the endocarp hard. And when we apply this stain, it targets lignin and turns it red. So you can see in our unedited plant, we have red outer ring surrounding the seed. That is lignin. Now, the edited plant, you can see that there's no red stain. But I promise you, the seed and the endocarp are both still there. They're just not hard. So we want to look at this, how this looked quantitatively. So here, I've got a small video of a hydraulic press compressing the seed about 50%. And notably, the seed squishes. So if this was an unedited seed, this would crack and break, not squish. So we took this and compared this to other fruit, such as apple, the white seed from seedless watermelon, along with unedited blackberry, unedited raspberry, and 2 of our editing events. And we looked at the peak force it takes to compress these seeds at 50% with a hydraulic press. what I want you to take away from this graph is that these edited events were 80 to 90% less than the unedited blackberry. In fact, they were very similar to seedless watermelon, thus demonstrating a significantly softer texture. Now imagine if we took this technology, these results from seedless blackberry and applied them to something like cherry. A pitless cherry would take at least a century to develop. Think back to that watermelon. It took 4 centuries to develop a seedless watermelon. And cherry even has an advantage where we already have a small understanding of pitless plum. However, Pairwise, with new breeding technologies, believes it can now be achieved in a matter of years. I'm excited to share with you that Pairwise actually has now entered into a collaboration with Sunworld International to bring us steps closer to pitless cherries. In fact, we've already achieved stable transformation and gene editing in cherries using our Fulcrum platform, marking a major step forward in applying gene editing to tree fruit crops. I want you to take a moment to think, what traits, what crops would you change next? What would be more beneficial for growers, for consumers? So in summary, new breeding technologies enable smarter breeding decisions. Through gene discovery and marker development, we empower breeders to make informed decisions and select their top performing individuals. Precision editing through the Fulcrum platform enables efficient, targeted improvements across a range of crops, and we can do this to scale. New breeding technologies reduce long breeding timelines, especially in perennial crops or genomically complex crops like watermelon, like blackberry, or perennial crops, tree fruit crops like cherry. Pairwise is already delivering an impact in blackberry, where we've successfully edited blackberry for thornlessness, seedlessness, and compact architecture. These traits support easier harvesting, better eating quality, and high density planting. Thank you everyone for listening to my presentation. I look forward to future conversations.
Thank you, Lauren. It was very, oops. Don't walk away, please. I have a nice chair for you here. I'd like also to invite the other speakers, Prometeo and Ghislaine. Lauren, it was very amazing. Thank you for so much. I think we will be glad. I'm glad and great that we can see for the first time that how we going to see development of new crops to fulfill your mission to edible, enjoyable fruit for everybody. Okay, now we are in the session before we go to lunch for questions. Maybe we can get the QR code on site that some people can add their questions in the Slido. But of course, I have some questions. And I like to start with Lauren. Lauren, if we don't have seeds anymore in these blackberries, do we need pollination then?
Yes, you will need pollination.
Okay.
These plants they're not parthenocarpic, they're just seedless in the term that watermelon are very seedless.
Yeah.
They still have seeds, they're just no longer hard outer shells to the seeds.
Okay, thank you for that. Because our next session starts with pollination, so I was a little bit worried. Prometeo, a question for you. What is cost effective about soil improvers and biostimulants? How can we measure that as a grower? You have the question?
Bien. Existen dos tipos de bioestimulantes que les hemos llamado de primera generación, que son los ácidos húmicos, fúlbicos. Existen los aminoácidos, las algas marinas y los microorganismos. Y en la actualidad existe otro tipo de bioestimulantes como son los ácidos fenólicos, ácido glutámico, glicina betaína. A nivel suelo, nosotros utilizamos mucho los extractos de algas marinas, ¿verdad? Aminoácidos para promover raíces, pero una herramienta que usamos con bastante fuerza son los microorganismos, ¿verdad? Hay toda una línea de investigación del doctor Liu que habla de que a través de los microorganismos del suelo nosotros podemos mitigar el estrés generado por cambio climático. Entonces es una línea muy interesante que se está desarrollando también. Ya a nivel foliar, por ejemplo, dependiendo del estrés climático, si tenemos baja humedad relativa en el aire, normalmente utilizamos citoquininas, glicina betaína, polifenoles. Si el estrés es por alta radiación, utilizamos filtros solares que pueden ser a base de silicio, pueden ser los mismos aminoácidos, algunos otros tipos de nutrientes, por ejemplo, magnesio, manganeso, son muy importantes. Y si el problema es calor o frío, entonces recurrimos precisamente a los aminoácidos, algas marinas y ácido glutámico. En resumen, eso podría decir.
Thank you, thank you. Ghislaine,
Yeah.
you talked about very interesting tools, how to manage your nutrition and irrigation, but these are all quite sensitive instruments, I think.
Yeah.
How is that developing in a heated country like Morocco with all lots of dust? What is practice with that? Is that convenient? Is it long lasting? Or how does it in practical farms work? How long do they manage?
Okay. Can you take this one? Oui, c'est vrai en fait. Donc on est au Maroc, donc il ne faut pas donner juste la data aux agriculteurs, mais il faut l'analyser. Donc il y a toujours un processus d'accompagnement, d'encadrement qui va leur permettre de bien gérer cette data. Donc on fait des sessions de formation, de sensibilisation pour leur dire voilà comment cette data va vous aider pour gérer et manager les irrigations, la fertilisation et donner des cas d'usage qui va leur permettre et même de faire des tests et des essais sur terrain. Voilà, des fermes, bien des parcelles qui sont pilotées via la data, et voilà des parcelles et des fermes qui sont pas pilotées par la data. Et après, l'agriculteur, il va visualiser la différence entre les deux, et par la suite, il va choisir c'est quoi la meilleure, c'est quoi la bonne trajectoire à suivre, bien sûr, pour bien gérer l'irrigation et la fertilisation. Du coup, pour répondre à ces questions, donc c'est pour cela qu'on a développé le chatbot qui est basé sur les IA. L'objectif, c'est qu'il ne faut pas donner l'information complète à l'agriculteur, mais il faut lui donner des décisions qui vont leur dire, voilà, il faut donner X irrigation, il faut changer la durée d'irrigation, il faut augmenter ou bien changer le filet parce qu'il y avait des changements, il y avait des évolutions illogiques en termes de température à l'intérieur de la serre. Donc, il faut lui donner des décisions concrètes qui est basée sur la data remontée par des capteurs, et par la suite, l'agriculteur, il va digérer cette information, il va l'utiliser par la suite pour gérer ses fermes.
Sorry, okay, thank you. But how sensitive are these sensors? Are they sensitive, or they don't have any problem with heat, dust?
Donc, vu qu'on parle toujours des sensors, donc il s'agit d'une machine. Donc, il y a toujours un processus d'étalonnage qu'on le gère de notre côté pour s'assurer qu'on est toujours sur la bonne mesure et la fiabilité de la mesure, en fait.
Yeah.
Et la contrainte, là, on marque, c'est d'avoir de l'information en temps réel sans rupture. Parce que là, on est sur des fruits rouges où il y a besoin d'une data au temps réel. Et là, on ne parle pas de ça, mais on parle des secondes, en fait. Du coup, là, il faut s'assurer d'avoir une très bonne transmission de la data et une très bonne fiabilité. Et bien sûr, et la manière de l'installation, parce que le challenge, c'est que est-ce que les capteurs ils sont installés sur des endroits représentatifs ou non?
Okay, thank you, thank you. There's a question from the audience, and it's for Prometeo. Prometeo, what is the ammonium nitrate ratio that they use in Peru?
Bien, yo siempre, como nutriólogo, siempre he dicho que el éxito en la producción de arándano, en términos de nutrición, consiste en una buena relación amonio-nitrato. Normalmente, en condiciones normales, utilizamos en la etapa vegetativa
un 75% amonio y 25% nitratos en la etapa vegetativa. Ya cercanos a floración, normalmente utilizamos mitad y mitad, 50% amonio, 50% nitratos. En la etapa productiva, como nos interesa calidad, nos interesa favorecer el ingreso de calcio, magnesio y potasio para mejorar mucho la calidad de la fruta, entonces ya recurrimos a un 75% nitratos y 25% amonio. Pero, ¿verdad? Hay un pero. Cuando las variedades genéticamente son muy explosivas, muy vegetativas, y tenemos un ambiente tropical, ¿verdad? No podemos iniciar con 75% amonio. Tenemos que ir normalmente con un 50% amonio y un 50% nitratos. En términos de nutrición, no todo está escrito. Necesitamos conocer perfectamente las variedades y en qué situación están desarrollándose. Por ejemplo, una variedad Ventura de Fall Creek, si yo la produzco en Colombia, muy próxima al Ecuador, o la produzco en Perú, lejos del Ecuador, en condiciones más desérticas, en Perú yo puedo iniciar con 75% amonio y 25% nitratos, pero en Colombia no puedo hacer eso, porque esa variedad se hace un árbol y no genera flores. Entonces tengo que iniciar, como lo hacemos normalmente, con 100% nitratos y 25% amonio. Vean, una cosa es lo que vemos en nuestros países, lo que dice la literatura, pero si tú conoces tu variedad, normalmente decimos un clima vegetativo, ¿ya? Clima tropical, una variedad vegetativa, como lo es Ventura y algunas otras variedades o explosivas, no podemos iniciar con más amonio que nitratos. Normalmente restringimos las unidades de nitrógeno y cambiamos la relación amonio-nitrato. Siempre iniciamos con más nitrato que amonio, pero en condiciones normales siempre iniciamos con más amonio que nitratos. Gracias.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that. I hope that was the answer to the question. I have a question for Lauren. It's quite an interesting question for me because I think it's also important that you have a good tasteable fruit without seeds. But what is the effect on of the impact on firmness and shelf life?
So we have yet to test for shelf life, but we have not yet seen any differences in firmness for seeds.
Oh, that was a quick answer. It's even longer than the question was. Thank you for that story. So, I have a question for Ghislaine. Ghislaine, all these new techniques in irrigation and data-driven, how does that affect to the worker in the farm that is managing these irrigation systems? Do we need to train them something, or how is your company working with that?
It's a good question. En fait, là, sur l'irrigation, en fait, nous, en fait, on est toujours adapté aux besoins de l'agriculteur en général. Parce que là, c'est la conception de la solution. C'est l'agriculteur, bien le gérant, qui a besoin de la data, en fait. Donc, voilà, on est toujours sur la partie gestion, c'est que il faut adapter la solution, ce que l'agriculteur a besoin et comment la personnaliser d'une manière à répondre à son besoin pour bien gérer l'irrigation.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the answer. Lauren, your technique is looking very promising. We're going to have a future of very nice fruits, tasteable. But how is that developing for locations like Europe and Africa?
So we are working through, we have a regulatory team and we are working through them and the regional governments in places like Europe and Africa. And I can just tell you that we're working with the governments and our regulatory teams there for advancing as, permits allow.
Okay, thank you. So that will come soon also in these areas.
Hope so, yes.
We hope so. Yeah, hope so. Thank you. Thank you so much. Prometeo, what actions do farmers take to reduce radiation and VPD, to control the stress in Mexico? What is the main, what's the first action that they need to do to control the stress for radiation, VPD? In your opinion, what are the actions?
Bien, el índice de VPD, ¿verdad? Que usamos para medir el estrés climático incluye los tres factores: temperatura, humedad relativa y radiación. Cuando el déficit de presión de vapor, que es el VPD, está por abajo de 0.5 kilopascales, la planta cierra sus estomas. Existe un estrés. Esto ocurre cuando tenemos frío, una humedad relativa muy alta y baja radiación. Y cuando el VPD está por encima de 1.5 kilopascales, que es lo que ocurre en el verano, es decir, mucho calor, baja humedad relativa y alta radiación, la planta también está estresada. Entonces, hemos visto que en el arándano, cuando rebasamos un VPD por encima de 1.5, la planta comienza a deshidratarse. Eso es muy importante conocerlo. Y eso también es varietal. Por ejemplo, yo he medido el VPD bajo el mismo estrés en una variedad como Ventura o Sequoia Pop, y el estrés es completamente diferente. Ventura se estresa menos que Sequoia. Entonces, tenemos que también generar estrategias de manejo del estrés por variedades. Hay variedades que, por ejemplo, si el producto me dice aplique 1 litro por hectárea de este extracto de alga marina, no es lo mismo ese litro para una variedad como Sequoia Pop o Ventura bajo las mismas condiciones de estrés. Posiblemente una variedad requiera más este producto o este ingrediente que otras. Estamos trabajando mucho en esto, por eso hacemos mapas de estrés climático para generar programas de manejo del estrés climático, ¿verdad? A través de la bioestimulación. Cuando no tenemos infraestructura y no tenemos la genética, tenemos que ayudar a través de el uso de bioestimulantes como antiestresantes, ¿no? Entonces, desafortunadamente en esta charla fue muy poco tiempo para hablar mucho de lo que estamos haciendo en condiciones desérticas como Perú. Por ejemplo, ahora en el mes de noviembre, que inicia el estrés realmente por clima, hay mucha caída de calibres, deshidratación de fruta, poca generación de reservas en las coronas del arándano. Entonces es un tema muy interesante, ¿verdad? Que estamos trabajando mucho y utilizando todas las herramientas de bioestimulación que existen en el mercado. Y bueno, esperemos que en otra charla podamos abordar con mayor detalle estos temas. Muchas gracias.
Okay, thank you. That's a lot of things to do to keep the stress under control. I'd like to wrap up with last question for Lauren. Lauren, this seedless blackberry, when can we taste it? When is it ready?
I know, that's a great question. We are looking at planting seed trials. We're looking at planting field trials very soon, and we're believing that our first products to market are going to be coming in 2028.
2028, that's a long time.
I know, don't hold your breath.
Oh.
Don't hold your breath that long, it'd be very long. But
Okay.
we're very excited, and we're highly anticipating our seedless launch.
Okay. I'd like to thank you, Lauren, Ghislaine, Prometeo, for the presentations, the questions, and the answers. Give them a big applause. Okay. Okay. Thank you. I'd like to thank for to being here, listening to this very nice second session with all this new information and new technologies to grow and to produce healthy fruits with new upcoming seedless blackberries. I'd like to invite you to go do some networking, and we will be in 10 minutes to go to lunch and then I'd like to invite you all, because without pollination, there is no fruit. So for the next session, we start with pollination, and that will be at 3:30. No, sorry. What time is the next session starts? 4 o'clock. 4 o'clock. We start the next session at 4 o'clock. That's because of you.
On va débuter dans quelques minutes. Je vous invite à retourner à la salle principale pour la troisième session. There is a change of the program, so we have moved to the first place the conference about new development of micropropagation of raspberries. So please join the main room. We will start in a few seconds. Could you please show the slide QR code? Will you please take note of this QR code, because at the end of the speech of Mr. Chang, we will have a short Q&A session. If you have questions for Mr. Chang, we will do them at the end of his presentation. We had to change the program because of a change of his flights. So this is why we will do the questions at the end of his session. And you are free to download the QR code and send us the questions through this application Slido. So as I said, we are starting now this third session. Thanks everybody for coming back. It's been a good morning. I hope it's been fruitful for all of you. You had good meetings and you are learning something and you're meeting someone. So the first session of today will be hosted by Yang Chang of Agro Migliora, and he will speak about new developments of micropropagation on raspberries. Please.
Good afternoon, everyone. And it's my great pleasure to be here, the beautiful Agadir. And that's my first time here. I really enjoy the time here, the beautiful city. And the more important, see some grower I never saw before. And it's a great experience. Yeah, thank you for inviting me to here. And my topic is about some new development of micropropagation of raspberries. Raspberry tissue culture micropropagation have been 40, 50 years already. It's hard to say new, but I would say we work on a little bit more details about these. And to answer the question about the concern of mutations, and the people try to avoid directly using tissue culture for raspberry production. So next, I would like to talk a little bit, and since the schedule changed, and after my talk, I would like to answer questions. My talk not good. For sure, I try my best to answer questions. Oh, okay. Yeah, it's. Let me introduce myself. I'm working at Agro Migliora, international nursery group. our headquarters in Barcelona, Spain. We have many subsidiaries within the group. And you can see from the map, we have 12 nurseries around the world, and 3 in the US, 1 in Mexico, 3 in Latin America, Peru, Brazil, and Chile. And then Tunisia, Turkey, Morocco, the most important one here, and then Australia, the headquarters Barcelona. So we have all nursery is mainly doing many propagations and different crops, fruit trees, nut trees, and berries. And we have 11 tissue culture labs and around the world. We propagate through tissue culture, we propagate 60, 70 million a year on tissue culture plants. Since we have the lab, have the tissue culture scale, and that's provide us and a special service for introduce and propagation and protection genetics for breeders and for growers. And we have been doing that on different locations and serve to the collaborate breeders from university, private breeders, and the government. You can see that at least part of our collaborators. We have been working on these organizations on their genetics or propagate service for them to the special genetics. Like I mentioned, it's a raspberry conventional way, and it's from the propagate from the roots. Back to traditional way is dig the roots out, plant the root in the field. That's the traditional way. Of course, right now we are doing differently, and we call tree plants. We the normal procedure for conventional way right now, most nursery doing is doing tissue culture, producing the stock plants, and then verify them and verify the plant and the berries, and collect the roots from verified plants, generate the shoots from well-maintained beds, and collect young shoots and plant them into the tree. We call that tree plants. And that's a term different from the directly plant roots into the field. Since we say conventional way, most people are doing, like last slide. But why we talk about directly using tissue culture? Can we do that? And why we do that? What's the risk? Could be. Is there any way to avoid that? That's the mainly topic we want to talk. The first, and directly using tissue culture plants, they are clean. In the US, we have the Clean Plant Network, and clean up all the stock materials. We can using that in tissue culture and grow them in the greenhouse for a couple months. They should keep clean when we deliver to the growers. So that's very important. Later on, we will talk about that. And tissue culture is we call rapid propagation. They can quickly meet the demand, and especially for new released varieties. And that's really a most efficient way. And also, any season we can planting. and there are no season difference. Tissue culture plants, they have rejuvenate, they have better root system, and more uniform and more predictable. We can get a little bit details on these characteristics. This slide here showing and the plants in the field, how quick they can get a virus infection. That's data from Dr. Bob Martin. Yeah, he's the leading virologist from USDA, working his whole life on the small fruits viruses. Yeah, he chose 3 viruses. You can see very quickly they can get the infection. And of course, infection, raspberry have around 30 viruses. And sometimes single virus infection may not cause any symptom, even 2, even 3. So a lot of symptoms showing because the multiple infections. And we can see they are pretty quickly, they can get the infection. Of course, different virus showing different speed getting infection. Yeah, that's very critical. That's for the, if from the root cuttings, the mother plant, how we can take care of that. If we keep mother plant longer, that's definitely have big risk. Compare the clean plant from TC, we're showing big difference. After tissue culture, the plant material get rejuvenated and make the plant become much more vigorous and also more uniform. And you can see the right side of the slide. These plants planted, and after about 7 weeks, they tip them at 40 centimeter tall. They can shooting out 3 or 4, even 5 cans. You know, it's really showing how vigor they are. And you can see that's very uniform. They tip them and 40 centimeters, they can really shooting out, make them really productive. And the tissue culture plants and could stay in production much longer time. And plant tissue culture plants could be 4 or 5 years. We all know that the plant from the roots normally 2 years, and some of them even even shorter. That's some region. So yeah, you can imagine if we can save one replanting, and how much we can save. And on the right side, showing that's 6 years. And in central Mexico, they still can producing 26 tons. That's, I took the picture in later September. The girl will say, there's no reason I pull them out. I will continue grow them to see how long they can last. That's make a significant difference, the tissue culture plant from the root cuttings. And on the plant schedule, and tissue culture, as long as you order that 3 or 4 months ahead, you can really plant them. But on root cuttings, you have to mother plants and prepare things. And normally, if you want to sure you get the plants, you need to order much earlier. And tissue culture plant, you can planting yearly round, no different. For us, my operation in Oregon, the U.S., and at the beginning we planting in the spring. This year we did 52 weeks. Every week we're planting almost. And yeah, you can see how flexible tissue culture plants. And with the root cuttings, you have a limited time of availability. And also, you know, the mutation concerns, that's the biggest concern. Why the people not directly use the tissue culture. And actually, during tissue culture process, all the shoots generate from the lateral buds in tissue culture. But the shoots from the root cuttings, they all adventitious buds. We all know that from botany, and from adventitious buds, they come out from one cell. They much higher chance to get a mutation compared the shoots from lateral buds. So in other words, technically is plants from tissue culture process could be more stable than the plant from the roots. However, you know, it's the bigger risk is if in tissue culture have one shoots have mutation, you not know that you may continue multiply them up, cause a bigger problem. That's the biggest concern. Of course, mutation thing, and also depends on the variety. Some variety more have more chance to have mutations. Some variety more stable. Yeah, for here, that's the procedures is showing how we controlling the tissue culture plant, try to avoid the mutations and detect out if we have mutation occasionally. And of course, we need to select X plant, true to type, and clean plant for initiate the culture and develop the recipe. Each variety, each species is different. Each variety may be different as well. And making production trials and do the field evaluation. And after confirm all the plants good, and then we start the lab commercial production, and then directly to the berry production with the tissue culture plants. On the trial plant, yeah, we need to randomly select from the stock and try to make sure they really present your stock. And then make sure the sample is big enough. And monitor all the cultures when you're doing the trial, since that's a need taking 6 to 7 months to get the results. You can see possible field evaluation, the mutations. That's very common mutations. And you know, some particular gene, they either showing mutation. And make sure any type of the leaves, stems, of type, that's we need to count. This group is not going to useful. Yeah, and for the regard the more formed berries, sometimes possible from the mutation, sometimes possible from the cultivation factors. We need to really analyze that, make sure, and not going to too panic. And in that case, we need to do the trial in the good environment with the best cultivation practice. For the controls for the tissue culture, you know, we need to control the subculture numbers. You know, how much is correct, and 10, 15, or even 20. Yeah, it really depends your evaluation and also your culture practice. And the Setacaline, you know, we know different lab use different recipe, and MS, DKW, PM, WPM, many recipes. But more important is the cytokinin level. We want to control them and low level. How low is low? We make sure each single time they shooting out single shoots, not come out multiple shoots on each bud, or more than one. That's we have to prevent from that. And the multiplication rate, yeah, we want to try to keep 2.5 to 3. If too high, and have higher risk. And of course, the tissue culture we want it more efficient. Sorry, we have to control ourselves. Don't be too aggressive on this. 2.5 to 3, probably that's the good way to do. And make sure the shoots, no any shoots are generated from callus. That's very important. From callus, what that means is the adventitious shoots and have more chance to have a mutation. And we need, since we're doing all these, we need to make sure our good track all the plants, make sure after trials, make sure the group track down all the plants and make sure you choose the correct plant doing the commercial production. Yeah, we always have the mother stocks, holding stocks, and the production stocks, and keep them in different conditions. Traceability, we just mentioned that, yeah, very important. We are using a CG system, track them down from record all the activities, make sure you know all the plants, and can always choose the correct cultures. Yeah, in our group, we have propagated, so the last 15 years, we have already propagated over 100 million raspberry plants and use our procedure. And our off-type rate really low. And they grow well. And especially yesterday, I saw some comparison on the trials. Really impressive how big the difference. Hopefully, this can accepted by more and more people. Remove the concerns. Yes, I mentioned that we have 12 nurseries around the world, 11 tissue culture lab. But I think most audience here more concerned is how is the lab in Morocco? Yeah, here is all the red dot is all a lab in Morocco and the Agmiloro Morocco lab, and have been here for 17 years, and we are 19 years. Sorry, 19 years already. Over 100 employees. We're producing 4 to 6 million plants a year, and we have experienced about 10 years on raspberry tissue culture. Since right now it's good to see this area raspberry continue growing, and unfortunately the quarantine because Salmonella issue, the import continue get restrictions. More and more area we cannot import from. Hopefully we can solve that, get this task and supply the grower need. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chang. We have a few questions from the audience. Maybe you have already replied to some of them. One question, how many plants we should evaluate in the field to certificate a clonal line from the lab?
That's a good question. Yeah, as normally we think 10,000 plants. Try to randomly select from your cultures, not just the one small group. Try to randomly select your cultures and make sure keep even at least 2/3 in your culture. Move more a small amount out, like 10,000. This way, after we evaluate that's good, we can immediately start. That's not taking too long time, multiply them up. And again, on this evaluation, any mutation, we don't think we will consider this material not usable.
Again, on evaluation, do you consider one entire plant as your clonal line in the lab, or would you consider any bud from one plant as a different clone in the lab?
Yeah, I'm not sure I fully understand your question. We have multiple groups, multiple lines, each line at least 10,000, and have to evaluate this 10,000 again. As long as single plants not good, we're not going to continue use that line.
Do you see much difference from one variety to another in terms of multiplication and media to grow?
Sorry, yeah, could you repeat?
Do you see much difference between one variety and the other in terms of multiplication and media to grow?
Oh, yes, that's a big difference. And especially raspberry, a huge difference between varieties. Of course, some variety, they can share a medium. A lot of variety, we have to use a different medium.
Another question, in your protocol, how many multiplications are allowed for raspberries to avoid mutations?
Normally, it's within 20 multiplications. Of course, that's basically very careful evaluation in the field. Yeah, it's...
Okay, last question. What about the cost of production by micropropagation versus roots process?
It's quite similar if we can manage well. Right now we all price in Mexico. We already, from Oregon sent to Mexico, already 70 million raspberry plants to different customers. And yeah, we keep the similar price as the tree plants.
Okay, there are some more questions, but we run out of time, so I invite everybody to contact AgroMigliora for any more questions. Thank you, Dr. Chang.
Thank you very much.
I would like now to invite on stage Lisa De Vetter. She will talk to us about pollination insights and how to improve pollination in blueberries.
Hey.
Thanks, Lisa.
All right.
It's your turn.
Well, thank you for that introduction, and I'd like to thank Siham and George for inviting me. This is my very first time in Morocco, and it's an absolute pleasure to be here. So I've been researching blueberry pollination within the Pacific Northwest part of North America since 2014. Okay. And what I hope to do in the next 20 minutes or so is share some pollination insights so that you can leave this conference with a greater understanding of blueberry pollination and hopefully some ideas for practices you can implement within your own operation to improve pollination. Let's start off first with some fundamentals. When it comes to both northern and southern high bush blueberry, most cultivars either require or benefit from insect-mediated pollination. And you can see from the picture on the left what happens when we exclude insect pollinators during bloom. We have reduced fruit set and we have reduced berry size. And we're learning that quality parameters like firmness as well as the chemistry of the fruit can be impacted as well. When we look at globally who's doing the bulk of pollination services in commercial blueberry systems, it's the honeybee, or Apis mellifera. And even though it's providing the bulk of pollination services, time and time again we get told that pollination by honeybees is variable, inconsistent, or poor. And part of that is because honeybees are behaviorally and physically mismatched to effectively pollinate blueberry flowers relative to a bumblebee, and they have low attraction to blueberry flowers as well. And so this really paints to the need for growers having evidence-based strategies to improve pollination using honeybees and other techniques. And I want to point out that there's been amazing advances when it comes to irrigation technologies, fertigation, climate control, but when it comes to pollination, we're really lagging behind and we have a lot to catch up on. So in the next few minutes, I'm going to talk about several different topics. And I'm going to be highlighting some collaborative research that we've been doing, as well as some research from junior scientists in our programs. And I'll talk about pollination requirements, what we've learned on honeybee pollination, some general tips for bumblebee pollination in protected culture, what we're learning about extreme heat on pollination and how you can mitigate that, and then I'll have a few words on pollination technologies. First, I want to talk about pollination requirements, and I want to highlight work done by Dr. Stan Schaubert during his time at the University of Florida. So a little bit of background, high bush blueberry, both northern and southern, has a high degree of self-compatibility. So what this means is when you have pollen from the same flower, plant, or cultivar land on the stigmatic surface, it can germinate and initially lead to fertilization and berry development. But the whole Vaccinium genus has partial self-sterility with an early-acting inbreeding depression. So what this practically means that even though you get initial seed formation and fertilization from self-pollination, some of those embryos and seeds abort, which can limit berry development because those seeds are reduced in number and that limits phytohormone production that helps with berry expansion. So what Dr. Schaubert did is he did a number of controlled cross-pollination studies looking at what happens to northern and southern high bush blueberry cultivars when you self-pollinate versus cross-pollinate. And what he found overall is that cross-pollination improves pollination outcomes across most blueberry cultivars. So I want to highlight kind of the qualitative trends that we observe in this study. We're working on the paper, but you'll see here on the left, these are different cultivars, and then right next to it is the cultivars that it was crossed with. And then you'll see generally what happened for pollination outcomes, including fruit mass, berry firmness, sugar to acid ratio, and ripening time. So you can see very clearly that when we cross-pollinate, we see increases in fruit mass. Firmness also increased with the exception of farthing. And then when it comes to sugar to acid ratio, it's less consistent. And then all of the combinations, when we cross-pollinated, we had an increase in ripening time, in some cases up to 2 weeks faster. So this is really important work, and it highlights potentially there's missed yield potential when we aren't cross-pollinating. Further work needs to be done to think about the cost benefits and logistically trying to implement cross-pollination, but it does highlight that a lot of northern and southern high bush blueberry cultivars demonstrate or benefit from cross-pollination. Another strategy to try to overcome pollen limitation is breeding for parthenocarpy. I know there's a couple of private breeding companies that are breeding for parthenocarpy, and I want to highlight Dr. Patricio Muñoz's work on this as well. So parthenocarpy, if you need a reminder, it's the development of fruit without fertilization and also without pollination subsequently. So in Muñoz's lab, he looked at several of his lines as well as cultivars, and he looked at what happened when you have pollination versus no pollination. And we're looking at the data for berry caliper size in millimeters and then firmness on the bottom. Overall, what we found in that work is that non-pollinated parthenocarpic fruits were smaller, they were sweeter, less firm, and took longer to develop, but they still met standards for the market. So that's really promising for situations where you don't have good bee activity and pollination, but if you do, you still have gains in some of these quality parameters. But it just highlights that breeding for parthenocarpy is possible and a really good trait to continue pursuing. So that's pollination requirements. I want to talk about honeybee pollination. This is really where we focused on the most in my program because we're looking at honeybee pollination dominated systems. So a little bit of background, an individual blueberry flower requires anywhere from 5 to 15 visits by a honeybee to maximize on berry development. And then depending on the cultivar, it might need anywhere from 25 to 274 pollen tetrads or pollen grains per flower to maximize on berry size. Now, I already pointed out honeybee is not a very effective pollinator of blueberry because of low attraction, but the benefit is you can bring in these large colonies to pollinate those flowers. What we've studied on is hive placement and colony strength and how that can impact pollination in your blueberry. So I'll talk first about some work that a former graduate student, Kayla Brower, and postdoctoral researcher did in my program. What we looked at in this research over the course of 2 years in the Midwest and Pacific Northwest is what happens if we clump hives or aggregate them together away from the field edge versus disperse the honeybee colonies, which was the grower standard originally, because there's this idea that if you disperse them along the edge of the field, that's going to kind of force the honeybee to pollinate the blueberry flower, as opposed to find something else more attractive in the landscape. So we did this work in 2021 and 2022. We had 26 and 25 field sites respectively, so a high sample size. And what we found was surprising. We found that clumping the hives led to a 2.6 and a 1.3-fold increase in honeybee visitation to blueberry flowers in the Midwest and Pacific Northwest respectively, and there was no effect on stalking density. So this just highlights how placement can impact pollination independent of stalking density. Interestingly, we saw no effect on fruit set, berry weight, or seed set, and we believe that's due to the fact that we were using 2 cultivars, Duke and Blue Crop, that have low pollen limitation. So if you're working with a cultivar that has a high pollination requirement, we might see some impacts from this study on some of these pollination outcomes. Now I want to talk about colony strength. So often when we talk with growers, when they're thinking about stocking their fields with honeybees, they want to know how many hives per acre or how many hives per projected yield. That really misses an important variable, and that's colony strength or worker population size. So if you're stocking, say, 10 hives to the hectare, that doesn't take into account if those hives have colonies that have 15,000 workers, 30,000 workers, or 60,000 workers. And that really matters because the higher colony number or individual population size you have, the more workers can be allocated to pollinating your crop. So we set out to study this a little bit more in detail, and I want to acknowledge Laura Goldstein, who was a former master's student who did this work, utilizing the same sites that we had for the previous experiment. So again, 26 and 25 field sites across North America over 2 years. So these are the different parameters that we looked at. We looked at stocking density, colony strength, a metric called stocking strength, which is simply return forager counts, and that's a non-invasive way that you can check the strength of your colony, multiplied by stocking density, and how it impacted bee visitation and pollination and yield. And I want to draw your attention, so if you see the black line, that indicates that the relationship between those variables was positive and statistically significant. If you see a dashed line with a red X through it, that means there was no statistical relationship. So what we found first is that increasing honeybee visitation improves pollination and yield outcomes to a point. It's not a linear relationship. It does plateau after a while. But the biggest takeaway was that visitation was best predicted by stocking strength as well as colony strength, not the field level density. And this really underscores the importance of growers working with their beekeepers, not just to get a certain number of hives, but to get a good set of quality hives. And there's ways you can do that that I'd be happy to talk about later during the Q&A. Honeybees also have challenges in protected culture, such as polytunnels or shade structures, and that's because honeybees are highly dependent on sunlight for navigation purposes. So when we are pollinating with polytunnels and we're depending on honeybees, we see reduced foraging, and we also see those hives becoming depleted because those workers cannot return to their hives very effectively. And this was really well demonstrated by a research group in Australia, which is the figure on the lower part of the slide, where on the y-axis, we're looking at number of honeybee visits per 4 meter. And then we can see on the x-axis, this is across 100 meters within a polytunnel. And you can see in the center of the tunnel, bee visitation really declines, as well as berry size and fruit set. So those middle of the tunnels are experiencing greater pollination deficits with honeybees. And it points to some of the challenges that honeybees have in protected culture. So what you can do, well, start by stocking your polytunnels with strong bee colonies, 6 to 10 hives per acre, and again, make sure they're good quality. If you can, try to avoid UV-absorbing plastics, which really limit bee activity, and then long tunnels. Also place hives near the tunnel ends and then lift up those tunnel edges and leave the ends open to kind of help facilitate good ventilation, low humidity, and then easier access for those bees to return to their colonies. You can also try this. This has been successful in a few cases. You can place hives in the tunnel, but just make sure you're rotating out every 2 weeks because those colonies will get depleted after a while because some of those workers won't be able to return their colonies. And then your beekeeper can also supplement those hives with pollen patties and nectar feeds to rebuild those hives and keep them active. And then the last one that I want to point out is that in protected culture, your best bet is to also have a combination approach and utilize bumblebees as well, or bombus. So I want to spend a few words on bumblebees. Bumblebees, primarily Bombus terrestris, which is a buff-tailed bumblebee, is really important in protected horticulture. And it's a good option because it's less dependent on sunlight for navigation. It's available. And then bumblebees also can engage in buzz pollination, where the bee vibrates her flight muscles, and this causes very effective pollen release. In fact, a single bumblebee can visit one blueberry flower and completely pollinate it. And remember, a honeybee needs 5 to 15 visits, so it's a lot more efficacious. And as I mentioned, it can be combined with honeybees, and you've got commercial suppliers. So I'm going to go through this quick because we have Koppert and BioBest here, and they can provide good technical guidance on utilizing bumblebees. But just a few pointers, make sure you order in advance and you place them not too early, so 5 to 10% bloom when you're utilizing bumblebees. And remember, a single colony lasts about 6 to 8 weeks before it starts shifting into queen production. And when that colony shifts into queen production, you're going to have less workers foraging or pollinating your crop. So for long bloom windows, make sure that you have a plan in place to order more colonies if you need it. And then aspects such as hive density in your protected structure environments depends on colony size, what your flower density is and your projected yield is, and whether or not other pollinators are being used. So it's really good to work with your supplier and get some technical guidance on that. And then a few other comments about bumblebee deployment. Just make sure that when you get them, you're deploying them the day of arrival. You're uncapping that sugar water so they can be hydrated and nourished. And then make sure you think about where you're placing them and managing the conditions within your protected environment. So keep the humidity below 80% for good activity and health. Make sure they're distributed. Elevate off the ground 30 to 60 centimeters, but in the winter, go higher when there's low sunlight levels. 1.4 meters is good. And then make sure the openings are visible and that you're keeping them from excess moisture. And then when you're done, dispose of those colonies. The next topic I want to talk about is climate change, and in particular, extreme heat. This has been a big problem in the Pacific Northwest, where we've had extreme heat conditions that damage our blueberry flowers and have damaged our blueberry pollen, as we've learned through the work by Jenna Walters, who's a former PhD student. So she did controlled studies where she took blueberry pollen and she exposed them to different temperatures. And that's what the figure on the right shows. What we're looking at is mean blueberry pollen tube length, and then on the x-axis is temperature, and it goes from 10 to 40 degrees Celsius. And you have different cultivars of northern highbush blueberry exposed for 4 to 24 hours. And as you can hopefully see, as we go from 30 to 40 degrees Celsius, there's a decline in pollen germination as well as tube length, and it's non-recoverable. So once that pollen is damaged by heat, you can't regain it, and that can really negatively affect your pollination. What we also learned through some of Jenna's work is that extreme heat not only reduces pollen viability, but it also impacts the nutrition of that pollen, and that can have some really negative outcomes on bee survival rates when they're fed heat-treated pollen. So that describes a little bit about the problems of extreme heat. When it comes to pollination, I've got a graduate student, Micah Evault, and he and I are asking the question, how do you mitigate the negative effects of extreme heat during the bloom period? What we use is overhead sprinklers or overhead cooling with micro sprinklers. These are common in our fields for evaporative cooling of fruit, and we're looking at their utilization during the bloom time. So this past year, which was actually a relatively cool period, we found that micro sprinklers reduce flower temperature by 4 degrees Celsius. We can get reductions up to 10 degrees Celsius, though, too, under warmer conditions. In this project, too, we also looked at how overhead cooling impacted honeybee visitation. So after a cooling cycle, which was 20 minutes on, 40 minutes off, Micah went through the field and looked at bee activity. And that's what this figure shows, is total bee abundance in our 4 cultivars of northern high bush blueberry. The red is not cooled and the blue is cooled. And you can see there is a trend for reduced bee activity after cooling, but it was only statistically significant in Draper. And you'll see on the slide I wrote yield data being analyzed, and that's because I needed to provide my slides early, but I can tell you we've analyzed the data and we saw no reductions in yield or any of our quality parameters with overhead cooling as well as storage. The only quality parameter that we saw impacted was the sugar to acid ratio, where it was higher and overhead cooled. And we're going to continue on this research next year as well. In addition to overhead cooling, we're looking at biostimulants, specifically kelp, Ascophyllum nodosum, and glycine betaine. We've seen those work best in our heat mitigation trials, and we found that kelp in particular did help maintain pollen functionality when there was a simulated extreme heat event. And then a few words about pollination technology. It's really a field that's buzzing and it's exciting. We have all these companies popping up. But is it really worth the investment? These are high cost of utilization, particularly when you compare it to current pollination strategies. And I would just advise, as we learn more about these technologies, to look and see if these companies have done research with universities or other entities where they can objectively evaluate whether or not the research and the technology is viable. We've had some experience with BeeFlow. BeeFlow is a company that generates a feed that they give to colonies, honeybee colonies, 2 weeks before bloom, and it's got nectar scents in it as well as some other biostimulants, and it does seem to help with improving targeted pollination on different cultivars of blueberry as well as bee activity as well. And then we have ongoing trials with Blumex, and they're a company that is engaging in mechanical pollination of different crops. Blueberry is part of their portfolio that they're working on. If you want to learn more, we have a nice network of pollination resources, and I'd like to acknowledge my colleague Anthony Melithopoulos and my student Salima Helmrich. They've really helped build our website and our extension platform. We have various guides that are freely available on this website, such as the one on the right. This is best practices for pollinating northern high bush blueberry, but we also have one for southern high bush blueberry. And in the center, this is a card that I thought you might find useful. This is what we call the drive-by honeybee hive evaluation. So you can drive by and evaluate the strength of your honeybee colonies by looking at the return foragers or the number of bees returning to your colony. They're a strong colony if you have about 90 bees or more returning per minute, but if there's 40 or less or 5 or less, that colony is weak or likely dead. And it's a good tool to use so that if you notice any of these weak or dead colonies, you can hopefully contact your beekeeper and get replacements. So some conclusions. Honeybees and bumblebees can be combined to improve pollination in protected culture, but I do want to say there's not a lot of research on how to optimize this, so I think it's an important research need to optimize pollination in protected structures and come up with better data-driven recommendations. That being said, I think it's really important to establish a good relationship with your bee supplier. Make sure you're clear what you're expecting, and then also check in with them to make sure that what they're delivering meets your expectations as well. Cross-pollination, we've seen it's beneficial for most cultivars. How do we implement that logistically, or do we? And how do those cost benefits calculate out? That's a question that still needs to be answered. And then overhead cooling can reduce the negative effects of extreme heat. The pollination tech field is buzzing, but I would say requires further validation before widespread adoption. And then lastly, this is focused on managed bee species, but I'd be remiss not to mention that Morocco has an amazing bee diversity. It's a hotspot for wild bees with over 930 bee species. So it's possible that future research in Morocco could explore how to safely integrate wild pollinators for more resilient pollination or enhanced pollination efforts. So with that, I want to thank you. Merci, shukran, for everyone. I appreciate it. And I look forward to questions at the end. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Lisa, for this interesting presentation. Now I would like to welcome on stage Hiham Fatnassi from INRAE France. He will speak about the climate control for successful berry production in protected systems. Thank you. Your timer is going on.
OK. OK, salam alaikum. Merci Madame Zaidi, Georges, pour l'invitation. Donc, mon nom c'est Hicham Fatnassi, je suis chercheur à l'INRAE d'Avignon en France. Donc, je travaille sur les études de microclimat au sein de systèmes de culture protégés. Je travaille sur leur design, donc sur leur optimisation, mais également sur les interactions biotiques-abiotiques afin de développer des moyens de lutte climatique contre les bioagresseurs. Donc aujourd'hui, je vais vous parler d'un sujet intéressant qui est donc la gestion climatique en culture protégée comme moyen donc, essentiel aux conditions pour la réussite de la production de fruits rouges. Donc juste quelques chiffres. Donc, M. Ali, ce matin, il a présenté au niveau production mondiale, mais là, je vais juste vous rappeler quelques chiffres sur la production donc, à l'international de fruits rouges en culture protégée. Donc, elle est de l'ordre de 4 millions de tonnes, avec la myrtille qui est en tête, avec à peu près 2 millions de tonnes, suivi par le reste des espèces. Donc, ces chiffres montrent donc l'importance de la production du fruit rouge dans l'alimentation mondiale, et comme un levier stratégique pour la production aussi agricole mondiale. Donc, au niveau, pardon, hop, voilà. La question, c'est pourquoi cet engouement pour cette production de fruits rouges. Donc, c'est dû à l'apparition récente des études qui démontrent l'intérêt ou les bienfaits de ces fruits rouges pour la santé humaine. Donc, en effet, ils sont riches en antioxydants, donc qui permettent de lutter contre le stress oxydatif et réduire l'inflammation, donc protéger les cellules du vieillissement prématuré. Aussi, ça contribue à la santé cardiovasculaire et le soutien au système immunitaire. Donc, pour produire efficacement ces fruits rouges, donc, l'outil le plus adapté, c'est les systèmes de culture protégés, à savoir donc les serres. La serre, il permet d'optimiser les conditions de croissance, après, donc, pour protéger les cultures des conditions climatiques extrêmes. Donc, comme j'ai dit tout à l'heure, donc, fournir les conditions optimales pour la production de ces cultures. Les fruits rouges sont très sensibles aux conditions climatiques qui règnent à l'intérieur de l'abri. Donc, il faut maintenir des températures stables tout le long de stages ou les étapes de développement. Donc, une humidité contrôlée, donc, pour éviter la propagation des maladies. Et aussi donc, une aération à travers les plantes pour éviter aussi donc, la propagation des différentes maladies cryptogamiques.
Les passwords du Wi-Fi.
Les conditions climatiques au sein de la serre, donc ça impacte aussi sur la physiologie des fruits rouges. Donc, il faut maintenir des températures optimales pour favoriser la floraison et la fructification. L'humidité a un rôle et elle a un effet sur la fermeté et la conservation post-récolte de ces fruits. Et le CO2 et la lumière sont un rôle déterminant pour l'accumulation du sucre et les arômes et aussi la qualité gustative des fruits. Ici, on peut voir sur les courbes les différents effets de ces paramètres sur le développement de ces fruits rouges. Donc, les conditions climatiques à l'intérieur de l'abri, ils ont un effet aussi sur la santé sanitaire, sur l'état sanitaire des fruits rouges. Donc, une humidité élevée favorise le développement des maladies cryptogamiques telles que le botrytis et la travelure. Une température modérée à élevée, donc propice à l'apparition de l'oïdium, et à des attaques rapides, même sans apport d'eau directe, et des chaleurs et sécheresse favorisent les acariens et les araignées rouges, qui mènent donc à l'affaiblissement général de ces fruits. Donc maintenant, pour les recommandations opérationnelles, donc, il faut maintenir les températures, les différentes conditions climatiques aux alentours des consignes. Donc, pour la température, il faut maintenir une température entre 22 et 26 degrés le jour, entre 12 et 16 la nuit. Pour le VPD, donc, il faut être entre 0,6 et 1,2 kPa. Et pour l'humidité, il faut donc maintenir des humidités supérieures à 60, mais inférieures à 80 ou à 90. Et pour le CO2, s'il y a un enregistrement en CO2, il faut maintenir des apports de 700 à 800 ppm, surtout le matin. Donc pour l'ombrage, donc il faut maintenir des écrans donc maintenus à 40 à 60% à partir de pics midi solaire, donc entre 10 heures jusqu'à midi ou 1 heure. Et aussi, il faut maintenir des humidités élevées par brumisation au pulse pour maintenir ces VPD, ces période 1 2. Donc, une fois la température excède donc les consignes, il faut aérer donc progressivement pour rester dans l'intervalle donc de tolérance et optimal pour les plantes. Comme j'ai dit tout à l'heure, donc il faut éviter des humidités supérieures à 90 prolongées parce que ça donne des conditions favorables à l'installation des maladies cryptogamiques. Donc, pour les recommandations maintenant, pour éviter le développement de maladies, donc il faut serrer la condensation, donc l'apparition de l'eau libre sur les feuilles, et prévoir une bonne ventilation pour casser ce phénomène de condensation. Guetter le développement de poudre blanche ou autres maladies sur les feuilles. Et aussi, donc, il faut espacer les plantes donc, pour éviter les maladies cryptogamiques et respecter un espace de 30 à 40 cm entre chaque plant, 80 à 100 cm entre les rangées pour favoriser la circulation de l'air et aussi l'entrée et la transmission de la lumière. Donc aussi, il faut retirer régulièrement les feuilles et les fruits abîmés ou malades pour éviter donc, le départ des maladies. Donc, pour maintenir un équilibre entre les conditions climatiques optimales pour les plantes, pour le développement des plantes et l'état sanitaire de ces plantes, donc il faut mettre en place des stratégies de gestion climatique. Donc, cette gestion donc, est basée sur l'utilisation des moyens de climatisation tels que le chauffage, ventilation, les écrans thermiques ou les écrans d'ombrage. Il faut aussi donc, contrôler l'humidité à travers l'utilisation des humidificateurs et un éclairage, et aussi utiliser les parois, les couvertures de serre qui sont diffusantes. Il faut aussi contrôler ces paramètres, que ce soit climatique ou nutritionnel pour la plante, en utilisant des systèmes automatisés de pilotage automatique. Donc ces systèmes de climatisation donc, sont basés sur le climat local dans le site, les sites d'installation de ces serres. Donc, et on peut le savoir en traçant donc, le rayonnement solaire moyen par jour en fonction de la température moyenne mensuelle. Ici, je choisis 3 zones différentes, climatiques différentes, qu'à savoir Almeria, Agadir et Dubaï. Donc, après, je vous expliquerai pourquoi j'ai choisi Dubaï. Donc là, on peut voir, par exemple, pour Almeria, elle a besoin de chauffage les 3 premiers mois de l'année, donc à savoir novembre, décembre, janvier et aussi février. Par contre, à Agadir, elle n'a pas besoin de chauffage en cette période. Et l'été, donc Agadir et Almeria, ils ont besoin de la climatisation artificielle, alors qu'à Dubaï, ils ont besoin d'une climatisation excessive presque 6 mois de l'année. Donc, pourquoi j'ai choisi Dubaï? Parce que selon les prévisions climatiques, donc les modèles climatiques globaux, on a aperçu que le climat actuel de Dubaï sera donc le climat futur pour Agadir. Donc, il faut s'adapter au niveau technologique pour continuer à produire donc, dans nos serres, dans notre région. Donc j'ai rajouté deux zones aussi, donc l'Arrache et Berkane, qui sont devenues donc, des localités de production de fruits rouges au Maroc. Et on peut voir donc, aussi donc, les besoins en chauffage et en climatisation pour ces zones-là aussi. Après, donc, il y a également la gestion du rayonnement lumineux. Il y a aussi un levier clé pour le contrôle du microclimat et la photosynthèse. Donc, pour maintenir ce rayonnement, donc, il faut utiliser des couvertures plastiques à transmission sélective pour filtrer les rayons ultraviolets, maximiser la lumière, donc utile pour la plante qui est le parc. Et aussi utiliser des ombrages dynamiques afin de moduler l'intensité lumineuse selon les besoins et les conditions extérieures. Il faut utiliser des films photosélectifs pour adapter donc, le spectre lumineux pour simuler certaines réponses physiologiques selon le stade de développement de la plante, donc la croissance, la floraison, l'accumulation de métabolites. Ici, on voit sur les tableaux les différentes caractéristiques des différentes couvertures pour les serres, allant du verre jusqu'au fibroglace en bas. Donc, à chacun ses caractéristiques au niveau transmission et au niveau durabilité, mais aussi pour la diffusibilité de la lumière à l'intérieur. Donc, la couverture idéale pour une serre produisant du fruit rouge, c'est une bâche plastique transparente, thermique ou diffusante, avec traitement anti-UV, donc pour bloquer les ultraviolets, des épaisseurs de 200 micromètres. Donc, pourquoi les 200? Pour augmenter l'isolation de la serre. C'est conçu pour assurer une bonne luminosité et une chaleur homogène à l'intérieur de la serre. La structure de la serre, c'est aussi un levier et vraiment un élément capital pour maximiser le rendement du fruit rouge. Donc pour la région d'Agadir ou même à l'échelle nationale marocaine. Donc ce que je recommande, c'est à court terme d'améliorer l'existant, donc partir de la serre canarienne actuelle, après l'améliorer, et aussi donc de rajouter, de mettre en œuvre ou en place des sources alternatives d'énergie comme l'énergie propre, l'énergie solaire. Et à long terme, donc imaginer d'autres modèles de serre, donc aller vers des systèmes innovants tels que les serres semi-fermées pour un contrôle accru et la serre bioclimatique. Maintenant, pour réduire l'empreinte carbone de la production des fruits rouges, donc ce que je recommande, c'est s'orienter vers des systèmes innovants, durables, utilisant les énergies renouvelables, comme l'énergie solaire. Là, je parle de la serre photovoltaïque, qui est une solution durable pour la production des fruits rouges au Maroc. Donc, ces serres, c'est un concept qui produit en même temps donc, la production végétale et la production photovoltaïque électrique. Donc, ce genre de serre a été testé en France, donc sur la fraise, et ça donne des bons résultats, donc, surtout pour la variété, la gariguette, donc en Pyrénées atlantiques. On peut utiliser aussi des écrans donc, photovoltaïques semi-transparents qui permettent la transmission des rayonnements à l'intérieur de la serre et en même temps donc, ça fait donc, la fonction de l'ombrage dans la serre. Là, normalement, c'est un écran qu'on a le brevet donc, entre nous et à l'INRA et Solar Close, c'est une entreprise française qui est basée à côté de Cannes. Il y a, comme j'ai dit tout à l'heure, pour augmenter la durabilité du système de production donc, de fruits rouges, il faut utiliser des énergies propres. Là, je donne l'exemple pour le chauffage, par exemple, pour l'utilisation d'une énergie thermique et géothermique. Là, ces images sont tirées d'une thèse que j'ai concadrée, deux thèses que j'ai concadrées ici avec la faculté du sciences d'Agadir sur l'utilisation de ces systèmes de chauffage passif, donc utilisant le rockbed ou le lit de roche et aussi les boudins qu'on place, donc remplis d'eau, qu'on place à l'intérieur entre les lignes de culture, et qui stockent l'énergie le jour et la restituent le soir. Donc là, avec ce système-là, on arrivait à avoir de 3 à 5 degrés Celsius d'économie par rapport à une serre conventionnelle. De même, donc, en utilisant l'énergie solaire, mais avec l'énergie un peu active, donc pour faire circuler l'eau chaude produite sous les panneaux solaires à l'intérieur de la serre pour chauffer cette serre. Je vais un peu conclure avec ça. Donc, je pense que le futur, ce sera de s'orienter vers des serres intelligentes, robotisées et connectées. Donc, j'ai vu tout à l'heure, il y a une présentation qui a montré l'utilisation de l'AI. Donc, c'est une bonne chose, avec un suivi en temps réel du microclimat autour de la plante. Mais il n'y a pas que le microclimat, mais également les paramètres nutritionnels pour la plante et des capteurs IoT pour une réponse instantanée. Et après, pour centraliser les données et optimiser cette gestion. Donc, comme j'ai dit, l'utilisation de l'IA pour l'analyse des données et l'anticipation des maladies à travers les programmes d'apprentissage, donc pour prédire donc le microclimat, mais également la réponse de la plante à travers les datas précédents. Aussi, donc, l'utilisation de robots pour la surveillance des cultures, donc, sans la manipulation humaine. Et après, donc, je dis, donc, ça sera vers plus d'autonomie. C'est des serres autorégulées à énergie positive, c'est-à-dire que ça utilise l'énergie pour faire fonctionner les différents appareils à l'intérieur, mais également produire un plus qui sera utilisé ailleurs. Donc, en conclusion, donc, la gestion climatique est la clé de la réussite de la production des fruits rouges. Donc, c'est un constat. Donc, il faut vraiment, je recommande normalement de suivre les recommandations pour être dans les ranges donc, des différents paramètres climatiques. Il faut trouver un équilibre entre rendement, qualité et durabilité. Et après, donc, comme j'ai dit à la fin, donc, se tourner vers le futur, vers des modèles ou des nouvelles technologies qui sera un levier majeur pour l'avenir. Donc voilà, merci. Donc j'ouvre les débats. S'il y a des questions, donc, vous êtes bienvenus. Merci. Thank you.
We are having a Q&A session now,
Okay.
so you can have a seat there and join us. I ask also for Lisa to join us for the Q&A session. Yeah, you can. Okay. Again, I invite you to use the Slido app to send your questions directly to us, and we will ask our experts about your questions. I would like to start with Lisa with one question we have received. I think we have already spoken a little bit about that, but it's a crucial element. Can plastic tunnels affect too much the work of the bees, and how would they affect and contribute to poor pollination? Microphone.
Yeah.
And how can they contribute to poor pollination?
All right. So the question about tunnels or polytunnels, because polytunnels affect the amount of light that comes into the structure, that will impact honeybees' ability to forage or pollinate flowers of blueberry and other crops. So a lot of it's due to the light, just the light being reduced. But we're also starting to learn through other research is that the temperature conditions, such as the humidity, environmental conditions such as the temperature and the humidity also can be poor for pollen release and bee activity as well. So that's just a simple, explanation of how tunnel structures can have a negative impact on bee activity, specifically honeybees.
In general, in terms of how much bees do you need per hectare, is this based on varieties, on the size of flower, concentration of nectar? How do you calculate that?
Yeah. So how do you calculate how many bees? Well, another part of the equation too is what's the colony strength. So I recommend starting off with like a baseline, like 8 hives per hectare, and this is open field pollination. And then work with your beekeeper to make sure you're getting the highest quality honeybee hives. In our production systems, we want a minimum of 30,000 workers per colony. And I think that's quite large compared to what we've seen in Morocco. And then it's also good to talk with the people that have developed your blueberry varieties. They should have some knowledge on ease or difficulty for pollination. But some general things to look for, is it a short flower with a wide opening? If it's like that, those are generally easier for honeybees to pollinate compared to a smaller and a narrower flower. But I would start from there and look at your pollination levels, look at your yield outcomes. And then another tool or technique that we recommend growers try is hand pollinate. So you can take a branch and you can collect pollen, and you can, take that pollen that you've collected and paint it on the flowers on a branch, and then look at the outcomes. And if you are seeing larger berries compared to open pollinated without hand pollinating, that's indicative that there's some missed yield potential because of insufficient pollination.
Interesting. Thank you. I have a question for Mr. Fatnassi. If you had to change the tunnel type now, which could be the best for blueberries, raspberries, blackberries, or strawberries? High tunnels, canary tunnels, multi-span Spanish tunnels, or maybe you would suggest it in an additional different for the situation one in Morocco.
So, okay. So I will answer in French, and after that, thank you, the translator could be. So, quand j'ai parlé, il y a un sujet intéressant donc à discuter avant, c'est le tunnel. L'appellation tunnel, donc c'est les serres, c'est ce qu'on appelait avant les delta 9. Donc, mais apparemment ici au Maroc, les tunnels, ça désigne les multi-chapelles. Donc, pour désigner la serre la plus adaptée pour la production de fruits rouges, donc moi je suis pour l'utilisation des high-tech greenhouse. Donc, partir vers le système innovant, donc avec avec double paroi, avec des systèmes automatisés pour la climatisation, mais pas que, donc aussi pour la fertirrigation, et utiliser donc les IoT sensors et l'AI pour le suivi les suivis de différents paramètres. Donc, je pense que ça sera le système le plus efficace pour produire davantage et augmenter la production de fruits rouges. Ouais.
Thank you.
Ouais.
Lisa, we have a question from the audience. Do we need to have two different varieties in the same greenhouse to have a better pollination? So, back to cross-pollination.
Yeah, so I have a hard time with the cross-pollination because I'm a field scientist, and I think about different varieties and the logistics of that from a field operations perspective. So the data is showing in these controlled situations that there is a gain in yield as well as quality outcomes with cross-pollination. I don't think we need to go out and mix varieties right away. I think the next step is let's look at this from a research perspective in a field situation and see, is the magnitude and the trends still similar when we have cross-pollination outside of a controlled study and in an open field or in a protected structure environment? And then think carefully about the cost benefits. Does this make sense from a logistics perspective as well? So it's promising, but I would still say we need to think about logistics and have more research to validate if that's a direction that we go.
Another question for you, Lisa, it's about over-pollination. You mentioned that we need to be careful about that. Can you explain further?
Yeah, so over-pollination is something that we're starting to see described in the literature, certainly too in greenhouse situations or protected situations where you have too many bumblebees for the flower density. There can be damage, like the bumblebees can start to physically chew and damage the flowers, and that could lead to what is sometimes called overpollination. Can you have too much pollen on the stigma, the receiving end of the flower? That's really debatable at this point. There's some research groups that claim you can, but I would still say it's not very well demonstrated. So stocking at high densities, overpollination isn't concern in that case. I think stocking with high densities is more about the cost implications that it would have. Too many hives for what you really need, that's a cost, and you might not necessarily need it. But I wouldn't worry at this point about overpollination and yield reductions because of that.
Thank you. Hicham, concernant le contrôle et amélioration du climat des serres, quelles sont les idées disponibles pour réduire l'humidité, surtout en présence de brouillard?
Du brouillard extérieur, vous dites, c'est ça?
Oui.
Ouais. Donc, je pense que le moyen le plus efficace pour réduire l'humidité à l'intérieur, c'est l'utilisation de déshumidificateurs, aérer la serre et après déshumidifier avec les systèmes de déshumidification disponibles. Ouais.
Okay, let's see. I have maybe one more question.
Please.
Lisa, for you, due to the special shape of the blueberry flower, can a bumblebee reach the inside of it to pollinate it effectively?
Yeah, so can bumblebees effectively pollinate blueberry flowers when there's variation in blueberry flower shape? And the answer is yes. Bumblebees are much more effective at pollinating blueberry flowers. They have a long tongue that can reach down and get the nectar, and that can cause some pollen to drop on their bodies, and that they can move. But the other big benefit of bumblebees is they can buzz pollinate. So while they're foraging or while they're gathering pollen, they'll vibrate their flight muscles, and that causes a lot more pollen release. And we see that across different varieties with different flower shapes as well.
I have a question regarding photovoltaic greenhouses, if that represents a durable solution for Morocco, given the issues with shading and light intensity, which has a direct impact, of course, on quality, aromas, and so on.
Non. Ok, c'est une bonne question. Donc, au début, la première génération de serres qu'on a étudiées, c'est des serres de photovoltaïques avec des panneaux photovoltaïques qu'on trouve dans le commerce. Donc, c'est vrai qu'il y avait un problème d'ombrage qui a réduit la qualité, mais aussi le rendement à l'intérieur de ce genre de serre. Donc, après, on a travaillé sur l'augmentation de la transmission de ces panneaux photovoltaïques. Et dans ce cas-là, on a développé des films semi-transparents, flexibles, qui épousent la forme de la serre. Et ça permet donc de overcome this problem. Donc, dépasser ce problème. Donc, on a résolu ce problème de l'effet de l'ombrage sur la production. Voilà. Et dans le cas du Maroc, normalement, c'est une opportunité pour le Maroc, vu l'intensité lumineuse que reçoit le Maroc. Donc, je pense, je suis parmi les premiers à dire que ça sera le système innovateur futur pour la production marocaine.
Again, on innovation, the climate management is evolving towards semi-closed and bioclimatic greenhouses.
Yeah.
What are the estimated initial investment requirements in terms of cost and the return of investment? Does it make sense compared to simply optimizing existing structures?
Oui, ça c'est une bonne question aussi. Donc j'avais des chiffres qui datent un peu. C'était les high-tech greenhouse, donc où les systèmes serre fermés ou bioclimatiques, ça a coûté à peu près $100 par mètre carré, comparé à une vingtaine ou à une trentaine pour la serre canarienne. Mais le retour sur investissement, il est de 4 à 5 ans. Donc je pense que ça peut justifier l'investissement initial si on peut arriver à un retour sur investissement rapide. Ouais.
Last question is about AI, artificial intelligence. What are the most immediate and accessible AI applications for Moroccan producers to monitor and prevent humidity-related pathologies such as botrytis, improving the balance between yield and durability?
D'accord. Ça, c'est pour l'humidité aussi. C'est mon sujet sur lequel je travaille. Donc, je travaille sur la modélisation de microclimat au niveau de la couche limite de la feuille. Donc, on a trouvé que le microclimat dans l'intérieur de cette couche limite est différent de climat qui est à côté. Et en travaillant avec les modèles d'AI, donc on arrive à modéliser le microclimat au sein de cette couche limite et aussi au niveau de l'humidité ou température qu'on arrive à contrôler à travers donc les e-learning models qu'on essaie ou les modèles d'apprentissage qu'on utilise comme outil d'aide à la décision. Donc le plus simple, c'est utiliser l'AI comme outil à la décision. Et je pense que ça c'est à la portée de nos jeunes Marocains qui sont forts en informatique maintenant, qui peuvent développer des modèles comme ça. Ouais. Voilà.
Okay, thank you very much. I don't see any more questions from the audience. One question. Okay. Microphone, please.
Thank you for your presentation. I have a question for Lisa. Lisa, is there any pesticide were used in protected crop berry in United States or in Washington or your Washington state? You understand?
Yeah, so was the question, is there any protected culture in the United States and Washington state?
Yes, yes. No. Is there any pesticide were used?
Yeah, so the question Biocontrol?
Wait. If the case, how do you manage this product with pollination?
Okay, so I think the question is, how do we manage pests and diseases during the pollination period when there's bloom? That's a fantastic question. So a lot of the times what growers are applying are fungicides during the bloom period. They're not applying any insecticides. And when it comes to fungicide applications in the United States, they're applying them in the evening or at nighttime so that the product has sufficient time to dry, and then just minimizing exposure to colonies. So some growers will actually physically cover up honeybee colonies to avoid any drift during late evening or late afternoon applications. But the key strategy is when they're being utilized, avoid drift and direct application to the hives, and then also apply them at a time where there's low to no bee activity.
Thank you. Ma deuxième question pour Hicham, donc c'est en français. Merci Hicham de votre présentation. Je pense que au niveau un petit peu de notre contexte marocain, nous avons deux régions qui sont en quelque sorte pionniers ou bien pionnières un petit peu en matière de production des fruits rouges. Nous avons le Rab et nous avons en quelque sorte la région de Souss-Massa. Il y a d'autres régions qui vont se développer, mais ce sont les deux principales zones. Ici, donc, vous avez parlé un petit peu de la gestion du climat, de la serre. Est-ce que vous pouvez nous dire un petit peu, par exemple, pour les régions du Nord ou bien pour les producteurs du Nord, comme en quelque sorte le facteur brouillard, il est inclus, donc il était en quelque sorte demandé dans une question, parce que dans le Rab, il y a en quelque sorte le problème du brouillard, comparativement un petit peu dans la région d'Issous. Comment vous allez en quelque sorte, ou bien comment vous envisagez, soit un petit peu dans des études en quelque sorte d'avenir, un petit peu, de prendre un petit peu en considération ce facteur dans la gestion un petit peu du climat. Est-ce que vous avez bien compris ma question?
Oui.
Déjà, les conditions climatiques diffèrent. Et il y a des producteurs qui pourront témoigner ici. Donc, nous avons, c'est Khalid ici avec nous. D'accord. Donc, peut-être l'étude que vous avez menée avec l'université Benzor, si vous pouvez mener, ou bien si en quelque sorte d'autres collègues peuvent mener des études dans le Nord, ça va être un petit peu comme outil complément pour en quelque sorte juger. Merci.
Okay. Ouais, merci. Donc, moi, j'étais toujours ouvert à travailler avec le Maroc. Ça fait une vingtaine d'années que je travaille avec le Maroc. Donc, je encadre des thésards marocains. J'ai apporté pas mal de projets européens à l'université ici, au Maroc, à l'INRA, à l'UAV et tout. Donc, à la PFL. Donc, je pense que les collègues de la PFL sont là, donc ils peuvent en témoigner. Voilà. Pour le brouillard, donc ça fait un effet augmentation d'humidité à l'intérieur de la serre qui est un peu problématique pour le développement des maladies cryptogamiques. La seule solution pour diminuer l'humidité à l'intérieur de la serre, c'est utiliser des humidificateurs, des échangeurs de chaleur pour réduire. Il n'y a pas autre solution. Si on a un brouillard à l'extérieur, même en ouvrant la serre, au contraire, on va faire entrer l'air qui est à l'extérieur, qui est gorgé d'eau, donc de vapeur d'eau à l'intérieur. Donc l'utilisation, c'est de fermer, mettre en marche les déshumidificateurs. Donc ça sera la solution. Et là, je suis prêt à travailler là-dessus sur comment ce sujet, si vous avez des idées. Donc je peux utiliser des questions scientifiques pendant les prochaines thèses ou les prochains projets scientifiques qu'on va monter dans le futur. Voilà.
Merci.
Et une autre question, vous pensez du public, vous pensez que les serres à atmosphère contrôlée sont justifiées au Maroc?
Ah oui, là, si vous voyez là, alors, je vous donne un exemple. Donc les Pays-Bas, normalement, on a une production, par exemple pour la tomate, qui dépasse avec leur serre full controlled, donc 100% contrôlé. Ils arrivent à plus de 100 kg, à 120 kg par mètre carré, comparé à 25 ou 30 entre Agadir et Almeria. Vous voyez la différence? Donc ça peut justifier l'investissement. Donc, et je pense je pense qu'il faut s'orienter vers ça. Mais avant de passer vers le high-tech, il faut passer par une technologie intermédiaire, donc ce qu'on appelle les mid-tech, en mettant des automates hein, donc simples, et en introduisant donc, de l'AI ou l'IoT petit à petit jusqu'à arriver à le système full controlled. Voilà.
Okay, last question to Lisa from the audience. Do honeybees and bumblebees need a source of energy, so water and sugar, to work in a more efficient way?
Yeah, so when it comes to deploying your pollinators, they do benefit by having access to clean water. So make sure that clean water is available to your colonies. And then when it comes to additional feeding or supplementation, for honeybees, that's a question for the beekeeper. So I would communicate with your beekeeper and ask them if they're providing any pollen feeds or nectar feeds. We've seen those certainly can help. And then when it comes to bumblebees, when you're first deploying them, they do come with sugar that you uncap and provides them some initial nutrition in the colony. But after that, they're supposed to get their nutrition from the flowers that you have in your field or in your protected structure. So you don't need to provide anything additional unless they're deficient. Like say, for example, your colonies arrive before bloom arrives. So in that case, you might want to try to bring in some additional flowers for them to pollinate on in the meantime.
Okay, thank you very much. I think one very last quick question.
Good evening, all the person, and thank you for this conference. It's my question for Lisa, please. We know all the greenhouse need a shed, and the greenhouse we have a shed of greenhouse, and we take a brewer. They take a pick in the other for to look difference between. The brewer, fog, and is what do you think about recommending what type of shade would be useful?
So let me just thank you for your question. Let me
Yes,
make
ma'am.
sure I understand. So is your question shading and fogging?
Yes.
How do they affect pollination?
Yes.
Yeah, so shading can reduce bee activity, and we've gone over some ways to try to ensure some level or good levels of pollination with shading. For fogging, that's a really good question. That's one that I've been thinking a lot because as we look to conserve water or use less water, fogging systems offer a nice opportunity compared to micro sprinkler type systems. So we don't have any data, but what I think would happen with fogging is that you're reducing the humidity and that can negatively impact pollen release. So I think it could lead to lower pollination because you're just not going to get as effective or as much pollen being released from the flowers. We start to see once we get above 60% relative humidity, the pollen just doesn't shed from the flowers. So that might be a limitation. And then it could also affect bee activity depending on the species. But I think the main concern that I would have is just on pollen release at high humidity levels with fogging.
And the color, you can't see the color.
The color? Oh.
Color of
Yeah.
it.
Yeah, so the color, yeah, I think color might also, and I've seen some studies, it can have variable effects on bee activity as well. I don't know the specifics in terms of like what color and how much they will or will not reduce bee activity, but anything that is reducing the amount of polarized light coming into your structure can reduce honeybee foraging. Bumblebees are a lot more resilient to that though, and they can still maintain good foraging even if light quantity and quality is impacted.
Okay, thank you very much, everybody. I invite you now to have a quick coffee break and networking break. See you here back in 20 minutes. We will have the final roundtable with all the breeders. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.